It was warm summer outside when one couple decided to strengthen their union. Edith Riegelhoff entered the hall. From a formal point of view, this should have been a flawless ducal wedding. The girl seemed to have no need to be nervous. However, the looks of the guests revealed obvious disgust, contempt, disdain, as well as lust. In all this, you won't find the joy of an ordinary wedding even during the day with fire. But meanwhile, the girl had already approached her husband. The priest began to read his speech, looking at the book about their praise of the world in the arms of the Creator today. He blessed the beautiful man and woman. In turn, the girl apologized to him because none of the priest's wishes would come true. Today, when she marries the man next to her who despises her and will cut her throat, but according to the wedding registrar, they will create a happy, warm family. As before, misfortune certainly overtakes a helpless girl, so it was in a past life. Her brother demanded that she give him all her money, not letting her go home. The girl asked if gambling was the culprit again. The man shouted at her that she talked too much and reminded her thanks to whom she was alive. The sister was indignant. Saving her life was a long time coming. She was screaming, and her brother didn't even know how much money he had already borrowed from her and was not able to pay back. The man called the girl a stupid bitch and angrily pushed her away from him. The whole action took place on the staircase, and the girl flew down the stairs. After a senseless death that marked the end of her next miserable day, the girl woke up and, looking in the mirror, could not recognize herself. She didn't understand where she was and who was sitting in front of her in the reflection of the mirror. Was it really a transmigration of the soul? This was a thing often found in web novels, and while the girl was looking at her new body in the mirror, a maid who called Lady Edith entered the room. She asked if her mistress had forgotten what day it was today. The girl looked at her in surprise and repeated the name in her thoughts. This name was in the novel that she read last night. In it, there was a main character, the illegitimate daughter of the Earl's family, Elizabeth Sinclair. Bright, innocent, like the goddess of spring. Because of her background, she was bullied by the Count's family and had an unhappy childhood. And then she caught the eye of the Ludwig spouses and went to live in the duchy, and there met fierce competition without concessions for winning her heart. The girl looked worriedly at the floor, remembering the role of such a character as Edith Riegelhoff in this novel. And she was a rather simple, greedy, stupid villain, blinded by love and tainted by jealousy. She constantly carried out sabotage, trying to harm Elizabeth. The one whose dirty tricks on the heroine's flower path are easily resolved is just such a villain. Blinded by love, she did everything possible to kill the heroine, and having the Count as a caring father, she grew up without worrying about money. The girl recalled the plot. Meanwhile, while Edith was thinking about the plot and history of this world, her maid had already prepared her hair. The maid dryly told the girl that the master must already be waiting for her. The red-haired heroine, smiling, thanked her. The maid frowned and looked with disgust after her master's running daughter, not understanding why she was thanked. Edith ran headlong down the hallway of the house, thinking that all she needed to do was correct the mistakes of her body. She remembered the plot well, so it shouldn't be too difficult. That's right. It was even better if she behaved well. She could get the family's love for free. The girl called her father and, opening the door to his office, her face sparkling, wished him good morning. However, it didn't take long for all her expectations to be shattered. The horror in her eyes was evident. In front of her stood the object of her fear and disgust. Edith's father. He looked at her displeasedly, drinking wine, and asked if it was too late to call it morning. With all his hostility towards his daughter, he turned away, putting his glass on the table, and called the girl slow. Edith looked detachedly at the floor of her father's office. He asked her why she even came to him so late and ordered her to close the door on that side. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a third voice sounded saying something about the 13th Edith Riegelhoff and the completed identity check. Synchronization of information from memory was launched, and the girl, who did not understand anything, was drawn into the white light. A scene appeared before the girl where the red-haired girl screamed that she was wrong and begged for forgiveness, citing the fact that she would not make any more mistakes. She asked to forgive her at least once, cried, stammered, and stuttered. Sitting on her knees in front of her father and brother, the girl looked in horror at the video before her eyes. Many memories of her acquired body as an arrogant, poor villain flashed before her. But this was just an image that she used in public, but in reality she was beaten by her relatives, locked in the basement and starved. Her brother oppressed her no worse than her own father, saying that she needed to pay for being fed and raised. To everyone else, she was just a walking billboard for the family, adorned with luxurious dresses and expensive jewelry. And in her own home, Edith was just a target for beatings, even from the servants. This is exactly what Count Riegelhoff's most expensive doll was, exhausted, tired, covered in bruises and hematomas. The doll of her own father looked at the girl next to her and turned to the heroine. She asked how she liked her past and whether she could cope with it. The girl, in horror, pressed her hands to herself and pulled her body and head back away from the beaten woman on the floor, but could not say anything. When suddenly her father pulled her out of his consciousness with a heart-rending cry, calling her by name and saying that she had been out of her mind since the very morning. He looked at his daughter menacingly and through clenched teeth and frowning eyebrows hissed that today one should never make mistakes. One should not let Ludwig's people notice even one flaw. While the girl, in horror, fear, and animal disgust, turned away from her father and squeezed her shoulders, and he asked if she remembered the contents of the contract well. What needs to be said about the fact that she will take 3 maids with her, and only then they will be able to move on to the next step? Edith said that she remembers, and she herself wondered in despair why she was like this. The Count's daughter stood alone away from her father, looking away and clasping her hands to her body in embarrassment. She should have reconsidered the information again. The current Duke Ludwig and Count Reigelchow had been rivals since childhood. At that time, the power of the two families was close to equal, but Count Ludwig's family contributed greatly to the war and received the title of duchy. But Count Riegelhoff also believed that the ducal title was brazenly stolen from under Riegelhoff's nose. Pressing her hand to her chest, the girl realized that was why he married Edith, so that through her he could find information that could destroy the duchy. She clenched her hand on her chest into a fist and bit her lip, telling herself not to cry. It was okay. She needed to turn this into an opportunity. She knows how to find ways to survive in adverse situations, and if she does not behave like the original, she will definitely be able to survive somehow. In novels where the heroine turns into a villain, there is always some kind of crisis at the beginning. Today she just had to behave like the original Edith. She got out of the carriage with the help of a servant and, looking up, saw a beautiful mansion in front of her. In front of her, there was almost a palace. Maybe that's why Count Riegelhoff breathed so unevenly towards the Ludwigs. Her brother enviously called the estate just as magnificent, and her father reminded her that it was completely empty. The butler Ludwig appeared in front of them, greeted his guests, and said that the Duke and Duchess were already waiting for them inside. With a wave of his hand at the door, he said that he would accompany them. Then my father and brother turned to me with a smile, and the Lord, smiling and affectionately calling me my sweet daughter, said to go faster. The girl noticed how his attitude towards her had changed dramatically, but she could not do anything and only kindly extended her hand to him in response. It was okay now. It didn't matter. She was going to leave this place in a week anyway. She had to find a way to survive in the Ludwig family, the main scene of the plot. The butler escorted the family to the dining room and introduced each of them to the Ludwig family, who were already waiting for them. Edith looked around the room in surprise. A pink blush formed on her cheeks. To see with her own eyes the characters whose appearance she could imagine only from the description of the book was truly amazing. Duchess Amelia Ludwig thanked the Count for making such a long journey. She asked if they were hungry and remembered that the preparation of the table would soon be completed. Duke Jonathan Ludwig, her husband, stood next to her. The main male character, Connor, was sitting nearby, as Edith thought, incredibly handsome. His golden eyes seemed about to melt. Next to him sat a girl who looked like the goddess of spring. It must have been Linda, as beautiful as the girl imagined her to be. And the man who was next to them was apparently her future husband. He looked at her menacingly, displeasedly, and appraisingly. But all this did not stop our heroine's heart from falling in love with him at first sight. Now she understood why Edith held on to him so much. This man was perfect. A straight and sharp nose, a jawline that created an arrogant image, a wide chest and a thin waist. The girl did not understand how one could be so handsome. But the future husband did not pay much attention to her person after all. It was a marriage of convenience, and the man was extremely dissatisfied with this, so he indifferently looked away. The girl realized that she had been looking at him for too long and covered her face with her hand and turned away. Now she had to pull herself together. He still wouldn't look at her. The table was set very richly. The dishes sparkled with cleanliness. Edith cut off a piece of steak and ate it. Long live the food of aristocrats and the meat that melted in the mouth. When suddenly the words of Edith's father interrupted the meal. He said that the parent's heart still could not calm down. How could he send his daughter like that? It began. Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder and smiling brightly, he said that he would like her to take several of her maids with her. He thought that she would be much more comfortable with them. Looking at her husband and looking for help in him, Duchess Amelia said that her maids have no equal. Count Riegelhoff, bringing a piece of meat to his mouth, looked menacingly at his future mother-in-law and asked if Duchess Ludwig had brought a single maid with her when she got married. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. The Ludwig children looked menacingly at the Count's family and himself, who smiled maliciously. Edith felt Spanish shame. This request, which could not be refused, no matter how willingly she was, but the Duchess did not need to worry so much. Edith decided to take everything into her own hands. Deciding to dilute such an alarming atmosphere, the girl smiled brightly and turning to her father said that she was fine. She put her hand to her chest and cordially asked the Duke to forget about this request. She was getting married very young. She said that her father was very worried about this. Already riding in the carriage back to his estate, Edith's father shouted at the girl, calling her crazy. She not only helped, but also became the biggest obstacle. From this moment, the story begins in earnest, the girl thought, and closing her eyes, she politely asked her father if he had seen the Duke's face. He asked about this too, obviously, that the girl even tensed. It was clear that he understood why he asked to bring the maids. The marriage should have dispelled their doubts. If she had already aroused suspicion, then the maids were of no use. She scolded her father. The man looked menacingly at his daughter and frowned, and asked what she could do if she was there alone. The girl advised her father to think carefully while she went there alone. She couldn't do anything alone. If nothing happened, they would relax their vigilance, brother thought about Linda. What he saw at the Ludwigs. Edith confidently said that it was urgent to dispel all suspicions, and, after she had gained their trust, pretend that she was homesick or ask to bring the maid for a while. Count Riegelhoff, raising his hand to his chin, chuckled thoughtfully, looking to the side. But the girl asked to trust her, and starting from that day, for a whole week she walked on the edge of a knife. And finally, she was standing in a wedding dress. The priest was interpreting his speech, and the girl happily thought that she no longer needed to return to that house. The faithful children of the Creator are building another nest, Shurkin, who will bless their rings and the eternal covenant concluded in them. And finally, after exchanging ends, everything would be over. A boy and a girl walked along the red carpet into the wedding hall, carrying a pillow with rings. The little girl looked at the kids who were carrying them rings on their little feet, and smiling, mentally called them cute, when she suddenly looked up at the man who was glaring at her. Connell frowned and looked at his bride with disgust, showing his displeasure with every muscle of his face. The girl knew how he felt, therefore, although mentally, she suggested that he hurry up and finish this quickly, so she offered her hand to put on the ring. It was extremely unpleasant for the man to even lightly touch her hand and body, looking at how he put the ring on Edith. It was very childish, but the girl did not pay attention to it and reached for the pillow with rings, but she was ahead of her. The bride looked at her groom in surprise, not quite understanding what was happening now. Connell, looking gloomily, was already putting the ring on his ring finger, and there was a chill in the air. Contagious and mocking laughter was heard around the wedding couple. He disgraced Edith by his action, which greatly embarrassed her. She clenched her hand into a fist and took a deep breath. Nothing changed. In any case, she was not interested in him anyway. The little girl smiled sweetly and leaned towards the girl who brought them the wedding rings, stroked her head, and thanked the kids. After which she stood up, proudly raised her head up, and remained standing next to her husband, not at all angry with him. Connell looked at her with incomprehension, as if he wanted to ask something, but refrained and turned his head to the priest. And so a life has arrived in which our heroine can leisurely enjoy peace and pursue hobbies without worrying about being hit by her father or older brother. Now that she had been reborn, she didn't ask to be allowed at least this. After the ceremony, the girl sat on the bed in a nightie and stretched and said that she felt alive. Her dress had a very low cut in the chest, which is why she was constantly worried about it, and her heels were too high, and she thought that she should better understand Edith's taste. There was a knock on the door. Edith, holding a comb in her hands, was planning to comb her hair, but thought about it and allowed her to enter. The voice addressed her by name. Lady Linda entered the room in a snow-white dress, which scared the little girl a little and turned to the unexpected guest to see what had happened. The girl in front of Edith was sweet and innocent. Her hair was the color of gold, curled and sparkled. Her eyes were the color of the sky and captivated the eye. She explained that she wanted to tell something. The Popadka remembered that such an episode happened right after the wedding and opened her eyes, raising her eyebrows. After the ceremony, Linda visits Edith and wants to apologize for Connell's rudeness. However, her apology, on the contrary, angered Edith even more. She could not blame the cold man, so all the anger poured out on Linda. In the story, Edith shouted at the guest, saying that after she wore a white dress to someone else's wedding, she was Connell's wife here, which scared the girl. The asshole could understand why she was upset and raised one eyebrow, but she, and not Edith, had no reason to be angry with the little goddess. Linda said she didn't want to apologize for Connell's rudeness. She hoped she wasn't too offended by him. Even if he seemed cold on the outside, in fact, he is a person with a warm heart, the girl said, glowing. Edith, embarrassed by the sweet face of her guest, smiled enthusiastically. She simply could not hate such a beauty. Bright, shiny blonde hair that seems to shine on its own. Big light blue eyes that are pure and innocent. Such a sweet appearance and a kind, righteous heart. She was an obligatory character in a novel about being trapped in the body of a villainess and told the girl not to worry about Lady Linda. She understood everything perfectly. It seems that it was difficult for both of them because this marriage was an agreement between their families, and she explained that she would not be offended by Connell. If she does everything right, her chances of survival in the duchy will greatly increase. The guest was already looking at her with puppy eyes, and her cheeks were pink. Linda clasped her hands together and said admiringly that Lady Edith was very kind and mature. With all her appearance, beauty, and voice, she blinded the eyes, soul, and heart of our trapped girl. Edith said that she couldn't even compare with Linda. This dress suited her very much. It was beautiful only because she was wearing it. With her words, she really embarrassed the little guest. A maid entered the room and told the lady that she had brought a towel. The Ludwig's daughter was surprised and apologized for disturbing her. She mentioned Connell, but when she came to her senses, she corrected herself, citing the fact that the girl must be tired. Edith thanked Lady Linda, saying to herself that the guest in front of her was cute, and she really wanted to squeeze her in. Waving her hand, she told the girl to also rest and said that they would see each other tomorrow. The girl took off her nightie, exhaling with relief. This seemed to be the end of the wedding episode. She was left alone and could now rest a little. Edith climbed into the bathtub filled with hot water, and while soaking in the water with rose petals, said out loud that she felt alive right now. It was incredible when she is the wife of the future Duke. The maids are doing the bath preparation, even though there is no internet here. But you don't have to go to work. Do the same. No longer have to worry about the bank account, about the damn manager and the gambler brother, all this. She says bye-bye. The girl spoke happily, throwing her head back about how busy she would be, attending operas, hunting competitions, parties, and even balls. Suddenly, someone came into the bathroom and said that it was rude to take a bath alone until the groom arrived. In front of her, in a wedding suit, stood her newly made husband Connell, shaking his hand with disgust and calling his bride unscrupulous, frowning. The girl looked in surprise at the Ludwig's youngest son, covering her bare chest with her hands. But in the book, he didn't come to the bridal room, she thought. The man looked at the lady coldly and asked why she was so surprised, and asked if someone else should have come here. Still basking in the hot water of the bath and hiding from her groom, Edith raised her eyebrows and said that she just thought that he would not come to her. Connell put his hand on his thigh and, relieved, but still haughtily, thanked God that his wife was smart enough. Sincerely looking at her husband and speaking just as sincerely, she said that it couldn't be otherwise, because he didn't even let her put on a wedding ring. She simply couldn't help but understand. The man hovered over the girl with his hands on the sides of the bathtub, and with rage in his face and eyes, asked if she was really expecting strange advances. Looking at her husband's handsome but embittered face, she thought how it infuriated her, his beauty, and at the same time what a cretin Connell was. She had no reason to hate the youngest son of County Ludwig, and to be honest, she did not even have the strength to be angry with him. Edith relaxed her eyes and explained that she was telling everything as it is. It was obvious that he would not be in this room after such an attitude towards her, and she asked if he was going to sleep here. Surprised by this statement from his own wife and angry, he tisked, turned sharply, and left the bathroom. Stomping his heels, he left. The girl covered herself with her hand, looked after him in surprise, raised one eyebrow, and asked out loud why he had come at all. The man was walking quickly from his wife's room, thinking about something when suddenly someone called out to him. Linda stood nearby with her hand clenched into a fist to her chest and asked if he was in the bride's room. The brother explained to his sister that he had been, but she, like him, had no expectations from tonight. The girl asked what this meant, to which Connell said that Edith climbed into the bathtub and lay dozing. The younger sister objected to her brother, but he did not let her finish, and patting her on the head, said that Linda thought too well of everyone. He recalled what kind of person Count Riegelhoff was, asked whether the intentions of the people of this house were serious. They mocked them so much. The sister, listening to her brother, said that the words that Lady Edith said were true. The brother interrupted Linda and asked what she said. The sweet girl explained that the lady praised her dress, and she immediately blushed at her words and looked away. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and angrily said that it was not she who chose these clothes, and asked if she scolded her for this. Linda said that she had not told her anything like that, but she must have been upset. Connell's face after his sister's last words appeared with a smug grin and a chuckle. He said to think about the dress she was wearing. He nervously asked if that was why she reacted that way to hers, because her own was not at all luxurious, dissolute. This was very indecent, since she also looked at him proudly and from under her forehead, which made the young man very angry. The girl screamed at her brother, not understanding how he could call his own wife indecent, how he could even say such a thing. Connell said it was cruel of her and asked if she had anything to say to him. The girl raised her eyebrows pitifully, looking at her brother with puppy eyes and pressing her hand to her chest. They were illuminated by moonlight from the window, and then the young man, frowning pitifully, asked Linda if she knew how he felt. Suddenly, another voice called the girl, and the older brother appeared in front of the couple, greeting Connell, speaking as if he had not seen him for a long time, and asking what the two of them were doing here at such a late hour. The girl instantly turned back and looked joyfully at Connor, who had just arrived. Connell looked sadly at his beloved little sister, and his face was darker than the night. Morning came. Edith stretched with pleasure. Waking up in the morning, she was surprised that even after all yesterday's torment, her body woke up on time today. It was the strength of a young, healthy girl and aristocrat. She'd never felt so good in her life. Everything was just wonderful. She has a healthy body. So she will think positively. If she succeeds, she can live like a dear daughter-in-law. Edith thought to herself. Getting out of bed and going to the window, I thought that Connell was a minor character, and he was in love with Linda. But his parents could have been different. The Duke and Duchess of Ludwig, who received Linda so warmly, could suddenly open their hearts to her, although the atmosphere at the first meeting was not very good. Then the girl, pleased with her conclusions, decided that this was an excellent solution, and for a start, she welcomed them. One of the basic rules for surviving in a novel with rebirth into the body of a villain is, of course, to gain the trust of the main and minor characters. In fact, if she wanted to survive in the Ludwig family, then it was important to remember that the Duke and Duchess's opinion was much more important than Connell's. All she wanted was to enjoy a quiet life somewhere in a corner of the mansion and eat delicious food. To do this, she definitely needed to win the trust of the Ludwigs. Not a single mother-in-law would hate her daughter-in-law who came to say hello in the morning the day after the wedding. In front of her was the same bell with a string that she had only read about in books with the help of the maids. Transforming into a real bride would not be difficult. She rang the bell and the maid immediately came to her call and asked if she was called. Edith confirmed and asked to be prepared to go out. She was still unusual in hearing herself addressed as a mistress. Watching the outfits brought by the servant, she asked what her name was. The girl's name was Anna. Then Edith asked her if all the clothes that she had brought were just as lush and vulgar. Anna said that everything was so. The girl thought that if she wore something like that, she would hardly be welcome. Edith had already imagined the stunned faces of the Ludwigs when they saw her in such a dress, and she felt ashamed. So she asked Anna to go to the workshop and ask them to alter the dresses so that her breasts were covered and that they get rid of all the nasty decorations. Although she did not give the order, the maid went to fulfill her request without any objections. Edith knew that the maids in Regelhof were strange. Hesitantly holding the vulgar dresses in her hands, she said displeasedly that the others would also need to be altered. She also remembered that yesterday was her wedding night and wondered if she should make some bloodstains on the bed. However, she decided that there was no point in bothering herself with this. If she did it herself, then most likely Connell would be unhappy. And all because, as in the original story, Connell not only loved Linda, but was ready to devote himself entirely to her. Edith thought that the handsome virgin really was beautiful and wondered if it was too much to force sympathy on a minor character. And then the girl wondered why he even came last night. Was it really just a quarrel? But be that as it may, she was pleased to see his beautiful face twice a day. Her heart was beating only from the memories, and by that time her hair was already ready, but Anna could not call her mistress. Placing her hands on Edith's shoulders, the maid again called her mistress, and she finally came to her senses, because Anna reported that her hairstyle and dresses were already ready. The girl thanked the maid and scolded herself, Evelina, for starting to go crazy, because she herself decided that she was not interested in him. And so, finally getting dressed and coming to her senses, Edith came into the office of the Ludwig couple, saying, putting her hand to her chest, that she had come to greet them and asked how they slept. Duke Jonathan and his wife, Duchess Amelia, sat next to each other on a crimson sofa and smiled kindly at their daughter-in-law. The Duchess was the first to start the conversation and said that she must have been very tired yesterday, but she still came early to say hello. She was worried that Edith was too nervous. The daughter-in-law thanked for the concern and said that she was fine, after which she sat down on the sofa opposite her parents, where there was a cup of tea. She was sure they were informed that Connell had not slept with her. The Duke joined the conversation and said that he knew that the Earl raised her as his favorite daughter. He was wondering if his daughter-in-law knew anything about running a business as the mistress of an aristocrat's house. Evelina thanked God that she had Edith's memories and said that she knew how to handle the budget, manage, and work with documents. She mentioned that perhaps they do it differently in the duchy, but she said that if they teach her, she will quickly learn everything. The Duke touched on a not very pleasant topic. His voice rang out like a bolt from the blue and said that the Count seemed to have taught her only this properly. But the girl knew that they would not be too favorable to her. But now he is so brazenly saying whether she came to steal the documents, very ignorant of him. She said that if she didn't deserve their trust, they should teach her something else and explained that she would try very hard. Duke Jonathan realized that he had revealed himself too clearly, which showed disrespect, for which his wife lightly hit him with her elbow, angry at her husband. Smiling, the Duchess said that she was glad that the Count taught her and said that Edith could help her with documents in 2 weeks, and also, if she needed anything, she could not hesitate to say it now. Evelina thanked her mother-in-law and asked her to put in front of her a person who knew and could introduce her to the estate. Amelia asked about her son. Edith thought about what she wanted from a man who, even on their wedding night, did not spend the night in the bridal room, and the Duchess, realizing what she had proposed, looked away and said that she would find a guide for her. The girl said that she was turning away for this and ran out of the room, slamming the door. She leaned on it. Taking a breath, she thought she would die there. A man appeared in front of her and asked the lady if she was okay. Edith raised her head and apologetically explained that everything was fine. She was just a little worried. In front of her stood a stately and tall long-haired blonde with green eyes and glasses and looked at her tiredly. Evelina asked if he was Baron Roland Filch. Putting her hand to her chest and smiling brightly, the girl said that she was pleased to meet you and asked to take care of her. The Duchess instructed him, the Duke's assistant, to acquaint her with the estate. He, being a servant, was in turn responsible for paperwork, like Anna, who was assigned to her as a maid. These characters were not even mentioned in the original, so Evelyn was a little nervous with people about whom she had no information. Roland turned around and asked if the lady wanted to make a round right now. The girl sometimes felt that this was not just a world inside a book, but reality. The man explained that he had a lot of work today, so he couldn't give her much time. The girl embarrassedly asked for forgiveness and said to go on rounds right now. Walking behind Roland, she wondered whether it was common for heroes who were not in the original to be so straightforward or not. There was also a jewelry room where the family jewels of the duchy were kept, which could also be worn for celebrations. In another room were stored weapons and armor, which were mainly used by his lordship and 2 gentlemen, all made by the hands of famous craftsmen. There was also a large library like the heart of the duchy. Many rare books were collected here. The girl watched with admiration and looked at the shelves filled to the brim with books, joyfully followed Roland and was all glowing. Edith asked if anyone could enter here or if special permission was needed, to which the man replied that any member of the Ludwig family could enter here at any time. The same applied to the Sistine Ash, where new works of art were exhibited every month, but in her previous life, she could not go to exhibitions because the ticket prices were too high. There was also a museum right in the house, and finally, the Baron brought the lady to the Sistine Hall. Evelina looked in surprise in front of her, into the room, which was all covered with gold and filled with beautiful statues and paintings. The Baron accompanying her explained that the estate was huge and suggested that we finish here for today. The girl continued to gaze admiringly at the amazing hall. Edith thanked Roland. She was amazed at the place in which she now lives, praised the Baron's beautiful voice and eloquence, because she didn't even notice how time flew by. The man looked at the new member of the Ludwig family in surprise, watching and listening, his heart beating. No one had ever given him such compliments, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. But he just said that he did what he had to do and offered to conduct the rest of the excursion the day after tomorrow. They walked back along the large terrace, and looking down, Roland suggested that they tell about this place while they were here. From this terrace, it was convenient to look into the courtyard, the man explained, pointing down with his hand. It is often used when guests come to the estate. He said that his lordship likes to sit there and talk. Indeed, now the children of the Ludwig couple were sitting there and had a nice conversation with their daughter Linda's hair over a cup of tea. Roland, seeing this picture, became worried about the condition of his ward and, with cold sweat forming on his body, worriedly looked at the girl. Edith stood on the terrace, holding onto the railing of the balcony, and looked detachedly at her husband, having a pleasant conversation with another girl. But all this was only in the man's mind. In reality, Evelina only looked at her husband in fascination, rejoicing at this beautiful view of his face. Roland worriedly wondered out loud what Mr. Connell was doing here, looking down upset. The girl looked at the escort in surprise. And then the girl realized that it was really strange on their part, that the newly made groom was drinking tea with another woman. His bewilderment was quite natural. Scratching her head, she looked at her husband smiling brightly at his little sister, and wondered what Edith would have done in the original story. She didn't care if anyone wanted to enjoy the ancient buildings of the duchy and turned away from the railing. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she smiled sweetly and, turning to Roland, said that it was truly a wonderful place. In late spring, the garden would be even more beautiful. The accompanying man looked at the girl with excitement and surprise, but she did not look upset at all and said that she was right. Edith said that she thought she would come to this terrace often and suggested leaving here because he still had business to do. Roland looked in some confusion at the newly made mistress, who, as it seemed to him, was laughing nervously, and confirmed her words. That same day, at a meeting, Count Jonathan asked his servant what he could say about Edith. Roland said that the girl listened to him carefully. To his surprise, she quickly understood the structure of the estate, and in particular, she liked Sistine Ash. While writing something down without being distracted from his work, the Duke asked the Baron if he had noticed anything strange in Edith's behavior. The man explained that he did not see anything like that in her behavior. On the contrary to rumors, she showed herself to be very worthy. Baron Roland shook his head and remembered that there was something else his master should have known. As they walked across the large terrace after the excursion, they came across Lady Linda drinking tea in the company of two young gentlemen. At this moment, Duke Jonathan simply could not help but pay attention. His hand slipped from the sheet of paper and, looking displeasedly at the servant, he asked him what it meant. After all, he asked them not to give rise to complaints, and to see the groom flirting with another woman the next morning after the wedding was probably a blow for Edith. The man said. To prevent Riegelhoff from siding with Langston, he clearly explained to Connell that he needed to endure at least until the end of this year. But his son also made it clear to his father that he and the Count's daughter were only spouses on paper, and said not to expect more from him. But the father himself did not want to admit it, that his son vehemently resisted his will, and, knowing all the conditions, he acted in his own way. He clenched his hand into a fist. Roland raised his voice and said that the lady did not pay any further attention to this. The Duke instantly raised his head to the Baron and asked in surprise what this meant. Of course, the accompanying man did not know what she was thinking about, but he saw that instead of raising a scandal, she simply left, pretending that she had not seen anything. The Duke, struck by the girl's act and pride, gasped in surprise and, raising his hand to his chin and looking away, said that Edith Riegelhoff was quite unusual. In Evelina's room, after the meal, Anna said that if the girl had finished, she would clean everything up, and she thanked her maid. She was still awkward and uncomfortable that they were cleaning up after her, perhaps because she tried so hard to eat only at home. It was uncomfortable to sit like that and not help. Therefore, Edith decided to change tactics and praised the girl for her work and asked if she had lunch. If so, then let her go and have lunch. The maid clearing the table looked at her mistress in surprise. None of the nobility had ever been so interested in her. Anna bowed politely and thanked the girl, who had just realized that her words could arouse suspicion. But nothing could be done. She thought that she had made a pretty good impression on the Duke and Duchess, so she could exhale. All that remained was to decide how to relate to Linda. Linda Sinclair is destined to become the main heroine of this world, but her life was not so simple until she fell into the Ludwig family. Sinclair's son and daughter constantly abused their illegitimate child. Their home became a prison where she was constantly oppressed. That is why, and thanks to the fact that she helped Duchess Ludwig not fall from her horse, Linda attracted her attention. Angered by the cruel treatment of the good-natured girl, the Ludwig spouses bought the rights to Linda for huge sums of money. The Sinclair family, hastily renouncing their parental rights, missed the opportunity to become related to the duchy. They later went bankrupt and greatly regretted it. By the end of the book, there is not a single character left with a bad ending, unlike Edith. And Evelina's real life, one might say, was full of troubles from beginning to end. During the year she worked at the company, management abused their position so many times that she lost count. I also broke up with a guy via short message service when I saw him going to a motel with another woman. And when Evelyn was already going home, thinking that now she would just read some web novels, but that was the end. She wondered what happened to her older brother after he pushed her down the stairs, and when she died, whether Dad and Mom were sad. Edith thought that she was more worried about him than about her dead daughter. Well, now she also only had to worry about herself. and not about them. While the girl was thinking about the past, she looked out the window in front of which there was a large tree in the garden, under which Linda was sitting, reading a book. Evelina thought that instead of avoiding her, on the contrary, she should go and try to make friends. Suddenly, the ringing voice of a girl near the tree crashed into the flow of her thoughts, and she turned to the window. In Linda, her older brother Connell came up and asked what his sister was reading. It was the history of the imperial family, because she did not receive a proper education, so she read about it. Smiling, the little girl said that because she didn't know so much, it was difficult for the Duke to determine her future. Looking at the girl in fascination, Edith's husband said that if she wanted, he would be happy to help her. Just let her tell him if she needed anything. Elia Evelyn was obviously similar behavior of a minor character. Connor would have said not to worry about it, and just live in pleasure. That would take care of everything. She just needed to be there. According to the classics of the genre, Connell would never be able to defeat Connor. Now it was not worth going to her, and it was necessary to stop eavesdropping. But Linda asked, so his brother left Elite and came alone. Was she really alone all day? The girl couldn't believe it. Connell told his sister not to pay attention to this girl at all. According to him, Edith is just a hostage who will stay here for a short time and then disappear. His words really hurt Evelina's heart, and she realized that he was really thinking about her. At the same time, dishes were breaking in the Sinclair estate. A girl with blonde hair was screaming that what was happening was complete nonsense. She didn't understand why, out of all the people in the situation, a particular damn girl was chosen. The girl that was screaming was Layla Sinclair, the youngest daughter of the Count. A voice behind her asked the girl what happened. Layla screamed, full of rage, reminding her that her interlocutor did not know what she was talking about. And the fact was that Edith Riegelhoff married Connell Ludwig, and in front of her, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms on his chest, stood Daniel, the eldest son of the Count. The girl, worried and irritated, not understanding, asked why it was Riegelhoff. The brother laughed it off and said that the Ludwigs had a hobby, collecting useless women. Angry at her brother's carelessness, she shouted at him, asking if he was funny. The young man answered calmly, saying that there was nothing to be sad about. Layla frowned and looked at Daniel, and she cautiously asked him if he knew something about this. His brother already looked much different, and a malicious and self-satisfied grin was shining on his face. Having already sat down on the sofa, standing around the table, opposite each other, the sister told her brother not to waste her time and speak quickly. The brother was sitting on a chair and holding a cup of tea in his hand, and looking at his sister, he told her that she was still just as temperamental. But then he suggested getting to the point and rewinding time. He asked Layla why the two got married, what two families could get by marrying their children. First of all, Count Riegelhoff has the right to distribute the iron ore that was mined in the southern mines. In other words, he had the raw materials for the production of weapons. Having explained this whole impending problem, he asked why it was so important and put the cup on the table. Rolling her eyes and furrowing her eyebrows, bringing them to the bridge of her nose, the girl asked why he was suddenly talking about weapons, and how could she know that? The young count laughed at his dear sister and asked if she knew how power was now divided. And it was divided between Archduke Patrick, eager to become emperor, and the imperial faction supporting the young emperor. It would become dangerous if the Archduke's side could produce weapons, so the Duchy of Ludwig, a member of the emperor's faction, had to put Count Riegelhoff on a leash to prevent him from siding with Patrick. The girl shouted indignantly about what was good in this. The brother wanted to explain why marriage was needed, but now it was as if he was mocking her. Smiling, Daniel explained to his beloved sister Layla that everyone already knows this, but this is where the fun begins. He asked whether Count Riegelhoff was really on a leash, as everyone believed. One day, at one of the banquets, Daniel heard screams somewhere away from the main procession and looked in their direction. It was then that Count Riegelhoff gave a good report to his supposedly beloved daughter, calling her a fool and incompetent. Then Edith tearfully said that she had made a mistake, and said that this time there would be no more mistakes. He shouted that if his daughter could not get information, then she would be without dinner all week. At that moment, the young Count Sinclair realized that the entire image of the arrogant villainess Edith Riegelhoff was a complete falsehood. After listening to her brother's story, the girl was overcome with horror. Goosebumps and cold sweat ran through her body. It was simply impossible. But the young man understood that it was difficult to believe in this. But everything was so, he finally explained. And grinning, he looked at the girl with slightly open and cunning eyes and said that they could only watch how events would develop. If this information was revealed at the right moment, Riegelhoff would be doomed. Roland gave Edith another tour. This time he talked about another exit to the terrace. The girl admired it. She looked around the estate little by little, but it still took a whole week to go around everything. Now she was thinking out loud about what she should do in her spare time. The escort said that she did not need to worry about it. The girl looked at the man with interest. And the Baron continued and said that the Duchess asked me to tell you that she had a request for her. Edith enthusiastically asked again and immediately cheered up. The man looked questioningly at her joyful behavior. Evelina almost burst into tears. They couldn't even imagine how hard it was for her to be idle all this time. She told her guide that Mother's office was behind the third door on the left, if you walk along the corridor in that direction, and asked if she was right. Scratching her neck, she thanked Roland, because it was only thanks to him that she could navigate this large mansion perfectly, and asked if she had turned out to be an excellent student. The man was amazed at the words and beauty of the mistress, and turned his head away, adjusting his glasses, and said that he had been explaining to her all week. It would be a shame not to remember everything right away. The girl opened the door to the office, and saw Linda in front of her, happily telling her to come in quickly. Duchess Amelia was sitting a little further away from her. Evelina joyfully entered the office as soon as she saw the glowing goddess of spring in front of her. Mentioning God, she asked if they would work together and said that it was a great success, and also asked Linda to teach her everything, because she was just starting out. The blue-eyed girl was embarrassed. She blushed and said that she should be glad that the mistress considered her capable of completing the assignment. The Duchess laughed funny and remarked that the two of them were getting along well. Edith embarrassedly apologized to her mother for not greeting her. The noble lady said that there was nothing wrong with it. She was pleased to see them both, and asked Linda to help Edith with the documents. The girls worked hard together, sitting next to each other at the table, Evelyn preparing the paperwork and Linda already folding it. Mother anxiously rushed around the room, going around every corner, and noticing this hit, asked if the Duchess was waiting for anyone. Linda joyfully entered the conversation and, smiling at her brother's daughter-in-law, said that Lady Edith didn't know anything. Therefore, the blue-eyed girl explained that the lady had recently called the tailors. Folding the papers, the girl looked at Linda in surprise. And it seems she remembered that such an episode was in the original novel, and Edith, as usual, was angry with the goddess. When the voice of the servants was heard, they informed the Duchess that the tailors had arrived and they were waiting for them in the living room. The lady suggested finishing this and going to the living room. Putting the papers aside, Edith stood up from her seat and obeyed her mother's words. She thought that she would remember this scene when she was there. Sitting on the sofa, the Duchess leafed through the proposed catalog and lamented that the older she got, the more similar the design she chose every time. The girls opposite were also given their own catalogs for review, and already in this atmosphere, Evelina remembered what kind of scene it was. Mother suddenly turned to the girls opposite her and invited them to choose something for her to suit their taste, and closed the catalog. It was dangerous. She suddenly asked questions, like in an exam. Here it was obvious that either Linda's design would be liked by the lady more. Either the outfit she chose will receive more praise. The girl looked at the mistress's daughter and asked if they really could do this. Edith decided that she needed to remain calm. Everything was not so bad. Victory and defeat were predetermined. Even if we forget that Linda is the main character, she could definitely understand the tastes of the Duchess in 5 years. Unlike her, Evelyn had only seen such clothes in pictures. As soon as the girl stopped wailing, Linda's joyful cry was immediately heard. The girl was surprised at how quickly she chose an outfit. She pointed to the blue silky dress and said that it would look great and highlight the beauty of the Duchess. The tailor praised the heroine's choice. After all, it was the latest design of their workshop, the highest quality silk from which the outfits of the imperial family are made. Evelina noticed that Linda still chose the best of the options presented and was slightly upset. The Duchess had a fair skin tone, so any color would suit her, but blue would especially highlight the lady's amber eyes. But it was her choice. Amelia interrupted her thoughts and asked Edith if she liked anything. She said it would be difficult because the dress Lady Linda had chosen was so gorgeous, but she asked about something new, and Evelina handed Duchess Amelia a page of the booklet with her choice. The lady was pretty surprised and remembered God. Popadanka said that this style is suitable for those days when she wants to change her mood a little. The tailor praised Edith for her keen eye and explained that few people are able to appreciate the combination of these two colors. Evelyn thought that in her 21st century opinion, this design was perfectly suitable and worthy of a duchess. Mrs. Amelia was concerned. Although the dress was beautiful, would the design be too flashy for her? As Edith thought, it was too much for her mother. However, they say that the older a person is, the more luxuriously he should dress to look great. In any case, she did not think about winning this confrontation. She was just accumulating power. She said that mother had beauty and dignity, She would look according to this dress. The lady laughed and said that she embarrassed her, but she would trust her taste. She would order both of these dresses, and now she offered to pick something for Linda. The little girl was surprised. She said that she didn't need it, that really anything would do, dresses, but she had enough. However, no one was listening to her anymore. Mother and Edith were already looking at dresses for her. The floral pattern would be ideal for a spring tea party, and the other seemed to be sewn for her. And another thing too, our girl pointed out. This pink color is not suitable for everyone, but Linda has pale skin and rosy cheeks, so it suits her very well. The Duchess agreed with Edith's words and praised her excellent taste. Then immediately asked about the White Empire-style dress. Linda's opinion was not taken into account. The fit was good, but she would look young in it if she wanted something white. Then Evelina had already found a suitable option. It would be nice to add an aquamarine brooch to it. The tailor wrote down all their wishes. Time flew by, the ladies decided, and settled on 5 dresses. It was very difficult to choose them. Mother came to her senses and told Edith to quickly choose what she wanted, but the heroine said that she did not need new dresses and asked whether Mrs. Vanessa would remake the dresses. The tailor did not quite understand what the woman meant and asked what she meant by alteration. Edith just had several dresses that she wanted to entrust to her and called Anna, because one of the rules for surviving in a romance with becoming a villain was to create the opposite image. The girl asked the dressmaker to remove all the jewelry from the dresses, and also to cover everything in the chest area too large. A neckline was uncomfortable. Vanessa laughed with interest and asked that it seemed that Lady Edith's taste had changed a lot. The girl said that it could be called that. Sighing, she said what kind of dress she wanted to see and asked her to close it to the nth place as naturally as possible. The Duchess and her daughter watched her in surprise. Evelina exhaled with satisfaction. They finally finished, and the girl, satisfied with her work, stretched, straightening her stiff back. Now she was interested in collecting all the diamond beads from the dress and counting how many there would be. And now she will do what she will do to establish intimacy with the Duchess, calling her mother, and if she continues in the same spirit. But she could not finish. Right in front of the door to her own chambers stood her husband, Connell, with his hands on his chest and his back leaning against the wall. He looked at her with a menacing, but at the same time indifferent and cold, bewitching gaze. It was already clear to everyone that Connell could not appear in front of her room for no reason. Edith asked what happened, but her husband walked past her and only told her to follow him. With sadness in his voice and a not-so-happy expression on his face, he explained that Linda wanted to invite her to a tea party. Evelina cautiously made a sound of understanding, but in her heart she didn't understand whether such an episode in the original, where Edith was invited to a tea party, would have to be remembered. It was obvious that Linda asked him to come here. The girl looked at her husband from the back, but even so, he looked beautiful, and his broad shoulders were worth it, as if he had been involved in swimming in the past, and also his narrow waist. For the first time, our heroine's heart fluttered so much at the sight of a man's body. He was magnificent. She mentally told Linda not to worry. She would just glance at him, when suddenly her husband turned to her and the girl looked away. Evelina hoped he didn't notice how she was staring at him, her cheeks turning red from embarrassment. She looked at the man worriedly, afraid that he had seen her. However, contrary to expectations, he simply warned about something right away. And alas, it was his vanity and selfishness that Connell told Edith to watch her language in front of Linda. Bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, he gloomily said that she was like family to him, and Linda was also more important to him than her. The situation was heating up every second. Evelina looked sadly and detachedly through her husband. That's how things were. She sadly lowered her head to the floor and, smiling nervously, expressed her surprise, and also said that these words hurt her. Connell was annoyed and asked if something could cause her pain. The girl said that she was also a human. The words spoken further were sealed in her head for a long time. He asked if she was definitely a human and not a snake. Edith raised her head sharply and looked menacingly at the man in front of her, and sarcastically called Connell very polite and asked if she should address Linda in accordance with the manners of the Duke's son. It felt like he wanted to ruin her mood and make her look like a terrible woman, but unfortunately for him, she was not one of those who was easily angered, Edith said. The man asked what she meant, but the girl continued her speech and said that hurting her was a completely different matter, and looked at her husband coldly, after which she left. Edith had already met Lady Linda, telling her to go faster and smiling sweetly. The girl thanked her for the invitation. The atmosphere was clearly not the most tempting. Linda was sparkling with happiness, but the other 3 were not so happy about each other's presence here. The Duke's eldest son, Connor, was the first to break the silence. He said that it seemed to him that Lady Edith had already gotten used to life here and took the cup. Smiling, he asked if she took on too much work, because she had just gotten married, and whether they should have gone on a trip with Connell. The girl immediately understood his intentions, to send him with her and take care of Lita himself, and said that she didn't know, saying that it seemed to her that Connell was very busy. Edith's husband asked his brother if now was the best time to explore the lands, since winter was already over. Connor said that it made sense, and without being confused, he immediately invited Linda to go with him, because she had already said that she wanted to go on a trip someday. The girl looked at her brother in surprise, placing her hand on her chest, and didn't even know what to answer him. Connell got into the conversation and asked why his brother was putting Linda in an awkward position, and told her not to pay attention to his words. Connor asked how things were, but if he wasn't there, Linda would most likely be in an awkward position because of Connell. Here Edith agreed with the elder. Now these three were like good brothers and sister, but once Connor left, from the outside, it will look like the remaining two are in a relationship, and it will be impossible to avoid bad rumors about Lady Linda. Evelina looked at her husband's older brother and thought that maybe precisely because he is the main character, his thinking is different. Raising a cup of tea to his mouth, Connor fixed a cold and demanding gaze on Edith, and he asked the girl what she thought about it. Evelyn immediately came to her senses when she was addressed and asked her eldest son what he asked her about. He talked about the fact that he was the only one who would leave this mansion, as well as the situation between them, Connell and Lady Linda. Connor clearly hinted to the girl to take his side. All the crazy and worried glances were directed at Edith. Now the joint future of one of the brothers depended on her. The girl looked menacingly at the man in front of her and realized that it was too much on his part to put such pressure on her. A very impudent question. Evelina already, of course, understood that it was not in her position to count on love, but it was obscene to lower a person to the bottom and mock him. Everyone in this family had absolutely no manners. She pulled her hair back, took the cup, and proudly said that she didn't care. Both brothers looked at Edith in surprise. The elder expressed his surprise by asking what this meant, their faces expressing incomprehension. The girl explained that the inspection of the lands was the responsibility of the heir to the duchy, which means these were the direct responsibilities of Mr. Connor, and asked what right she had to tell him to go or not. The man wanted to object, but Edith continued, because to be honest about Linda's trip with him, it seemed to her that it would not be easy for her yet. Such a long journey on the map is quite difficult, and the lady was not even his wife. It would be too burdensome to ask her to do this, she said, and looked at Linda. Although the girl was covering herself with her hand, it was clearly visible from her side how greedy her expression and sly smile were. Evelina was surprised, and she even became scared to look at such Linda. The air seemed to thicken, but the next moment the girl's face changed sharply, raising her eyebrows. She plaintively asked Connor if he had to go for an examination now. Evelyn looked at the girl in surprise. She did not understand what it had just happened and did not understand whether she imagined it. However, she decided to explain this later. Now it was not her who needed to be dealt with, and took a sip of the cooling tea. Connor said that for now, these were just words, and said that her daughter-in-law had a very generous heart. His eyes looked straight into Evelina's soul, as if he read her right through, but at the same time he despised and respected her. It was he who was Edith's main problem. The main character is an asshole. At night that same day, Connell went out onto the large terrace and thought about what happened earlier. He did not understand why his wife behaved this way, but for some reason, it even amused him and did not upset him at all. All his emotions were on his face. He smiled softly, remembering the scene a couple of hours ago. Suddenly, from behind him, a woman's voice was heard calling his name, and being careful, he looked behind him in shock. Little Linda came out from behind the door and carefully asked what Connell was doing here late at night, alone in the middle of the terrace. Even with the moonlight at night, she looked simply excellent in the man's eyes, and asked if anything was wrong. The young man was glad to see Linda here, and said that everything was in order, and that he had heard that she had been ordered new dresses today. His mother loved to dress the girl in new clothes. Linda said that her mother bought her a lot of new dresses every time, that she felt guilty. Connell, smiling, asked what her fault was, because the Duchess was always jealous of families who had daughters. And besides, Linda herself cared a lot about Lady Amelia, so they should be grateful to her for her work. Her husband and sons were raised as knights, so she was lonely all her life. But be that as it may, Linda thought that buying new dresses for Edith would make her much happier. Connell asked why she thought so, and then the girl explained that Edith had not chosen a single dress, but had decided to remake the ones she had brought with her. She also helped with the choice of a dress for the Duchess. but the young man was already worried only about what he had heard earlier. He could not believe that it was the same Edith Riegelhoff who never wore the same dress twice. He grinned, correctly interpreting his wife's motives. He said that she was disgusted to buy a dress for herself, but for them it was normal. The girl said that he misunderstood her, but the young man no longer heard anything. He believed that she did not like the studio, but at the wedding she was in a very vulgar dress. But then she started wearing only modest clothes, and although today she didn't piss him off much, everything becomes obvious when she shows her insides. It's true, she was vulgar and disgusting, Connell thought to himself, but at the same time he remembered her beauty when she hid herself from him in the bathroom. And then a moment appeared in my head where they were arguing with her, and how Edith, looking at him menacingly, asked if he was trying to hurt her. Many thoughts were mixed up in his head. He climbed deep into his consciousness. Even the breeze from the open terrace did not help. His head ached like crazy. The girl was worried about the quick change in behavior of her named brother, who was holding his head but did not ask anything about this. Suddenly she asked if he still didn't like Edith, to which Connell called her not a girl but a snake. Now she was lying quietly on the floor, but when everyone relaxes, she will bare her fangs. He thought that sooner or later she would ask him to find him another studio so that it would match her vulgar taste, and did not notice Linda's objections at all. And for the sake of preserving their reputation, they would have no choice. In the morning, Anna told the Lord that her perfume and blush were almost gone, and asked if she should call a perfumer and a cosmetics dealer. Standing at the mirror, Edith turned in surprise at the maid, wondering what she was trying to convey to her. And then she realized that cosmetics really wouldn't replenish themselves, and naturally she would have to spend her own money to buy them. And at that moment, Evelina realized that she would have to spend money. She really would. But where could she get so much? Edith's position in this work was very unstable, and therefore she saved money to be ready for a situation when she needed it. The other day she asked to remove the diamond beads from the dresses when she sent them out for repairs, but had not yet exchanged them. But Edith was an aristocrat, so it was worth buying luxury items like cosmetics and perfume. All her life she saved and stored, so she didn't know how to spend it all for her. Hiding in the toilet and putting on smudged lipstick was a luxury. And now that she thought about it, it seemed to her that even this shouldn't have been done, probably. She didn't want anyone to find out that they didn't love her, and since she was now reborn, she had to enjoy it to the fullest, try all the delights of life in this novel, and ordered Anna to call the perfumer. The perfumer arrived, but the girl's face clearly did not express joy. On the contrary, it expressed complete shock and horror. She did not understand what she had just heard. And a moment earlier, something happened that Evelina could not have expected. Initially, the man listened and praised the scent of Ashley's rose. It was the style that many young girls prefer. The refreshing smell of grass combined with a slight hint of Ashley, strawberry, and herbal amber. The girl sat in anticipation. The perfumer said that if she wanted, he could reproduce the smell almost identical to this one, and asked what Edith thought about this. The girl asked what the cost of such perfume would be. One bottle is of such a size that it would cost about 90,000 senna. The price shocked Evelina. She thought that 900,000 won for a bottle of perfume more than exceeded her food expenses for 1 month in her previous life. And while the girl was shocked by the price, the maid noticed her condition, and she decided to come to the aid of her mistress. So she asked the male perfumer about perfumes made from other types of roses. The man with the monocle replied that the most used variety of the rose family is Titania. It is rich and long-lasting, so it is the first thing that comes to mind when we say the word rose. But his scent is too heavy for young girls, and he would like to recommend Ashley, which she has used so far, or Thesis or Nathaniel. Evelyn mentally compared the man to a consultant in a store. This volume would cost about 200,000 senna, but it also promised that the scent would be luxurious and deeper than that of Ashley roses. Edith panicked. It cost more than 2 million won for a bottle of perfume with a volume of 100 milliliters. And so she answered a little nervously that she would probably leave her favorite scent, because after all, it would be a little strange to change the scent of perfume so suddenly. Anna, after watching the mistress for a bit, decided to offer her her own version and asked what she thought about mixing a little Ashley and Nathaniel's rose. She said that she might be more comfortable using a familiar scent, but now that she was married, it would be nice to have a deeper scent. The perfumer said that it was an excellent compromise, and that he could try to fit the same volume into the amount of 130,000 senna. Edith thought about it, and a little embarrassed by her words and speculations, she asked if it was possible to make a discount and make perfume for 120,000 senna. The man, discouraged, asked her again, and said that then he himself would have nothing left for his work. The maid also looked at the mistress in surprise and thought again. But this time, we didn't have to wait much, and the girl immediately offered a new price and more confidently asked for 125,000 senna. The man was completely shocked that the aristocrat was bargaining with her. And then the girl quickly explained her position, worried that she would not get the best reputation, said that she did not want people to say that she spent a lot of money immediately after marriage, and in return promised that she would definitely contact them next time. Surprised, the man, scratching his cheek, remembered God and mentioned that the Duke's daughter-in-law was very careful, saying that he would have to give in to him. He said that he would trust Evelina's words and would make a discount. The girl joyfully thanked the perfumer for the concession. Anna was shocked. Having escorted the man out of the mansion, the girl grabbed her head and thought why the hell there were such huge prices in this world. Anna said that she would tell her about the cosmetics that she had purchased. And so, there were only 3 items on the table. Only one perfume, blush, and a brush for them cost the girl 1.5 million won. Mentally sobbing over the loss, she thought that she felt like the greedy grandmother inside her was also crying. Leaning back in her chair, she plunged into thought before she couldn't buy what she wanted because her hands were shaking. In fact, even if she spent more, this amount would not even be accepted as money here. She has it, but she cannot use it. So she thought that she was pathetic. But also, for her from a past life who was robbed by her brother, who valued her meager salary, spending money felt like a sin. However, Evelina was in no hurry to despair. She just needed time to get used to spending more on luxury. Besides, there were many things that could be enjoyed in this life that could not be bought with money. The girl happily told the maid that she would be leaving the Sistine Hall for a while. Entering the beautiful room decorated with art, the girl was delighted as for the first time it felt as if she had rented an art museum. She asked what was the point of expensive perfumes in front of this real luxury. They are here in all shapes and sizes. Turning her head in the other direction, the girl said admiringly that these paintings were so detailed, as if they had been photographed, and asked how they achieved this. Looking at another piece, she said that it looked like Monet's work. The reflected rays of light were incredible, and she could look at such masterpieces up close. Then the girl approached one of the largest paintings in the Sistine Ash, a man on a horse during a battle. Pressing her hand to her chest, Evelina began to examine its dimensions, style, realism, and emotions. The picture struck her so much that the girl could say simply incredible from words. Moving away a little, she sat down on the floor, leaning her back on the clay workstand, and began to examine this majestic work from afar. Suddenly a voice was heard that woke the girl up from her thoughts, saying that she had a rather unusual way of assessing. Although the girl immediately recognized this man by his voice, she turned to the man approaching her and asked Connell if it was him. Evelina, a little embarrassed and nervous, asked what her husband was doing here. Connell asked the girl what was strange about him coming to see his family's art. The woman was caught, and she looked away to the side so as not to look this man in the eye and said that it was so. Connell said, as if he was running into a conflict, that although the Riegelhoffs were not very interested in art, it must have been surprising to her that such a place existed at all. But the girl understood all this, and without falling for his bait, replied that he was right. She was really shocked. And resting her chin on her hand, looking at the work in fascination, she asked how there could be so many emotions in one picture. The tragedy and cruelty of war is well shown, and in the man you can see the desire to end the tragedy, however. It was clear that he was not at all happy about the praise of others. War is not something you can be happy about, even if you win. After listening to his wife's reasoning, the man remained silent for some time, discouraged by her knowledge and interest. But then, bowing his head down, he explained that this work was dedicated to the victory of his grandfather in the war against the Yankee Kingdom. The girl was surprised to learn such details, and even more amazed that this man was her husband's grandfather. Cannell said in surprise that he had assumed, but it seemed that she really didn't know this. Edith confirmed his words. The man said that he had never heard of her being interested in art, and asked why she came here then. Rising from the floor, Edith replied that when you get older, tastes change. Connell asked his wife if she had a favorite author. The girl said that this embarrassed her because she had only recently become interested in art, so she did not know a single author. The young man asked if she knew anyone at all. Evelyn thought that he again wanted to make fun of her, and, turning to her husband with a smile, replied that, yes, as he knew very well, the Riegelhoffs were not very interested in art. The girl's words struck me to the core, and I was also confused by the fact that she exactly repeated the words he had said earlier, and her excellent smile while speaking them. Walking further, Evelina saw a rather interesting small picture and stopped. Having become interested, she began to say something about the boy on it, and Connell suddenly realized what kind of picture had attracted his wife's attention. The painting showed a small boy sitting boredly on a curved tree trunk, holding a homemade spear, and sheep grazing next to him. The husband embarrassedly said that when he was little he was forced to become a model for an artist close to his father. Edith thought that she had not even asked him about this, but continued to peer with interest. A little irritated, Connell asked his wife why she was staring like that. The girl said that it was nothing. Then the irritated husband asked what she was looking for there. The girl, smiling shyly, stood up and walked away from the picture, saying that it was nothing like that, he was just kind of small. The man, not understanding what she was talking about, looked after his wife, raising his eyebrows. Edith's words reached him. His face turned red, and he frowned, embarrassed and stuttering, and asked what it meant and began to make excuses, saying that naturally it was not him who was the model of the body, but only his face in the picture. Evelina joyfully said that everything was clear to her, but the man still shouted in embarrassment that it was obvious the noble son could not expose his body in front of the artist. Edith, spreading her arms to the sides and squeezing her shoulders, said sarcastically that she understood and thought that no one asked him. The man, embarrassed by their dialogue, raised his head and swore. Irritated, he turned away and left the Sistine Hall, saying that it was impossible to discuss art in it. Evelina giggled embarrassedly. Laughing when her husband left the hall, she asked out loud that if she didn't joke like that, how could she still survive in such a place? Here, the girl stopped and thought, after which she sheepishly returned to the picture and said that she thought he had more now. A few days later, the weather was simply delightful, and the girl went out for a walk in the garden. Adjusting her hat and smiling, she said that if she could live like this all her life, she would not need to wish for anything. 2 months have passed since she became Edith, and she has adapted much better than she thought to the peaceful life of an aristocrat who needs to do a minimum of work. The cool breeze and dazzling sunshine, the air so pleasant, she thought about every day being like this. She had the Sistine Hall inside the mansion, which can be enjoyed every day, luxurious cosmetics that do not need to be regretted, the best cuisine that can be enjoyed with every meal. Although there were also glances that looked at her with hostility, Anna, whom she saw most often every day, is always polite and treats her with respect. There was much more that caught our attention, but the girl's thoughts were stopped as soon as she saw someone she knew. Roland walked along the terrace with a folder and scrolls in his hands. The girl happily turned around and said that she had not seen him for a long time. The green-eyed man stopped and asked the lady how she was doing and what she was doing here. Edith replied that she was just taking a walk and explained that the last few days she liked to enjoy walks in the garden in the morning. Smiling, she said that thanks to his excursions, she is well-oriented and often visits the Sistine Hall. The man said that this is wonderful. But the inspired girl still did not lag behind him, bombarding him with various questions, whether he had eaten and how beautiful the weather was today. Raising his head, Roland wanted to answer the girl or just say something, but did not continue. Tilting her head in surprise, Edith asked the man what he wanted to say. Having adjusted her glasses, the attendant once said that she didn't want to say anything. The lady hesitated, but she still said that in any case he was probably very busy, and she would not distract him, saying that she would see him later, and waved her hand. Roland looked after the girl, still intending to say something, but he turned away and scratched the bridge of his nose and thought that nothing would happen anyway. Evelina happily walked up behind a tree and smilingly thought that she had reached this place today without incident. After all, the real purpose of her morning walks was to view the training ground. She watched in embarrassment, hiding behind a tree, and today her husband was again in great shape when he fought against the eldest son of the Ludwigs. Edith looked at him every time it was like the first time. He was so stunning. This man with a wide chest, muscles, and a sculpted back. Although it was terribly and annoying, he was really unrealistically handsome. There was no point in denying it. She liked Connell more than Connor instead of the typical gnarled protagonist body. Connell's defined muscles were more to her liking. The men continued their battle, and Edith, in order not to be late, had to move back a little. The girl came out from behind the tree. Now she had enjoyed the wonderful spectacle. She could leave. She held her gaze. And apparently not in vain, her husband smiled brightly and widely, looking somewhere to the side, sweat dripping from his face and his body glistening in the sun. The girl's eyes opened wide, looking down at the training ground and her hubby on it, although he smiled not at her, but at a girl whom he had known for longer than her and called her by name, Linda. Evelina raised her eyebrows. There was a blush on her cheeks. Perhaps somewhere deep down she was upset, but now she was only thinking about what kind of face Connell has. In 20 years of life as Evelina, she would never have thought that she could go crazy like that. In her previous life, she had never seen a truly handsome man, and happy tears formed in her eyes, but she could not concentrate on work. She needed to throw out these thoughts and finally get down to business. The girl sighed in frustration. Today on the agenda was the analysis of documents for the family's weapons and armor. Such information about the state of weapons is very important. The fact that she was assigned to sort out such documents probably meant that she was trusted. The girl suddenly looked questioningly and in surprise to the side at the figure approaching her. It was Linda, and she asked Edith in surprise what she had in her hands. Evelina explained that she distributed information into tables from documents that her mother gave her. The girl asked what kind of table it was. Edith explained that this was a summary of all the information in this document, and wanted to continue explaining, but she realized Linda's surprised face. And amazed by this situation, I thought that here, in this world, there really was no such thing as a table. From a historical perspective, tables like these have existed since ancient times, but the author may have intentionally created a world without them because documents written in solid text looked better visually. In any case, Edith asked whether it was easier to perceive information when it was written down in this way. She thought that the quick-witted Linda would definitely notice the effectiveness of this method of recording. However, contrary to her expectations, the blue-eyed girl said that such a method would be inconvenient for other people. Evelina wondered if this was true, although maybe she really was too hasty with the innovation. Linda stood up when she saw the lady and asked if something had happened. The blonde told Duchess Amelia that it was just Edith who wanted to ask her something. Evelina was surprised. Mother said that Lady Linda helps Edith so much, praising her, although she was just explaining this to Linda. This reminded Papadanka of a moment in their past life when her colleague told her boss that Evelina was still ineptly handling documents, saying that she would correct them herself and was sucking up to her superiors. And just like in a previous life, it was damn unfair and very offensive. The girl looked sullenly at the table, after which she turned to her mother, saying that if she didn't mind, then she would like to know her opinion about the tables. The Duchess was surprised. Edith explained that the documents contained a lot of information, so she decided to briefly organize it as follows. She pointed to the table. In one cell, she entered the type of weapon. In the other, she wrote only basic information about each item. There was written both the quantity and the price for a future purchase, and if you arrange it this way, you can understand everything at first glance. Then Evelina looked up and realized that she had now openly opposed Linda. She realized that she had definitely gone crazy, but she was going to move away from the image of the villain and wanted to correct the situation, saying that Linda had actually told her. But suddenly her speech was interrupted by her mother's enthusiastic cry. The girl jerked in surprise and looked at the Duchess. She glowed and said that all the important information was written down here, but briefly, so it was easy to understand at a glance. Amelia asked how Edith came up with this idea, and the girl asked if she liked this table idea. Amelia, smiling, said that of course this is a really skillful way, and said that from now on we should try to organize all documents in this way. The Duchess asked if Edith could try to write down all the documents she was currently working on so that others could watch her work and learn. The girl was inspired by such praise and recognition of her powers as the second Chief Ludwig, and said that of course she could. Linda watched this whole scene full of joy, and she was very unhappy that all the mistress's attention was so suddenly given to another girl. The documents passed into the hands of the youngest son of Duchess Amelia, and he asked his mother what she wanted to say. Is it really possible that organization in the form of a grid is precisely this method that Edith came up with? The Duchess joyfully confirmed his words. With her hands folded on her stomach and her head tilted to the side, she smiled and praised her daughter-in-law's achievements and said that she was very smart. Linda looked at them. Connell said it certainly looked quite effective, but in such a compressed form, it was also easy to move it outside the estate. His mother looked at her son with sadness. She realized that he did not really love his wife, and therefore, with her hand on her chest, she asked him if this child was not in the same marriage of convenience as he himself. It was even worse for her. She left her home, and she found herself surrounded by people she didn't know. Stroking her son's hand, she asked if he couldn't show her at least a little sympathy. The Duchess herself understood Edith's feelings, so she told her son to think about it. Connell frowned and looked irritably at his mother. He did not want to accept Edith even as a person. What kind of sympathy could there be when there was a knock on the door? Roland appeared from the open door, apologizing for such a sudden intrusion. He didn't know that the gentleman was also here, and said that if he was in the way, he could come back later. The Duchess said that Roland was just in time, that she wanted to show him something and asked him to come over. Connell looked at the servant menacingly. While his mother explained that she wrote down the documents that he handed over to Edith in her own way in the morning, the young man looked to the side. Linda was still working hard with documents there. She still had work here. Connell told her that his mother seemed pleased with Edith and asked what the girl thought about her. Linda looked away, a little embarrassed, and said uncertainly that the lady had said everything correctly. The girl looked at the floor and said that, as he had heard himself, Edith was quite smart and well-educated. She clutched the dress and said that, unlike her, she had not received any education from the Sinclair family. Even if she didn't know anything, she would learn it quickly. The man raised his head up, looking down at his girlfriend. He thought that there was something wrong here. The fact that Linda is now helping Mother with her work is only because she has been continuously studying this since the age of 4 in the duchy. If Edith is so good that her friend would envy her. This means that it was not only that she was smart, but most likely that she was specially trained in such things. He thought that her opinions about painting last time in the Sistine Hall were quite philosophical, which meant that she was not the idiot from the rumors. It had just begun to get light outside when there was a knock on Evelina's room, and she went out to meet the uninvited guest. Her husband, Connell, stood in front of her, proudly throwing his head up. He was dressed like a brand new man, and his hair was beautifully styled. Scratching her cheek, the girl embarrassedly asked her husband if anything had happened so early in the morning. A little jokingly, she asked if the purpose of his arrival was that he wanted to see her. But of course this was not the case. The man walked into the room and asked if she wanted him to quickly get to the point and get out of there. Edith leaned over, peeking from behind him, and answered the question with a question, as if she asked him to stay longer, he would do it. Turning his head to his wife, Connell said that she was quite perceptive, to which the girl replied that she was not taught to lose. The man exhaled dissatisfiedly and rolled his eyes as if confirming his guesses. She said that it was visible. For the girl, this situation was funny. Every time she saw Connell, she just wanted to make fun of him. Despite the fact that in her situation it would be useless to fall on her knees, begging not to kill herself, and in general, why did he come so early? Was Count Riegelhoff again starting some kind of provocation? Was she caught spying on him on every walk? Edith thought. And if not, could it be because Linda was upset about yesterday, and he came to blame her for it, as she thought? It was not worth doing. It won't happen until he started scolding her. It was necessary to somehow dilute the atmosphere with an insignificant conversation, she thought, and said that today the weather was beautiful. The man folded his arms across his chest and looked at his wife with displeasure, which indicated that the wind was a little cold, perhaps because it was still early. He looked at the neatly lying and combed hair, the delicate and fair skin, and the fragility of the girl. But even looking at this irritated him. The man frowned, thinking that all this was a pretense in front of him, and the next moment Connell hit the balcony frame. The door that Edith was about to open turned out to be as if he had her in a vice. This situation embarrassed the girl very much. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She stuttered and tried to ask Connell what he was doing. The man leaned his head closer to her ear. He had a different attitude, but Edith was already blushing terribly from how close the man was to her. When he suddenly said that his mother's favorite atelier was noble and elegant, and asked if that was why it didn't suit her vulgar taste, Evelyn was stunned. She looked forward in surprise. Goosebumps ran across her skin, and she asked what her husband was talking about. Connell said irritably that she was known for her habit of not wearing the same dress twice, and did not buy one then. Smiling maliciously, he stated that even her methods of protest were quite primitive. Edith looked at him in the reflection of the glass. She grabbed the door handle and thought that she simply did not order new dresses to change her shocking and wasteful image, but even this became a reason for hatred. The man smugly declared that if she wants to say something, then let her speak directly, he will listen. Evelina turned sharply at her husband with the intention of hitting him, but came to her senses and, without doing so, looked at him menacingly, frightening him. Looking threateningly and disappointedly at Connell, she announced to him that he knew nothing at all about her. She said that if she didn't like that studio, she would have found another, and asked if she looked like a person who would be stopped by someone else's opinion. She got angry and shouted at her husband that he was just looking for a reason to hate her. Looking menacingly, she asked if he was trying in any way to convince himself that the reason was her, that it was all her fault, right? The man was surprised, and moving away from the danger that the girl concealed in her eyes, asked what she said. And Edith explained that she understood everything from the moment she entered the wedding ceremony hall. He blamed her for everything and wanted to find peace in this way. Placing her hands on her belt, she seemed to duplicate the words of his mother, as if he were the only victim here, so cowardly. The man was taken aback by such a statement in his direction. His eyebrows closed on the bridge of his nose. He chuckled and asked if this could be considered an expression of her feelings after she got this position by threatening and blackmailing his family. The girl, raising her eyebrows pitifully, asked in shock and anger if he wanted to say that she personally did it. He furrowed his brows, and a mischievous grin appeared on his face and asked if she wanted to tell him that she was not part of the Regals and was different from them. The girl looked at her husband in amazement. Raising her eyebrows, now everything was clear to her. For all the people here, she was just simply Regalhoff. Evelina sadly lowered her head and looked down. Emotionlessly, she continued to look at the floor. Her face was darker than the darkest night. Cannell was amazed at the girl in front of him to the core. In such a short period of time, her emotions had changed greatly, but he did not even understand what he had done. She looked at him with a dead and upset look and addressed Cannell by name and said that he knew absolutely nothing about her. Nothing. The man contorted his face as if he was sick of looking at the girl, and a cold and oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. He said that he heard that she was good at helping his mother and warned her not to even think about doing anything suspicious. Hesitating a little, he added that this was the only advice he could give her. Cannell left the room. Edith squatted down in disappointment and said to herself why she was so surprised, as if this was happening for the first time. She held her shoulder and mumbled under her breath. It was stupid to stay and enjoy luxury. She needed to find a way to get out of here as quickly as possible. The man walked not far from his wife's room and stopped. He thought what to do now. He wondered if it was because of the scent of roses that filled his room, that his head was foggy and he had no idea what she was talking about. The words Edith said to him that he knew nothing about her flashed through his head. He realized that the girl had never made a slip of the tongue, and from the very beginning, he himself could not see her outside the image of the Count's daughter of the Relegohoffs. The man held his head. He thought why, according to the data that he had, there was not even a story about Count Regalhoff. Holding his hands on his forehead, he was thinking about why his head had started to hurt so often lately, when suddenly someone called him. His close friend Linda walked towards Cannell, smiling, wishing him good morning. She looked at her friend in surprise and saw his broken state. Coming closer, she asked him why he had that expression on his face. The girl put her hand to Connell's forehead to measure his temperature, and the man heard a barely perceptible aroma of violets. Linda was like a wild flower blooming in a field, just as alive and simple. She said that there was no temperature. Everything was exactly as he thought. The strong aroma of roses was simply nauseating, and smiling, he told his friend not to take that into her head. Hugging the girl, he said that it was because he had seen the unfortunate girl in the morning. Linda scolded her friend for speaking about Edith like that again. For him, this girl was just a spy sent by Count Regalhoff. He clenched his fist and asked if the food had been served. There was no need to think about it further. Anna entered the room and asked her mistress if she had called her. Edith stood alone at the window and, smiling sadly, asked the maid if she would like to go for a walk together. In a past life, when she was depressed, she would order a large iced Americano and walk around mindlessly. Anna said that she would not refuse and said that she would warn the Duchess and then prepare an outfit for her. Edith thanked the maid. Being imprisoned inside 4 walls made her feel more and more depressed, and, if you think about it, after moving into this body, she never walked down the street. As soon as Evelina went outside, she immediately felt better and felt her mood improve. Anna asked her mistress where they were going, glad that she got out into the street. The girl didn't even think about it. She said that she was the one who actually wanted to ask this question to her because, to be honest, she had never gone to the main street alone. Anna was surprised and, looking away from her mistress, suggested in this case that their destination should be what Edith wanted to do. If she was looking for a cute tailor shop, jewelry store, dessert cafe, and similar establishments, then Marie Street was a good choice. Darcis Street is home to cultural institutions, such as art galleries and opera houses, as well as banks and several specialty shops. One of the capital's most popular patisseries, Peridot, is also located on Darcis Street. Strawberry cake and other sweets are notorious for being difficult to buy, even if you queue up before the patisserie opens. Edith said in surprise that Anna was very knowledgeable on this issue and asked if she could find a jeweler. It would also be nice to have a good shopping place. Anna said that if we talk about jewelry stores, Ambil has been operating since ancient times, and the relatively recently opened Datrice or Ruth Pecan not far from the main street are also good. She recommended these 3 stores. Evelina could not believe for a long time that Anna was not a character, but a walking encyclopedia, explaining all the intricacies of the world for the convenience of the writer. The maid called the thoughtful mistress, and Edith said that they were going to Darcis Street, and she would like to sort out some of the jewelry that she took off from her clothes last time. Anna said that their carriage was ready on the other side. The girls came out of the jewelry store. She counted the money she earned from the jewelry, 4,900,000, 5,100,000. They demanded a fairly fair price for the jewelry. Edith spoke that the diamonds were the smallest, but the price for them was the highest. Anna looked at her mistress in surprise. Then she asked the maid if the bank was on this street, and if she had mixed up anything. The girl said that everything was correct. If they walked a little further, they would come to the largest bank. After a while, the girl happily stretched and said that she had finally finished with all her work. Although she was a little worried because she didn't know what the bank here did, setting up a bank account was easier than she thought. In any case, in this society, there is no such thing as an ID, so the bank had no problem using an alias when her money was outside the mansion. She felt much more at ease. Because now it was impossible to know in advance when and for what she would be kicked out of the duchy. She said that there was a lot to do today. She suggested taking a walk, but instead she was doing business. Therefore, she suggested that the girl now eat something tasty and asked if she knew a local restaurant with delicious food. Now that she had a financial cushion, she would be on the next list, Evelina thought. Then she asked Anna what they said, that common people don't have personal carriages, then what they ride on when they go on a trip. It's worth finding out about this world in advance. Thoughtful, the girl looked up and said that most often they rent a carriage or pay for a ticket for a freight car of a train, since tickets for a passenger car are too expensive. They say that freight cars are very cramped and shake a lot because the seating density is too high. She said that Edith could imagine this car as a cart with a roof. To get to the local town, you need to take the train at the station at the southern gate of the capital. In cheap taverns, they ask for 3,000 sene per night, and in more expensive places, 7,000 sen if you sleep in a stable. It is better to beware of fleas. Edith looked to the side thoughtfully. She had other questions besides this. But it is unlikely that Anna will not report to the Ludwig family about the fact of her departure and will not convey all the available information on this matter today. She will dwell on this issue. Having finished her portion, the maid wiped her face with a handkerchief and, noticing the expression on the mistress's face, asked if she needed anything else. Resting her cheek with her hand, Edith smilingly replied that there was no need. Thanks to her, she finished her work much faster, and her company significantly improved her mood. She would answer the next questions herself. Sitting in the library, the girl read a book and said that this was the way to distinguish fresh grains from old ones, and wondered if she could farm if she read books on this topic. The door to the room opened, and hiding her face behind a book, the girl asked in surprise who was there. Anna entered the room. Edith asked what brought her. The maid replied that the Duchess was looking for her. Her Highness said that the jeweler had arrived. Evelina looked at the ceiling in surprise, trying to remember whether such an episode was in the original plot. She couldn't believe that today was the same day, the day of the original jewelry episode in which Edith was humiliated. The visit of the jeweler from the opalite store, who visits the Duke's family every season, is the episode when Edith first received what she deserved in the Ludwig house. All the residents of the house, as always, pay attention only to Linda, who cannot object to anything. After all, she was still not comfortable that Edith remained aloof from the attention of the rest of the family. She tried to rectify the situation by stopping everyone and offering a piece of jewelry, which in her opinion suited Edith, who could not stand being recommended such a plain necklace. And she asked how she was so sure that it would suit her, saying that Linda had poor eyesight or blurred vision. She hoped she wasn't talking about her in an ironic manner. The girl said it wasn't like that. Connell rolled his eyes, and Edith said that she liked the rest of the jewelry, except for the last one, after which Connor bought all the jewelry for his sister with a blank signed check, and Edith was left with the last one. All this makes up a pleasant episode for the readers. Let's move to the present. Edith was reaching for the decorations on the table. A voice nearby said that this aquamarine color matched Linda's hats perfectly. With the bright color of the dress, they make an ideal combination, as does the pearl necklace. The voices were talking to each other. The girl was thinking about what the Duchess had left alone and removed her hand from her neck. Amelia said it was different from the white pearl necklace she wore last time, perhaps because of the cream color. Connor asked about a different piece of jewelry. Linda, embarrassed by her brother's offer, was indignant that he was offering a diamond again. She already had a lot of jewelry from previous purchases. Usually, Edith sat between them and helped them with advice. But today the day was much stranger than usual, and she looked to the side. Cannell was sitting next to her. He was telling Linda to just accept it. They both loved those necklaces, so why not buy them? Evelina did not want to go because she was embarrassed to see Connell. She was sure that Edith would feel depressed and look at the decorations on the table. While she was thinking about how much something like this could cost, Linda suddenly abruptly stopped Connor and Matushka. She called Edith. The girl twitched in fear, worrying whether she had looked depressed and disappointed just now. She pointed to the red necklace and said that it would suit her best. The girl was embarrassed. She was offered such beauty. Putting her finger on her chin, she said that the necklace was really beautiful and asked if it was a ruby. The jeweler praised Edith's vision, saying that it was a ruby of the highest standard. The design of the gold chain and the setting of the stone in the setting were also high-quality work. The Duchess asked why Edith should not try on this jewelry. Evelina asked if she really could do this and reached for the decoration, when suddenly another hand overtook her. The girl withdrew her hand in surprise and looked at her husband, questioningly calling him by name. Cannell removed the necklace from the stand, fingered it, and carefully examined how the fastening on it worked. After which, slightly frowning, irritated either by his position or by the clasp of the jewelry, he told her to turn her back. As a result, he got up from the sofa and stood behind the girl and put the ruby on her. Edith thought in surprise about his facial expression and the way he behaved. But then she realized what the essence of the matter was and raised her head and her gaze at the people opposite. This was because the Duchess was here, and Evelina realized that she could not make her mother worry. She used all her feminine charisma and turned to Connell and asked her husband how he was. The husband's face turned red from the surprise and beauty of the girl that he saw right in front of him. He pursed his lip, but just as quickly as his surprise was, he came to his senses and turning his head to the side, he said that it looked quite good. Edith joyfully and embarrassedly asked her husband if he really thought so, and he embarrassedly asked to give him the invoice for this necklace. Connor said it was his first gift to his bride and called him a wonderful husband, saying he would pay for the rest. The Duchess, raising her eyebrows, was indignant at her eldest son, because if he buys all the jewelry for Linda, then Edith will not get anything. However, our heroine objected to her mother and said that she did not want to buy more than planned. Connor looked approvingly at his brother's bride. So Evelina continued to persuade her mother to drop this situation, saying that one piece of jewelry was enough for her. The Duchess gave in. But, be that as it may, she really wanted to know how much she would get from the sale of one large piece of jewelry. The trembling in her body from the injustice subsided, and the girl came to her senses, realizing what she was thinking about. She put her hand on her chest, and looking at the necklace, she realized that even if she was in the most desperate situation, she couldn't sell this necklace even then. One evening, she began to sort through the accumulated letters for the entire time she had been here. Edith said that she ignores them with such effort, and they never stop sending her invitations, and threw the letter into the fireplace. Evelyn wondered how often Edith had gone to parties in the past, explaining to herself that she must have gone out and started rumors about Linda. Suddenly, among the letters on her lap, she noticed a familiar coat of arms. It was the sign of the county of Riegelhof. She unpacked the envelope and began to read with caution in the letter. Her father asked Edith to read more carefully. He said that he had given enough time to get used to the Ludwigs. He asked how long he should wait. Didn't she have to do her part of the work, and said that he had heard rumors that she was helping the Duchess with documents, since she has access to the papers of the duchy, and if among them there are weapons and armor, then it was necessary to steal from them, or take notes if the first is difficult to do. At the end of his address, he wrote that he would be waiting for a response confirming the work completed. The girl slightly squeezed the sheet. Evelina looked upset. She thought that Count Riegelhof knew that she was helping the Duke's family with documents. She assumed that this was his way of hinting that among the people in the Ludwig house there was also a Riegelhof spy. Frowning, the girl looked menacingly to the side, thinking about who this spy could be, as well as how to answer her father, and put the sheet of paper on the table. Taking a pen in her hand, she decided to write a response to her father, and began by politely addressing Edith's respected father. She wrote that the Duchy of Ludwig, which she visited in person, is unshakable and beyond imagination. If someone was going to destroy this stability, then the unfortunate person should be prepared to lose his family. Besides, in all the time here, she has not committed a single bad act. The title of nobility, in all aspects, was Varley, and the power of His Majesty the Emperor, and asked why he so hated the unique under Ludwig, Evelyn wrote, pleased with herself. She continued, writing down that now that His Majesty the Emperor is well with Her Highness the Princess. Therefore, at this moment there was no reason for Archduke Patrick to occupy the throne. She believed that the most desirable options would be to abandon betrayal and develop the strengths of the Riegelhof family. And all this under the auspices of the Ludwig family. She ended her message by indicating the sincerity of Edith's words. Finally, she expressed everything she wanted. This is probably how the situation looked from the frying pan into the fire. She was sure that the Count would not go further in abandoning his ambitions. And although it did not last long to concern his married daughter and the work was done carefully, things soon turned in an unexpected direction. The head of the estate and the Ludwig family, Duke Jonathan, summoned the girl to his place and said with a menacing look that she had just trampled her father and the honor of the house into the mud. But he insisted, asking again and again, did Edith hand over the documents of the dukedom to a third party? Sitting opposite on a burgundy velvet sofa, the girl assured that she had in no way done this. Then the Duke asked her to swear on her father's honor. And she, without thinking for a second, swore also with her life and honor. All four men believed that in this case she had just trampled her father and the honor of the house into the mud. She jerked forward out of resentment and anger, not understanding what he was talking about and wanting to refute everything. Soon the Duke asked Renan to come over and handed him some documents. This guy quickly handed them to Edith, who nervously took them, not understanding what to expect. Having examined the papers more closely, she recognized them as the documents that she had recently been given to sort out. The man confirmed and added that all the data in it has no value. The fact is that Renan specially prepared this for her. And the fact that her father sold the items on these lists is proof that he used false information. Edith reacted rather suspiciously, with misunderstanding, and what does her father have to do with it? The girl asked for forgiveness, saying that she did not understand what the problem was. She began to reason because there must be another reason why they entrusted her with fake documents. It doesn't matter at all whether they gave them to her or not. She only did what she was told to do, and did not pass this information on to anyone. It seemed amazing to the men that even in such a situation she pretended to be innocent, but then the information to which only she had access got to Count Riegelhoff. Hearing that the information was provided only to her, the girl was very surprised. They don't want to say that only she could see these documents, but what about Renan, who was in charge of the documents, and the servants occupying the same office, as well as the Duchess and Lady Lise, who studied them together? The man took these words as an accusation against the people of the Ludwig family. Out of anger, they even called her Edith Riegelhoff, if you think about it. That's what it was like in the original book. After the wedding, she was never addressed as Edith Ludwig, and yet she was led into a sham marriage. The girl passively-aggressively suggested, then what is Lady Lisa's name? By chance, it's not Lisa Ludwig. With this, she not only shocked everyone in the room, but also made the Count shout with anger that she should watch her language. She again said that the Duchess and Lady Lise both knew that Edith was sorting out these documents. She, of course, guessed that she would be the first to fall under suspicion if this happened. After all, if they trusted her, they would not have entrusted her with fake documents. Not only would they not have allowed her to hold them, she would not even have been allowed to touch them. She immediately understood everything and summed it up. They wanted to put pressure on Count Riegelhoff. But to do this, they had to confirm involvement in the data leak. The man with a rather serious face continued to look at her. He did not know what to say. When Edith had been looking at the documents for more than a few minutes, the pressure of the men made her think that she was exhausted. She did not understand at all how this document fell into the hands of the Count when she declared that she would not give him anything. She was somewhat sad that Renan, with whom she thought she had a good relationship, betrayed her. But to be honest, she didn't think that he did it. And there was no way Lisa could have leaked the documents. It's possible that Riegelhoff's spy in the mansion did this, but if there was a spy in the mansion with access to these documents, there would be no reason to send her here, even for a sham marriage. In the original novel, the transfer of documents was, of course, Edith's job. As soon as the girl from the novel began to deal with the documents, the information was immediately transferred to Count Riegelhoff. And the Ludwig family, who fed them false information, deceived the Count without any losses, and Edith, who was exposed, was punished for violating her probation and forever remained an outcast from society. This situation still happened despite all her actions. Isn't it a sign that she, who got the role of Edith, cannot go against the tide of the original novel? Unfortunately, she cannot change the course of history no matter what she does. She already realized then that she would fall further and further to the bottom, until he finally dies at the hands of Killian. Right now, this guy was watching every move and every emotion on Edith's face, but she just sat over the documents almost crying. She wiped away her tears, blaming herself for them, calling herself a fool. She was ashamed to cry in front of these people, but she took her pride into her fist and repeated that she swore on her honor and life. She, assuring them of her innocence, finally said that if they were sure that she did it, then let them cut her throat. Killian wasn't just surprised, he was annoyed. Cliff leaned over the Duke and suggested that further investigation be carried out first. Smirking, he added that, of course, the suspect would be prohibited from going outside. It was decided to keep Edith on probation, and if she was truly innocent, then let her pray that the truth would come out. Having heard about the probationary period, the girl remembered that everything was exactly the same as in the novel. The Duke was about to ask Renan to escort the girl, but Killian, gritting his teeth, said that he would do it himself. He grabbed her hand roughly and pulled her towards the exit. She tried to object to him, but he just silently dragged her into another room, not caring about anyone. The men remaining in the room could only sympathize with the girl, guessing what would happen to her in the room now. As soon as he threw her into the room, he began to shout that she was completely crazy. Edith just said that it would be nice if that were the case. Then he exploded even louder. Didn't she know what Duke Axel Ludwig's nickname was on the battlefield? Hearing that he was called a head cutter, the girl just rolled her eyes and noticed what an exalted nickname he had. Is she seriously offering to cut her throat in front of a man who, if necessary, did not hesitate to send his army, enemy troops, and prisoners to slaughter? The girl seriously asked him if he was annoyed that she said to cut her throat. He only replied that if she committed a crime, she would be punished, and if someone else did it, then the truth would soon come out. Edith turned around in surprise. She even felt a little offended. Then she proudly told him that since he didn't trust her, she wouldn't trust him either, because he considered her to some extent a criminal. Hearing the guy's questioning reaction, she objected, "Isn't that so?" After all, it was he who gave her the forged documents, and also told her what actions the Count had taken based on these papers. And, by the way, he is also involved in the investigation and punishment. And she just sits within four walls and silently accepts any of his sentences. He wanted to stop her and sympathize, to explain, but then he decided to restrain himself. And he simply calmly tried to assure her that he would investigate without any prejudice. Right in front of her, he swore on his honor that he would conduct a fair investigation. He said that he would not allow unfavorable circumstances to turn out in her favor, and that he would keep the girl updated as the investigation progressed. Then she just said, "Let him do as he sees fit. He doesn't want to be biased." Then she asked if there was a situation where she and Lise were on the list of suspects at the same time. Would he be sure that he would be impartial? He was clearly taken by surprise by this question. The weather that day was very warm. The whole castle shone from the sun. The soldiers were already lined up, waiting for the guest arriving on a golden carriage. A young girl, Lise, got out of the carriage. She got out with the help of the young man's hand. As soon as she left, she heard the joyful exclamations of some girl. A short-haired girl in a suit approached her. Waving her hand, she recognized her as the princess. Princess Catherine of Iberia asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. This is the only blood relative of the current emperor, being his younger sister, 4 years younger, the most selfish and spoiled princess in history. A wild beast of the imperial palace that releases its claws before opening its mouth. It is hard to believe that this savage belongs to the line of the imperial family. This is the only aristocrat in the empire with a short haircut. This walking horror of the entire palace wears breeches, even at official celebrations, arguing that dresses irritate her. Even the emperor came to terms with such statements. But when Lady Lise greeted her as befits a princess, the girl did not understand why not by name. She leaned close to the girl and remembered how on her last visit she said that she would arrive in a month, so the princess decided to meet her. Catherine really hoped that the girl had not lost interest in her, because only in front of Lise can you see her friendly. And all this despite the fact that Lise won the heart of her former lover. Cliff approached the girl from behind and asked her to stop embarrassing her, because she was already embarrassed. She laughed, saying that she was just joking, but the guy reminded her that her jokes were quite difficult to distinguish from mockery. They all headed towards the castle entrance together. Princess Catherine suddenly noticed that Killian was not with them, and asked what had happened. Lady Lise immediately explained that he had recently gotten married, and he would not leave Edith to meet. The brother agreed, but added that, to be honest, it's hard to call it a marriage. He believed that this was just an ordinary political game with the Riegelhoffs. Catherine guessed that they had come here together to discuss this. Langston and Riegelhoff were vile names. But this matter can go smoothly thanks to the fact that Edith is stupider than everyone thought. And no one can even remember when this happened. The servant said that His Majesty the Emperor was waiting. Cliff noticed that the Emperor was probably upset because Catherine hated political conversations. The princess was very angry, calling the guy a rude man. He started talking again about the current situation in the country when a hand fell on Lisa's shoulder. It was the princess. She said that she and Lise were going to go for a walk and see a new horse, so that he could discuss all the political wisdom with her brother. She said hello to the Duke and Duchess. Then they said goodbye. It sounded tempting to Cliff. He suddenly remembered his dialogue with his brother. When he asked about the incident, he only complained of a pain in his head and asked him to shut up. At his proposal to go to the Imperial Palace, the guy got very angry and asked why now. He jumped up aggressively, saying that the investigation had not yet been completed, and his father was already sending a report to the palace. Of course, he was going to say that in fact the investigation was still ongoing, but Renan was already calling him. It was the first time in his memory that Killian had reacted this way to his father's actions. A little girl with a black bob couldn't sleep and sniffled at night in the hospital room. Suddenly, she heard a voice from behind. He quietly asked if she was in much pain. When she turned around, she saw a bald girl with an IV. That voice belonged to her. It was Ida, her roommate. She asked if she had woken up the girl, but she replied that she also cried often. Ida sat down next to her and asked if she was crying because she was afraid to die. With her eyes full of tears, the girl cried out that she was very afraid. It would be better if she just killed herself. The second girl did not understand why she thought so. She explained that her parents are worried about the disease, and they have a lot of difficulties because of their sick daughter. And her older brother, who could be a bone marrow donor, said he didn't want to because the surgery would hurt like hell and she should just die. Therefore, now the girl is crying in this ward, thinking that it is better that she die first. Ada laughed. Getting her attention, she said, "We can't have everything we want." And she added that she, for example, still envies her, because she has a relative with the same bone marrow. But she really wants to be 20 years old. Ida would let her hair grow out and tie it in a ponytail, and then put on lipstick and makeup. And then she would go out into the street. She wants to observe how people live around her. The girl had almost no tears left on her face. She looked at Ida. She was very thin. There was an IV in her right arm, and she was all covered in bandages from the previous ones. The girl was touched by this dream. Ida even cried a little, saying that she thought she could withstand any difficulties as long as she had the opportunity to do everything. Edith lay in bed in tears, remembering this girl from the hospital. She said that she was afraid to die, but after receiving a bone marrow transplant, she simply left without saying goodbye. This is the reason why Edith cannot give up as long as she is alive. She can withstand everything. After she changed her mind, life became calmer. A suspended sentence would be a heavy punishment for everyone. But for the girl, the homebody, it was a vacation to enjoy time alone. And all this happiness did not last long until Killian came to dinner. She asked what business brought him here. After all, he came with a calm face without warning, and even at lunch hour. But Killian just sat opposite her and silently bored her with his gaze. And then he said that he had no time to talk. Edith got angry and told him to hurry up in this case. She looked at the guy and realized that he didn't like to explain himself, but he was behaving like an ill-mannered puppy. What does he think? Since he's handsome, then everything is allowed to him. Is it really about a toned body and a beautiful face? Now she was wondering if being beautiful really was the best trait. Pushing all thoughts away, she decided that for now she had better focus on lunch. The food is too appetizing to simply refuse it because of uninvited guests. The girl enjoyed the food so much it was very tasty. Killian looked at her. It seemed like she was eating something like this for the first time. Then he began to say that at the moment, they are carefully investigating all the loopholes through which one can gain access to documents. And Lise also became a person involved in the investigation. This was expected, but they are dealing with more than just her. He wondered how she hadn't choked yet. She calmly replied that there was no reason to worry. She considered herself innocent, and the soup was incredibly good. She ate and ate. The soup was over, but there was bread left. Maybe she should also enjoy pizza. Then the guy took it and pushed a white plate. He explained that this is an extra portion in case there is not enough food. Edith offered to share food with him, but he said that he already had enough. As soon as the girl left, she felt an emptiness in her soul. She didn't know what to do, because there are no web novels here like in her previous life. She used to do origami as a hobby, but in the world of romantic fantasy there is no such thing. Then the girl decided to ask Anna what the ladies are doing these days. She said that if we talk about hobbies, they usually do embroidery and drawing, and active ladies are fond of horse riding. Embroidery is probably a basic skill for girls in romantic fantasy, but she's not sure if she starts, she'll be able to hold a needle in her hands at that age. She is even less confident in drawing, and about horses she frankly is afraid of them. Then Edith decided to ask if there was something else besides this. She remembered that if you think about it, it is fashionable to sew clothes from fabrics and dress up wooden dolls. And it seems that parents do not skimp on this hobby, as it is useful for developing sewing skills. Do they really like to dress up Barbie dolls she couldn't afford it as a child? Sometimes parents are asked to make them. But now it is easy to find shops where artisans make dolls and sell them. 50,000 senna is enough to buy a couple of high-quality dolls. In this case, Edith will give Anna 200,000, and she will be able to buy her good fabric and a sewing kit for doll clothes, and keep the remaining money for herself as a bonus. But the maid only replied that her job was to serve her mistress, and she did not need a bonus. Edith didn't want to scare her so much that she doesn't even want to accept gifts. She knew from the very beginning that it was Anna who was assigned to look after her. But despite the situation in which the girl is now, like Renee, Anna is one of the few in the mansion who treats her well, even if it does not bring any benefit. Probably this amount is not enough to bribe her to hurt her pride. Edith would be very happy if Anna would consider this gesture simply as a sign of her gratitude. Will she really refuse the gift? Having accepted this favor, the maid thanked her mistress. At first, everything was great for Edith, and even turned out well. But then, seeing another uneven seam between the white ruffles, the girl already wanted to give up. This is not as simple as you might think. You may need to undo the seam again. And Anna, as always, prepared without a hitch. But when the girl entered the room, it seemed that she had bought a lot of materials. The dolls were bought as a ready-made set of a man and a woman, and the pattern was ordered from a tailor to begin with. She took several options. But if Edith wants a specific one, then let her say. It seems that for some reason, she's become kinder, although her face is still gloomy. But then she convinced herself that this was a hobby, and it was okay that it didn't work out, because they were doing this in order to kill time and money for entertainment and relaxation. This can be fully called a luxury, since she is not given a hobby. But if you think about it, in her past life, she never thought that she would enjoy a vacation without thoughts in her head. Since she was always haunted by thoughts about the time spent and the justification of monetary expenses, perhaps that is why it seems to her that she is living her life only now that she has taken over someone else's body. As soon as I finished sewing, the dress began to look quite good, but from the inside it's a nightmare, but it's not visible from the outside. Now is the time to celebrate with kisses. Edith kept thinking about what to do now, while she still has the desire, maybe try embroidery. When a deafening scream was heard, the girl almost dropped the needle from her hands. It was Killian, shouting that they had found a document in her handwriting. Meanwhile, the tiled roof of the Sinclair estate was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The members of this family had a pleasant conversation over tea with a bunch of sweets, cakes, and muffins. The blonde, in a green dress, clearly distracted from drinking tea, began to discuss what the girl had done to get a ban on leaving immediately after the wedding. Her brother grinned. Because this girl stole the ducal documents, she was probably in a hurry, because Count Riegelhoff plans to attack the duchy within a year. From the very beginning, Edith was a bargaining chip, and despite the fact that she could have been put on probation in the duchy, she tried to get useful information as quickly as possible. Then they began to speculate whether the Count had really received all the secret documents. It couldn't be that the Duke had entrusted important documents to her. In this case, the Count did not receive the information. He would simply fall into a well-prepared trap. The blue-eyed guy was actually a little worried that Killian was caring for this girl in a manner that was unusual for him. The girl immediately suggested that in this case, tell the Duke that Edith was just a bargaining chip. This would be an excellent opportunity to fleece him. But he refused, saying that Edith could handle it on her own. There was no need to even worry about it. But, on the other hand, there is the girl Lisa. Because of Killian's wedding, the likelihood of Lisa and Cliff getting married has increased. The girl opposite was so angry that she hit the table with her fist. The cup of tea standing next to her almost spilled on the table. She angrily shouted that this upstart could not become the wife of the Duke. Therefore, this girl was a problem. If the situation in which she tightly held Cliff in her arms worsened, the family's marriage contract with him would be nullified. It was clear that the blonde began to get nervous, biting her nails. She finally came up with the idea of using Edith Riegelhoff. The brother did not understand what she was talking about. Layla explained with a smile that if Lisa was also fascinated by Killian, then Edith would hate her. And if they also push the girl, then she will take care of Lise herself, and so they will kill two birds with one stone. At that moment, as the girl was barely trying to make even stitches, she was interrupted. She even almost dropped the needle and got terribly angry, asking Killian to get out since he has such manners. But the man could not be stopped. He flew into the room, as if he had walked through the door screaming. Hearing that she would soon be summoned to the Duke, she only calmly said that they were trying very hard to frame her for something she had not done. Killian got even angrier. Maybe her roof is leaking, or maybe she's joking. Does she really despise the Duke? But she thought that she still had a lot of things to do. It was not time to disappear so easily, of course. In the original novel, Edith really ran away, but the Duke gave up his claims. The guy became so annoyed, he sincerely did not understand what was going on in her head. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a serious voice. It turned out to be Renan. He apologized and calmly went inside, saying that his lordship was waiting for Edith. Does this man with glasses really think she's a criminal too? Bowing her head, she thought about why everyone attacked her so much. But then she calmed down, raised her head higher, and walked past Killian, telling him to relax his face, because he should be glad that all the evidence was found. The guy turned around, stunned by such confidence, but Edith was no longer paying attention. Entering the office, she received a list of ordered goods, which the arms dealer received from Count Riegelhoff. This list was written in her handwriting. She took a closer look and realized that someone had copied her handwriting. The Duke immediately began to say that this situation was most likely her father's mistake. He decided not to punish her. But the offended girl immediately stood up sharply. After all, it was not about receiving punishment. This matter is connected with her honor. She asked to compare these papers with the documents that she had organized, saying that she did not draw these tables so clumsily. It was more like scribbles. The Duke suggested that perhaps she had drawn it that way on purpose. But she thoughtfully said that she didn't need to. If she had hoped that she would be discovered, then initially she would not have written in her own handwriting. She asked to bring her diary for comparison because if you look closely, the handwriting is slightly different. And the Duke himself allowed her to do this. Rena had already run to call and ask Anna to get the diary. Edith continued to look at the document. It looked rude, as if the person did not know the principle of their compilation. This would make sense if her handwriting had been forged by the Duchess, Lise, or someone who learned tables from her. But is there any other reason to go so far? There are many much simpler ways than this. It's as if she, Edith, is being pushed along the path of an original story. After receiving her diary, the girl noticed that there was a slight difference with her handwriting. For example, the letter Q is completely different from what can be seen in the evidence. She decisively turned to the Duke, saying that this was a document that someone had forged, and it was necessary to catch the mole. The girl was delighted when she saw understanding and a bit of awareness in the Duke's face. Just then Lise came into the office, all snow-white like an angel. None of those present understood why she was here, but it turns out that the Duke invited her. He started by saying that it had been 4 years since she started helping Jocelyn with her work. The last time Lise said that Edith had taught her how to organize information using tables. The girl was scared, but added that the Duchess was glad to find out how effective this method is, but who else knows about it? Young Masters Cliff and Killian have a general idea, except for them, probably no one else, and Lise herself did not understand the essence of this method. So at best, only Edith and members of the Duke's family can use this method. Lisa could only quietly agree. She awkwardly and shyly asked why she was being asked all these questions. Somehow it turned out that the girl did not understand. Only Edith noticed that the last time she explained, Lisa definitely understood the technology. The Duke turned to Lise, saying that this did not concern her. Thanks to her, they sorted it out, and now she can go. When the girl left the office, she turned around suspiciously sadly, watching the action for the last time. Unfortunately, Edith again found herself under suspicion, and she was clearly disappointed that the Duke had come to such a conclusion. He asked if this was not all and if there was any more evidence. They have charts in their hands that are completely different from Edith's, with mismatched handwriting, and although she showed all the evidence, they trust Lisa's words more. She did not remember exactly how Lise proved her guilt in the original novel. Edith believed that a kind and fair girl would provide more powerful evidence, and not this wonderfully developed nonsense about possible involvement. But if she did not falsify documents, then Lisa will not have written evidence. Just then, the girl noticed Killian standing aside. He was calmly reading her diary. She ran into the frightened man. How dare he read her diary? Having taken away her notebook, the girl was indignant, saying that the guy really did not have the slightest desire to be polite. He had already begun to make excuses when a rude voice interrupted them. It was the Duke, he agreed with Edith. No matter how you looked at it, they had no hard evidence to dispel doubts. And yet, he decided to turn a blind eye to this case and also cancel the previously issued probation. After a difficult conversation, Killian continued to irritate her, saying that he did not believe a single word she said. She only agreed because it always was and will be so. The guy said that remembering everything that the Regelhoffs did, it was natural to suspect the girl. But she only said through clenched teeth, would it be enough if she repeated several times that it had nothing to do with the Regelhoff family affairs? Maybe he would remember it. How then, he asked, what about helping her father's plot before all this? When she turned around at the same moment, numerous frames flashed through her head. Edith not only seduced men to extract information, but she also ruined the party of the family, which was favorable to the Ludwigs. More than once, she ruined a wedding for the children of this family. The girl thought about why the memories arose only now. Killian calmly said that he would show her to her chambers. Slamming it and pressing herself against the door, she only realized that so much had happened at one moment. Somehow the probation period was canceled. Everything went well, although not according to the script. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Lise. She heard the girl approach Killian, wondering what had happened and what the commotion was all about. Edith began to quietly eavesdrop on their dialogue. The guy told about the suspicion of stealing documents, about evidence. Although it was suspicious of Lise to express such interest, the girl decided not to eavesdrop. In any case, she already knows Killian's opinion. Lise was worried that what she said would harm Edith and wanted to give his lordship a full explanation right now, but the guy sharply replied that it was not necessary. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he explained that her father had decided to forget about this matter, so she should not talk about it. That matter was over. Then he ran away just as abruptly, at the same time remembering the lines he had read from Edith's diary about her observations of him on the path near the palace's training room. She wrote about his shining face, his beautiful body. She preferred Killian more than Cliff, but when he waved at Lisa, she thought she would go blind on the spot. Remembering how she described his beautiful smile, he became very angry. What was the point of mocking this girl? Then he ran as fast as he could straight into his brother's room. He found Cliff with a book in his hands and immediately suggested that they go and practice. Golden eyes lit up. His brother was clearly shocked by this attitude. He started asking Killian what was wrong with him. He was so gloomy, but he shut him up and called him to quickly go to the palace. Early in the morning, Edith woke up, dressed up, and immediately went to the mother of the family. She knocked only twice, but that was enough. Mother admitted that she was waiting for her and heard that yesterday she had a lot of difficulties. The girl began to make excuses because these were not exactly difficulties. But her mother interrupted her, asking if the burdens of the mind were not heavier than the burdens of the body. Edith understood everything and began to talk about the fact that she really did not steal the documents. She sincerely said that she knew that they did not believe her, and it was okay that doubts could grow. The girl even wanted to swear on her life when her mother grabbed her palm in both hers. She shocked Edith by saying that she believed her. This woman was the first and only. Mom admitted that she understood how hard it had been for her all this time and repeated that she believed her. She knew the girl was trying her best to help. The woman also noted how Edith tried to get used to the new environment. After all, she cannot help but know she herself went through all this at one time. Mother could not guess who played this cruel joke, but after patting her on the head, she said that she was sure that it was not Edith who did it. She literally whimpered in her arms. How long had it been since she had felt such care? How much she missed her mother's love. She suddenly wanted to confess. She didn't even know what. How her heart sank. Her head began to spin and her eyes darkened. One of the servants ran straight to the training battlefield, telling the guys that Edith had fallen unconscious. The guys froze for a second, waiting, not understanding what to do. Cliff asked for an explanation of what exactly was happening and heard that the lady was talking with the Duchess in the office and suddenly fainted. While he was listening about the doctor who was treating the girl, he didn't even notice where his brother had disappeared to. Killian instantly ran in the direction of the castle entrance. The doctor concluded that the lady must have been nervous and fainted, and asked if the lady had recently been in stressful situations. Killian carefully studied the girl's face while he listened that after waking up, the mistress would not have problems with everyday activities. But for a speedy recovery, she should not overwork her. He thought about how Edith had behaved so confidently in front of her father during the interrogation yesterday, why she had such a tear-stained face then. After all, she herself is the arrogant Edith Riegelhoff, who never misses a chance to be sarcastic. And it was she who made herself faint with tears. As she lay unconscious, her face looking so calm, Killian found himself thinking that he enjoyed admiring her while she slept. Anna led the doctor out of the bedroom, listening to all the recommendations for treatment. Then everyone started asking Mother what the two of them were talking about with her. She turned to the guy, saying that he was unlikely to believe her words, but she insisted that she definitely did not falsify the documents. Killian remembered that she had said the same thing earlier. Therefore, Mother confessed she said that she believed her. She went straight to her son and repeated that he really believed her. Mom continued the story. Then Edith began to cry. After all, no one believed her before. She wanted to thank her. Apparently, this was especially painful for her and really hurt her. Killian broke out in a cold sweat. The guy realized that it was he who was to blame. It was he who could not believe a single word she said. Suddenly, he grabbed his head, and his mother immediately ran up to him. Mom already wanted to call the doctor back, but the guy said that it was not worth it. It was just a headache. He would rest a little, and everything would go away. He was about to leave when he came across Lady Lise. She came as soon as she heard that Edith had fainted. Killian looked suspiciously pale, but now this guy was only thinking about how he touched her miniature hand with the scent of violets. And he grabbed her hand. The headache began to slowly pass. Little Lady Lise again began to inquire about his condition. Killian stopped her, saying that he was fine. Even her mother noticed their strange interaction. The guy apologized, saying that he needed to lie down, and left the room. Edith continued to lie unconscious. She must have been dreaming of something good, since she did not want to wake up for so long. She dreamed of her appearance in real life, a girl with a black ponytail in a waitress uniform. She didn't understand where she was. Everything was pitch black. Did she really die again? Though how? She just cried. But you don't die from tears. A screen appeared in front of the girl, where it was written that Edith Riegelhoff could not talk about her secrets until she fulfilled the special condition of the third stage. But the girl could not understand what the special condition of the third stage was, when suddenly the ground began to collapse under her feet. She turned towards the noise in this direction. Unfortunately, it was too late. They never explained to her what the condition was, and she was sucked into a magical portal. She woke up again in the book and jumped out of bed. Anna was the first to notice that Mrs. Edith had woken up. She was informed that she had slept for 2 whole days. Maybe it was because of what she tried to tell the Duchess back then. Edith tried to say the same thing to Anna again. She had already started to speak, but then she coughed. And then she reassured the maid, saying that her throat just hurt a little, and asked her to bring her some water. Anna was about to go for water, but then she heard the mistress's voice. She seemed to have already started talking about Killian, but suddenly stopped and decided not to say anything. When the girl first woke up in Edith's body, she thought that she had become the main character of a romantic fantasy, being a villain. If she had behaved politely and gently, she would not only have avoided a mortal fate, but also would have settled the problems and become a good friend to the main character. Perhaps she would even get the main male character. As soon as this empty hope collapsed, she decided to live a quiet life. She thought she would be content as the daughter-in-law of a rich family, living quietly, abandoning her husband. But regardless of her will, the original episodes continued steadily. No matter how the girl changed the course of events, in the end, the result was the same as in the original. It's as if there is an unknown force that arranges the course of events in a certain way. From the very beginning, she was simply mistaken. She cannot change history, so Edith and she are not the main characters of this novel. Edith Riegelhoff is a negative heroine of romantic fantasy. Her role is insignificant. Personal secrets are not revealed in the novel. A minor character who is destined for a brutal death at the hands of her own husband, who cuts her throat. For her, this would be a measured piece of time, and she was already thinking about the next episode of the novel. But she knew everything in advance because the next episode was the same. Sitting on the bed, she thought, and did not know what to expect. Edith felt threatened by the leaked documents. That night, she sneaked into Killian's bedroom. She wanted to kiss the guy while he was sleeping in an attempt to seduce him. She quietly opened the door and entered the room. Taking the first step, she got inside without being embarrassed at all. She went to his bed. The guy was lying with his eyes closed and sleeping peacefully. Edith looked at Killian. He probably thought she was a scoundrel for being forced to marry her. And even in those moments when he behaves politely to her, she cannot stop thinking about what is in his head. The girl admired his peacefully sleeping figure. She was beautiful, like an angel. This was the man with whom she fell in love, her favorite character breathing on the pages of the novel. But after what happens now, he will probably despise her with all his heart. She tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned in for a kiss. If he hated her, she would at least be able to accept her fate. She kissed his forehead tenderly. Pulling away, she realized that now Killian would wake up with eyes full of contempt, and everything would be as usual. Edith wanted to take one last look at him and was about to leave when something roughly grabbed her wrist. That something was Killian's hand. He grabbed it and didn't think about letting go. He stood up, continuing to hold her, and asked if she really wasn't pretending anymore. She was so excited that she couldn't even play the role. Having become nervous, the caught girl denied it and thought about what to come up with. But the guy came up with everything himself. Pushing her onto the bed, Killian changed the situation in his favor. Now Edith herself was lying under him without a single chance to get out. Killian began to unbutton his shirt, saying that now it was her turn to seduce him. Maybe she had a good body. The girl responded by grabbing his hand, trying to stop him. She asked if he was sure he wanted this with her. This question made the guy stop and think for a second. Edith is not Lisa, and she never will be. He began to convince himself that, compared with his feelings for Lady Lise, this girl meant nothing to him. That is why he continued, shocking the girl, of course. She knew that this was a marriage of convenience, but she did not expect anything from him, as from her husband. He leaned on the bed a millimeter away from her, making his position even more advantageous. Taking her by the chin, he forced her to look him straight in the eye, and told her that she should not ask such questions, because she was the one who sneaked into his bedroom in the middle of the night with such confidence. Having deprived the girl of the opportunity to answer, Killian pressed his lips to hers. At the moment of the kiss, he climbed onto the bed, trying to get her into bed as quickly as possible. He continued to hold her hand, saying that it must have been annoying for her to just spy on him, so he still gave Edith a chance to touch everything that she had dreamed about for so long. The girl immediately began to make excuses when she remembered that the guy had read her diary then. Killian himself took her hand and almost touched his chest. She took the opportunity to run her fingertips over the muscles, causing his abs to immediately tighten and become even more expressive. With a smug expression on his face, the guy asked if she was happy. Edith had no choice but to answer positively, because this was the guy of her dreams, the very main character of the novel. Killian leaned right down to her neck, burning her tender skin with his breath, causing the girl to blush. He began to lift the hem of her skirt. Then she tried to stop him for the last time, but then she gave in. They definitely went crazy. The morning of the next day greeted the heroes with a dazzling sun. Its rays themselves made their way into the room through the window, illuminating everything in its path. After a stormy night, Edith woke up in high spirits because they slept together. The girl still could not believe it. While she was tossing and turning in bed, her partner had already woken up. His voice could be heard in the room. He ordered the maid to leave when she finished heating the water, because today he wanted to be alone. The guy turned directly to the girl, asking how she was feeling. She never answered, as he was already carrying her in an unknown direction. He carried her straight to the bathroom. Having laid the girl straight into the bath, Killian said that if the water was too hot, she might not be shy and talk, but that was perfect. Edith sat in front of him with puppy dog eyes in the bathtub, and it reminded him of her lying in the bathtub that first night. He asked if she might like to bask in the water. The girl agreed, at the same time wondering what happened to the guy, what came over him. Even if last night was just because of his anger, she thought that he would regret what happened the next morning. After all, the innocence of his first kiss, which should have belonged to Liza, was taken away by the fleeting temptation of last night. But it seems that in the novel, trying to seduce Killian didn't work. She kept trying to guess why he behaved this way, maybe out of pity. Or he did it because Liza was clearly inclined in favor of Cliff, and there was nothing else he could do. Killian's voice brought her out of her thoughts. He apologized for making her move so much, although she stopped quite recently, so she should rest for a few days. Edith would never have thought that she would hear his voice full of tenderness, given how coldly he had treated her since the wedding. But what had changed in him? She kept remembering how he hugged her and called her by name, and sharply hit herself on the head. This attracted the attention of Anna, who was working, but she calmed her down, telling her not to pay attention. She needed to gather her thoughts and think about everything, because it was after that night that she had that dream, about the fact that the special condition of the first stage has been fulfilled, and once fulfilled, it means that the author's rights have decreased. Whether this means that the condition will disappear, and whether it is related to the other 3 conditions, no one will answer her questions. But what happened at the first stage, which she has already passed? Suddenly the board made a sound as if a notification had arrived, but the girl did not understand what this could mean. She looked again and noticed text appeared on the screen. The special condition of the first stage was to follow Edith's example from the original novel. This system definitely knows that the girl is in an affair, and any hitchhiker would try in any way not to use the unsuccessful actions of the character in the original novel. This means acting contrary to common sense. But Edith didn't really like this idea. It was vile. She was only thinking about a few strange things since she had completed the stage's special condition. It mentioned that the author's rights had been reduced. Rights are the limits within which a person's power and authority extends. This means that there is a subject who has this power or authority. Is it really the god of this world or the will of the novel, which arose from the moment of writing? Too vague and not enough information to fully understand. The girl did not understand what it generally means that the author's rights are reduced if the novel was completed long ago, and if the rights are limited, then in what part and to what extent? What exactly did the author influence up to this point on a certain episode? Character, or maybe even for the entire storyline. The girl thought maybe his influence covered everything that was happening, but then where is the author himself? She couldn't answer these questions yet, but there was something important that she learned that night. This is that it is quite possible to change the original novel, because her relationship with Killian is no longer going according to the plot, and this meant that it was not time to give up. Looking at the glare of the sun outside the window, the girl decided that she needed to check what choice Killian would make in the next episode. Mother suddenly jumped up from the table. Someone came to her. It was Edith. Her mother was clearly delighted to see her, but still worried about her health and well-being. She apologized for disturbing me and said that she had recovered a long time ago and everything was fine. The Ludwigs had recently visited the Imperial Palace, most likely on a trip to settle matters regarding the growing threat from Archduke Langston and Count Riegelhoff, so it was best not to ask about it. Mother said that the Duke was also very worried about her health. He was all worried, pressed hard. His manner of speech was somewhat harsh, since he spent a lot of time on the battlefield. Mom asked what the girl wanted to do in the future if she wanted. She could no longer help with the documentation. Hearing this, she thought, if she was guilty of that matter, she would have been treated negatively. This did not happen, but it still hurts her to imagine such a scene in her head. They would whisper about her from all sides and point fingers, like a daughter-in-law who has lost the trust of the whole family and now cannot touch even a piece of paper from the dukedom. Edith offered to continue helping with the affairs of the duchy, but the traitor can do the same thing as last time. She wants to work under the leadership of the person they absolutely trust. Mother immediately understood her. The girl wants a place where her actions would not be misunderstood, and she has such a person. Renan Fils said that she needs helpers. Edith remembered Renan. This is the one who works with papers and is not a member of the Ludwig family. It was he who then prepared false documents to verify her. Like Anna, he is one of the few who treats a girl with an open mind, of course, if he is not disappointed. The girl happily agreed to this option, but then I remembered the look on this guy's face the last time they met. He always seems to be so emotionless or uncomfortable working with her. Edith awkwardly approached the table and, pretending to be joyful, said that she would help him from today. With obvious hope in her eyes, she asked if she should approach him. The guy calmly replied that first she would need to sort the receipts by year and handed her the box. The girl was very surprised to see all these receipts. They were in terrible condition. Renan explained that this was the merit of the previous employee. He said that he was offended, then threw the receipts on the floor and ran away. Of course, he did not go unpunished for such an attitude towards the papers of the Duchy of Ludwig. He warned the girl that he would not be lenient towards her. Renan said that she would still regret that she decided to work with him. With this agreement, they set to work. The two of them were quite comfortable working in this one room with 2 desks, little furniture, and a lot of books. After a while, Edith got used to the silent atmosphere in the office and felt calm. This atmosphere of silence was interrupted from time to time by the scratching of a pen, and also the rustling of sheets of paper when they are turned over. Weak midday sun rays break through the window. Everything here breathes calm. The girl was distracted from her work as soon as she heard the sound of footsteps. It was Renan. He said that it was already the end of the working day and it was time to call it a day. Edith thanked the guy for the opportunity and handed over the box. Taking the box of receipts, Renan praised her, saying that the lady had done a great job. In response, she also praised him. He was even a little surprised and changed his emotions on his face. The girl explained that she did not want and does not want leniency from him. The thing is that in a past life, her boss, who emphasized friendliness in the team, was terrible, and people like her were called introverts, simultaneously belittling their ability to work. She admitted that she only wants 2 things from Renan: competence and honesty. And, it seems to her, this guy is known precisely because of these 2 qualities. She said goodbye to him, waving her hand, and left the office. As soon as she came out, she immediately met Anna. Renan clearly thought about the girl's behavior. Something about her caught his attention. Cliff, although knowing how busy this guy was, called him to his place. The thing is that he was interested because from today he is watching Edith. Renan was asked what he thought about this girl. Killian, hearing exactly how he spoke about Edith, thought that despite everything, she wants to help her mother and the Duke. In addition, he heard that it was Edith who asked for this job. Why did his brother choose those words? And why was Cliff talking about her anyway? Under Killian's watchful eye, Renan said that the lady expressed a desire to help with the documents, so he was assigned to oversee her work. The guy corrected himself, saying that Mrs. Edith had come to help with duties. But Cliff did not lag behind, asking about anything suspicious. But Renan could not answer because he saw her at work only a quarter of the day. Although his office could not meet the standards of such an aristocratic lady, the lady worked diligently without expressing dissatisfaction with the situation. He can also say that the lady is quite meticulous in her work. Edith has excellent concentration, understanding, and judgment, and is also persevering. Killian noticed his face as he spoke, and Cliff joked that she must have worked hard to please him. Renan only replied that it was possible because so far he had only seen her at work today. Squeezing his glass of wine, Cliff said that he would call him again soon and that he should not stop watching her. The chambers of the castle were illuminated by luxurious chandeliers. The golden decorations of the walls reflected every ray of light. Killian walked very nervously, remembering all the words he had said at dinner. His behavior changed, and it was clear that he was nervous. He recalled Lisa's admiration when she said that it was the first time he had heard Renan compliment someone. Cliff also agreed, saying that Edith was truly magnificent, winning this guy's heart once in 24 hours. The brother suggested that Renan was really in love with Edith, but Killian was offended by this, and he abruptly shut him up. But he did not stop to reason, saying that Renan was still a bachelor, so anything could happen, and if these two got together, Count Riegelhoff would look ridiculous, but for them it would not be a bad outcome. Smiling, he added that, of course, it would be a pity to lose such a talented Renan. Seeing Killian's worried face, his brother asked if he was really worried about her. He immediately began to deny and supposedly laugh, joking that such a thing was even possible. Finally, he remembered how Cliff reasoned that it wouldn't be bad if Edith got this insensitive blockhead who doesn't even blush in front of Lisa. He walked from side to side, reassuring himself that this was not so. Even when the young master was given the carriage, he asked to wait. All his thoughts were occupied with the fact that Edith's beauty was different from Lisa's charm. You can say that she is a sensual girl. Then what will happen if they both stay for several hours in a cramped office? A few moments later, Killian was already near the door of Edith's chambers. Having made up his mind, he finally knocked, but no one opened it, and no one made a sound yet. Therefore, the guy opened the doors himself and instantly smelled the wonderful aroma of roses. And then he discovered that there was no one in the room. Coming closer to the fireplace, he noticed small doll figures. These were mini versions of the magical couple. Killian and Edith stood together in an embrace and kissed. Oh immediately recognized Edith and himself in these figures. Just as he wanted to come up and take a closer look at them, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere, sweeping away everything in its path with lightning speed, including the figures. It was the same girl. She began to explain that this was nothing important, just a hobby, and she was embarrassed to show it to strangers. But then, realizing who exactly was standing in her room, she wondered why he entered someone else's room without knocking, and asked Anna to put the dolls away. Killian sat down on her bed, and Edith sat on the chair opposite. When the girl asked about her mood, the guy replied that apparently everything was fine. She almost immediately understood what he meant and explained that it was all thanks to her mother. The Duchess sent her to work under the leadership of Renan. She told him about Renan Filch, as if he himself did not know him, although everyone who knows the Duke also knows his closest assistant. Killian explained that the Filch family are vassals of the entire house. Vicnot Theo Filch helped the Duke in his affairs from the very beginning, but the Duke entrusted him with the estate, and his responsibilities in the capital were taken over by Baron Renan Filch, his son. They all grew up together from an early age. While Renan was reading books under a tree, the brothers fought with wooden swords, and when the younger brother was again defeated by the elder, more cunning temper was already considered in his children's eyes. Cliff reassured him by saying that he just needed to practice more. Then they invited Renan to swing their swords. Little Killian constantly asked if he was bored sitting with his nose always buried in a book. The boy patiently answered, if he wishes, then Renan will practice with swords. Killian concluded that he still couldn't say they were friends. Edith thought, so this guy was like that. Renan was an insignificant character for her. She didn't even notice his presence in the original novel when reading. Since childhood, he has had a strong connection with the Ludwigs, which suggests that in this world, characters can be different from their protégés, and their characters can be revealed much more deeply. But the girl was now interested in something else. He had not caught her eye since that night. What made Killian come so unexpectedly to her room and talk about it? As if reading her thoughts, the guy noticed that the girl was wondering about such a visit, to which he said that very soon he would go to the territory of Raisin to check the affairs of the estate. Edith immediately understood that these lands were far to the north of the capital. Several days away by carriage, the lands of Raisin belonged to the ducal family of Ludwig. The estate and surrounding territory will go to Killian, as the second son who did not inherit the title of duke. Since the guy would be away for a long time due to the trip, he decided to ask if Edith would like to go with him. The girl was taken by surprise, which is why he suddenly wanted her to go with him. In complete confusion, Killian slammed the doors of her chambers. He vexedly recalled the girl's response to his proposal. She just laughed. Dismissing it all as a joke, she thought he had invited her for the sake of decency. But she thanked her anyway and wished her a good trip. Now, looking back on this situation, he could only think about how stupid and ridiculous he looked. They were already waiting for him in the courtyard, and he set off on a long journey. Meanwhile, Edith tapped the paper on the table, collecting everything into an even pile. She finally finished her work for today. Feeling someone else's gaze on her, the girl turned towards another table. Renan openly looked and even stared at her. But when she asked what was the matter, he did not answer anything and only adjusted his glasses. Since she finished work, it was time to go to the Duchess. She was invited, and this is exactly what her new friend told her. He himself, as soon as the girl left, stood up. And he went straight to Edith's desk to see everything she'd done. Looking at her work, he was very surprised. How did she already manage to organize the papers so carefully? Mother told me that Countess Araminia's market would be held next month, and on this occasion there will be a meeting in their house for embroidery of products. She invited Lise and Edith to join. And this meant that the episode with the bazaar began. Charity bazaars are held to collect monetary donations, and upper-class ladies usually offer their embroidery. In this novel, Embroidery is one of the noble activities that ladies can engage in, and such events are a great opportunity to demonstrate their honed skills and wonderful taste. The meeting before the organization of the bazaar is attended by upper-class ladies of all generations and ages. Considering the high position of the House of Ludwig among all the imperial families, it is Duchess Jocelyn who arranges a meeting before holding a charity bazaar. Lise was worried because her embroidery skills are not so good. She is not sure that her embroidery will compare with the embroidery of others. While the mother calmed the girl down, Edith stood aside and thought that the difficulty was that she did not have any embroidery skills so as not to stand out among the ladies at the meeting. It was really difficult for her to embroider. Anna tried to teach her, but it was too difficult. The girl urgently needed to come up with an excuse. She was about to say that she was very grateful for the invitation, but she didn't think she could. Suddenly, Lisa said that it seemed to her that she would not be nervous if she went with Edith, and Mother agreed. Thinking that the girl could never outdo the main character, she agreed to go. The exhibition was already in full swing. Lise was showing her recent creation. Mother and Edith watched what was happening, laughing, because she herself was worried, and now she is perfectly showing the shawl. Lise recently finished this shawl. She wanted to embroider a flower garden, and how could she be nervous when she created such beauty with her own hands? All the women were interested in how she sewed it herself and noticed her wonderful pattern, talking about how incredible she was with the loom. Edith didn't remember if Lise did this in the original novel. Lisa's voice brought her out of her thoughts. She asked what the girl was going to do. Edith sincerely said that she was going to decorate the handkerchief, because this is the only thing she will be able to do with such a talent for sewing. While everyone was distracted, the girl was sitting on a chair in the corner of the room, studying embroidery. She decided to use dirty sky blue and dark blue as her main thread colors, matching her dress. Suddenly, Lise approached her, holding 2 spools of yellow and pink in her hands. She asked her opinion if it was possible to make the main design pink and the edges yellow. Edith said that it would turn out great. Surely Liz came up because she felt sorry for the girl. She was sitting in the corner by herself. Suddenly, Edith was distracted from her thoughts by a woman approaching. She was very surprised, saying that the year before last her niece sewed something similar, and the embroidery would turn out excellent. The second lady joined them, asking how old Lady Lalisa was. She was told that she was about 16 and she was carrying a child under her heart, which means she sewed that scarf when she was 14. They talked about how the girl grew up quickly. Edith thought that they were only heavily hinting that such a pattern was embroidered by children, some kind of kindergarten. Drawing Lisa's attention again, the girl thanked her for her advice, but she said that she wanted to sew a scarf for Killian. Mother, coming up behind him, laughed, saying that these colors would go perfectly with his eyes. Then Edith began to speculate whether they would go well with the Duke's eyes. But then, having come to her senses, she asked not to tell Killian about this. She was embarrassed. Everyone just laughed. She seemed to be in the clouds. Meanwhile, that very serious guy had already arrived at the place. The Duke asked his son how he liked these possessions. He replied that it was a little far from the capital, but it's rare to find land with such potential for development. And 10 days of travel is not so much, especially since the journey on horseback will take less than a week. The territory looked much better than he had imagined. Once he had the lands, they would be out of the Duke's domain, which was why Killian was concerned about their well-being. The castle is in good condition. Thanks to the many years of efforts of the caretaker and servants, the interior decoration is somewhat austere and lacks luxury. When returning to the capital, you will need to find a good furniture maker. After all, Edith is from the Riegelhoff family, who are drowning in wealth and chic. He doubted that the strict decoration of the castle would be to her taste, and the fact that she grew up surrounded by the luxury of the capital was not the only problem. The guy asked his father how cold it is here in winter. The man replied that it was a little colder than in the capital. Heavy snow would be a bigger problem than freezing temperatures, but there had not yet been avalanches in this area. Killian was pleased to hear this. The father noticed that the guy was happy with his future lands. He confirmed and added, "Since there are many young people in the territory, it is worth aiming at expanding into other areas besides agriculture. And if they pave a direct route through the Filiac Mountains, then the entire territory will become one of the key points for traders traveling throughout the empire." Then suddenly the Duke addressed him directly, and he asked if he was really happy with just that. Killian, angry, asked what would change if he was dissatisfied. He needed to demand more lands or a higher title, or maybe it's completely necessary to take away the role of heir from his brother. He asked the Duke if he really wanted to hear requests for a title. And why is he only talking about this now? Because as a child, the Duke always elevated Cliff and prepared a good future for him. Of course, Killian was also happy for his brother and his achievements. But for some reason, the boy himself remained in the shadows. The guy always followed his father's instructions, even when it came to an unwanted marriage. The Duke mercilessly took away his first and last wish. Killian, like in childhood, decided to leave these thoughts behind. And putting on a mask, he pretended and said that he was happy with everything. As a father, the Duke noticed the expression on his son's face. He saw disappointment in his eyes. Killian said that as soon as he received the title, he would immediately begin to manage the lands. Then his father advised to strengthen the security of the territory because crime always increases with the arrival of strangers. Finally, the bazaar began, and goods for it could already be offered by contacting a special shop. Edith and Liz walked through the bazaar in fascination. Its scale was truly amazing. You can see a huge variety of goods, including jewelry, shirts, combs. Edith could already smell the aroma of pie and desserts from the other side. But suddenly, Lisa screamed, pointing at the counters. There were girls' embroidered items there, and they could already be purchased. Anna said that Edith's embroidery looks more or less okay, but what a liar she is. It looks like someone managed to buy Lisa's embroidery. There was a bow on the product. The girl was wondering what kind of competition there would be at the market today. This is all true, of course, but her main male character is just looking for an opportunity to buy up all the products. Edith nevertheless decided to help Cliff and took the girl to look at the goods in the other direction. While the guy was deciding to buy embroidery discreetly, the girls were already walking in the other direction for a delicious piece of cake. How then they heard a voice speaking about modern mores of society. These were two girls and a woman. She did not understand what was happening to the current generation, since an illegitimate daughter was hanging around the bazaar. Her daughter advised her to choose softer words, but the woman liked to be sarcastic. And she continued to say that, of course, this is the illegitimate daughter of Count Sinclair, but she was accepted into the Ludwig family as their own, who knows how much the Duke and his wife value her. Edith remembered that both here and in real life, there are such individuals who, without a twinge of conscience, criticize out loud, hoping that they will be heard. While they continued to talk nasty things about the girl, that she was a tramp, or that she was being kept as a pet, Lise squeezed Edith's hand very tightly. The poor girl was almost crying when her friend decided to intercede. Edith said with a cheeky face that she was not yet accustomed to the behavior of society on such days. The hillbilly, without any sense of tact, was trying to start a verbal skirmish at the market. She added that it was probably true. The village is far from the capital, since she looks at the face and cannot remember who it is. Her daughter began to complain that if she did not recognize Countess Brynn at one glance, did not this show the paucity of knowledge of secular society, calling her Edith Riegelhoff? Then the girl proudly replied that they should know perfectly well that after marriage the surname changed, and next time they should check their knowledge before criticizing others, and they should also tighten up the rules of etiquette. Mother got very angry and said that she had heard rumors that the Duke had an unpleasant daughter-in-law, but she didn't think it was that much. Even this girl is much better. She at least knows her place. Then Edith asked what kind of situation they were in when they were inferior to an unpleasant daughter-in-law who was much worse than an illegitimate girl. She added that she could wait for this news to reach young Master Cliff and see what would remain of the Earl's Breen family. These impudent girls began to leave, saying how sorry they were for young Master Killian. Lisa immediately began to apologize to her. Then Edith asked how she knew them. Lise replied that this was a friend of Countess Sinclair, but because of her she was now saying bad things. Edith, affectionately patting the girl on the head, said that she had nothing to be ashamed of, so let them continue chatting. Come to think of it, we're now about a quarter into the original novel, and Lisa's reputation is split into two opposite poles. While all the girls crowded around her and praised the embroidery displayed for the market, Edith sat in the shade and was bored. The girl tried to say that she was not so good at this, but others did not understand why she was being humble, because the Duchess considers her her daughter-in-law, and they decided not to notice Edith, the real bride, at all. The girl decided she would pretend that she didn't care about being ignored. Then, out of nowhere, Killian appeared. He approached Lisa, and she was glad to see him. Edith thought that if she said hello, would he really ignore her too? But if she didn't come, then others would discuss that she didn't even talk to him. She decided to look at him, and suddenly saw that his eyes were directed and looking directly at her. The girl approached him and was about to say that she missed him, but decided to ask how he got there. Only now did she realize that she had almost let it slip that she missed him. The guy became serious for a second, his eyes dimmed. Edith asked what was wrong with his look, but he just smiled and replied that the trip had gone well, and also asked how things were going for her in his absence. She said that she actually tried to embroider something adequate with her zero skills in this matter. She drank a lot of iced tea out of boredom, so now she needed to powder her nose. If it ended like this, it would be a wonderful day. The girl walked calmly, not noticing the person around the corner at all. Just like that, he suddenly jumped at her from the shadows and grabbed her hand. This man began to pull her towards himself. It turned out to be her brother had she really forgotten the voice of her loved one. Edith had completely forgotten that Shane Riegelhoff could also come to the market. This guy started asking what was wrong with her, whether Ludwig's people were watching her. He thought she had gone crazy when she wrote that she needed to stop the attacks. He made claims that she sent false documents. Maybe she sent such a letter because of surveillance. Her brother was about to teach her a lesson when she said that he simply misunderstood everything. And she began to explain that she sincerely wrote a letter with a warning, and it was not a diversion, and asked where they received the documents from. She pulled her hand away from his tight grip, and she began to rub away the marks from the clamp, saying that she had not sent these documents. Edith had been waiting for Edith for a very long time. Although she said that she would return soon, in her toga she was very late. He glanced to the side, looking for signs of the girl's displeasure. But he saw only Lise, surrounded by a crowd of girls who praised her as best they could. Is Edith really offended by people who behave well only in front of Lise? But just recently she stood up for her, and then she certainly didn't care about other people's opinions. She didn't care that everyone was discussing her manner of speech, ignoring her husband, how sorry they were for Killian. The guy pushed the glass of orange juice as a reason to leave. And he stood up, wanting to quickly find the girl. All the girls immediately switched to him, saying that he had amazingly grown into such a handsome man. But he, gathering all eyes, simply left, only with a small apology and an explanation about sticky hands. But no one knew that he spilled the juice on purpose. Killian was already heading towards the toilet. The guy suddenly noticed a dialogue between brother and sister around the corner. He was surprised that Edith was next to Shane Riegelhoff and decided to eavesdrop, but could not hear what they were saying. But it was clear how her brother was angrily trying to reprimand the girl, after which they separated, but the girl looked sad. After this dialogue, she seemed to be putting herself back together piece by piece. Killian couldn't even guess what they were talking about, since the girl looked so depressed. She was already coming around the corner to return when she suddenly met him. The guy asked why she had been gone for so long, but she, as expected, did not confess, instead saying that the decoration of the mansion was so amazing, and she could not stop admiring the beauty of the interior. In response, she asked if he specifically went to look for her. But the guy, skipping the question, asked if she was happy with such attention, and heard a positive answer. The girl calmly replied that her heart trembles because there is a person who cares where she disappeared to. Looking at her face, Killian could not understand what was wrong with him. They returned to the market and heard an announcement that this year all the goods had been bought at the highest price. Edith was interested. Probably her handkerchief was bought too. She was very afraid that her embroidery would remain until the end of the market, and was happy that this did not happen. But who bought the scarf? Mother turned to Killian, asking him to take a look, and asked if she knew what color the bird Edith had embroidered. The bird on the scarf was the same color as his eyes. The guy was shocked, but continued to listen about how Edith embroidered a scarf with thoughts about him, but asked not to talk about it. Surely this was a trick on the girl's part to impress her mother, so Killian bought a scarf so that there would be no rumors that an unnecessary thing was left at the Ludwig family bazaar. Edith was walking around the castle and suddenly heard a scream. She wanted to get angry when she said that the letter was sincere, but she did not yet know that this was not the end. Right in the red courtyard in front of the palace entrance, a maid was screaming on her knees next to her brother. The girl did not understand why they came without warning. Shine apologized for causing a commotion, but after Edith left the house, Count Riegelhoff had no less worries. Sophia, Edith's former maid, almost went crazy from worry about her mistress. He heard that even in the territory of the duchy, Edith was being watched, and she could not attend her friend's tea party. Edith sent the refusals to the tea party, thinking that nothing bad would happen, but how he rethought everything in a negative way. He pretended to be very sorry for his poor sister. She really didn't think they would find a way to tighten the collar around her neck. The girl did not understand what to do. She tried to understand their intentions, but nothing came of it. Then a voice replied that in this case the maid could stay with them in the mansion. His last word before Edith went to hell was the news that she would become her mistress's personal maid. After all, she has been with her since childhood, and besides, the Count's family will worry less. The girl wanted to express resistance to such a decision, and already wanted to express everything. There was a pain in her heart, and she began to choke. Edith began to fall when a maid caught her. This vile girl whispered in her ear that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was bored. Then she led her inside to take her to her room. Killian looked after them suspiciously, as if studying them, but then he asked Anna to give the new maid a uniform and prepare a room for her. Edith didn't understand why everything happened this way, probably because of the development of the original novel. At this time, her assistant shared her impressions that it looked like the girl was really living peacefully here. If you think about it, the episodes that will happen in the future will begin precisely because of Sophia's actions, an investigation due to an information leak, and an attempted poisoning. She said that she had heard about documents related to weapons and that Edith had not sent them. This means that they were sent from the duchy, having first copied the handwriting. For a moment, the maid lowered her eyes and said that there was no need to talk about sad things. And she suddenly grabbed Edith by the dress on her chest, like a kitten by the scruff of the neck. And she said that it's time to remind the stupid bitch who her master is, since she forgot who she serves, finding herself free for a second. The maid, having heard Mr. Shane's story about Edith, did not believe it at first. The girl was lying on the ground writhing in pain. It hurt a lot more than she thought. Perhaps her ribs were broken. Edith guessed that she was beaten in places that were not visible. The maid looked arrogantly at the girl while she was suffering and said that she did not expect such a betrayal of the family. Then the girl began to make excuses, saying that she wrote the warning letter sincerely. And how did everyone get such confidence that the Archduke's supporters would win? His Majesty the Emperor firmly holds his power, and the family of Ludwig, loyal to him, has proven in battles that they are not inferior to their emperor in military strength. This is easy to understand from the way Duke Ludwig earned his title through military exploits, leaving Count Riegelhoff with nothing, leaving no doubt that he should stick to the side of the emperor. This impudent woman spoke with such confidence that the Ludwig family would fall sooner or later, as if she had already overthrown them. Then Edith told her to imagine that Archduke Langston would take the throne of the emperor, but the henchmen who helped reach such heights through dirty means were disposed of in a matter of days. The maid's gaze changed and darkened. She asked if she had really lost all fear since she was ridiculing her masters. And then she supposedly had to hammer into the poor girl's head that she could continue to pretend to be a stupid girl, as the owner demanded. But if she became useless to the family, she would be killed. And the Ludwig family would be made to blame for the death. Renan was especially diligent today and completely immersed himself in work. But the same could not be said about Edith. Her whole body hurt. She certainly did not want to return to her room. As soon as Sophia set foot on the threshold of the estate, she took away those grains of freedom that were there. She not only beat her, but also forced her to starve, taking away food, saying that in order to eat, a girl must deserve it. Did she really enjoy treating people like animals? The maid only repeated that even a stupid person would understand what was required of her in such a situation. Then Edith once again sarcastically said that it was funny for her to hear this from her father's lapdog. Sophia, who was eating a raw steak, suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Standing up sharply, she grabbed the poor girl by the hair and, threatening her with her fist, asked when her tongue had managed to erupt. It seemed like she wasn't like that in her home. Edith probably believed that she would not do anything at the meal, or she simply expressed the truth, which she had been keeping to herself for a long time. Even in her previous life, the girl was not treated so badly, and she did not think that she could withstand this. But this heroine had been faced with this since childhood, and when the girl thought about her, she did not understand why they never tried to resist the beatings. But this will in no way make her give up. After work, Renan noticed how much Edith enjoyed her cookies today. At first, she didn't even understand what was going on. But only after that, the girl noticed that she had eaten almost the entire plate. There was only one cookie left. Under the guy's suspicious gaze, Edith agreed that today's cookies really turned out especially delicious. She kindly suggested that he try it even though there was very little left. But unfortunately, Renan refused because he doesn't like sweets. The girl should have guessed that he looked like someone who didn't like desserts. He was more likely to be the type who would choose bitter or bland dishes. In her mind, she wondered why he looked so much more charming today. Well, if so, the girl decided to finish it, to which the guy offered to bring a second portion, but she refused, which she immediately refused when she found herself back in her room. But how could she know that he was on a business trip and they would see each other only in a week? Eddie will be looking forward to his return very much. She just has to be patient. She was used to eating in her bedroom from the moment she was put on probation, and Anna usually brought food from the kitchen to the room. Therefore, no one even suspected Sophia when she began to do the same. Besides, it had been a long time since Killian had come over for breakfast together. Remembering him, Edith didn't understand why he suddenly decided to come, but that was in the past. But remembering the guy's words about the fact that the maid had been with her since childhood, and the fact that the Count's family will worry less, the girl realized that he really thought about Shane's words, and did so only because he was worried. The girl's thoughts were already starting to get confused from hunger, so she decided to go for a walk before Sophia ate her dinner. Meanwhile, this girl was thinking about how she could change in such a short period, because she had definitely trained her for several years. Even after the slap, she doesn't jump back in fear. She seems to have lost control over her. And even after the beating, she looks into the eyes and is defiant. Then this sadist laughed maliciously and came up with something new to amuse herself. Carrying more portions of food, Sophia suddenly stopped. Listening, she heard a vile voice. In it, she recognized the very voice of Lise Sinclair. She was inviting the girl to tea. And she remembered how Shine stopped her before arriving at the estate. She was clearly delighted at the young man's new request. But after hearing what exactly he was asking for, her face changed. He was interested in Lise, asked to study how she was doing on the estate, what kind of things she liked, whether there was anything unusual, and asked under no circumstances to tell his father about this request. Remembering all this, she became more angry than usual, squeezing the handle of the tray so much that it cracked under the pressure. After all, Sophia could not even dream of becoming his wife. It was always enough for her that he was nearby. But now she saw that he was openly interested in this illegitimate girl. And she couldn't just stand by and watch while the girl seduced her master with her innocent appearance. When Edith returned and sat down on the bed, she felt dizzy from hunger. Doesn't matter what she ate with Lise, Sophia will in any case force her to clear her stomach. So there was no point in trying the pie knowing where it would end up a little later. In addition, Killian gave her a pitiful look. She already wanted to cry from shame, but she had no strength and no tears. When suddenly she heard someone come inside. It was Sophia, and she was holding a tray. On the tray was a delicious peach pie. She said that Lady Lise asked to convey this. It seems that she will have to give in once. Otherwise, people will begin to suspect that she is starving. The girl said to eat, otherwise she would change her mind, and hungry Edith immediately agreed. It was a piece of fragrant peach pie and hot black tea. It was unexpected that Sophia had prepared a tray for her. It didn't matter what she was up to. Edith needed at least something to eat. But as soon as the girl took a bite of the first piece of pie, she froze in horror. Blood poured straight from her mouth. She immediately fell to her knees, coughing up purple liquid. Did the event happen with Edith's poisoning, but she didn't poison the food? Seeing the maids not really shocked, the lady immediately understood everything. It was Sophia who poisoned the pie. The tired girl lay in the shade. Her throat was dry, and she felt as if after a month in the desert without a single oasis. She immediately noticed the scene where Sophia allegedly scolded Lisa for poisoning the pie, but the girl just wanted to share. Getting up, Edith realized that everything was happening again as in the original novel. A poison that causes stomach pain was added to a piece of pie sent to Liza. This was an episode in which they try to blame the baby for poisoning. Killian was here too, although he didn't show it, but he was probably worried. When Edith tried to speak, Sophia immediately flew up to her, asking her not to worry in vain, but in fact she was just trying to shut her up. The girl asked her not to make a scene, and apologized to Lise for the maid's rude words, explaining that she just had a little stomach ache. But the maid only became indignant, reminding her that she was coughing up blood. Hearing the children's excuses about allergies, Cliff even laughed. But Killian ordered a search of the entire room, taking Sophia by surprise. Edith asked why they were doing this, thinking that the maid had probably managed to get rid of the poison, so they would not find evidence in her room. But the event was too similar to the original chapter. One of the maids found a suspicious vessel. There was a giant sticker with a skull on the bottle. It screams to itself that it is a bottle of poison, strangely. Sophia didn't even try to hide the evidence. Cliff examined the bottles up close with interest. Edith immediately said that it was not hers, which means that someone entered the room and hid a bottle of poison in the cabinet. The girl was glad that Sophia was caught. The miscalculation on her part was funny. Lisa tried to calm Cliff down with his jokes because Edith is sick, which seems to be a result of how the original novel's storyline is handled. Cliff said that he would come again when he dealt with the new evidence, since he could not wait for a new stream of excuses. Sophia was angry. She did not expect that they would think of searching the room. Edith, despite the pain, found it funny to see how she pretended to be the smartest one, but in the end, she couldn't do even the most basic thing. The girl only threatened her and left, and the lady could only lie there and writhe in pain. In any case, nothing would help her get out of this situation. Killian stood aside, listening to the dialogue between his brother and the doctor. The doctor concluded that this is not a strong poison, but in a weakened person it causes pain or even bleeding. After thanking the woman, Cliff immediately left. And then the guy turned to the woman who was about to leave. He wondered if there were any medications to help ease the situation, since she seemed to be in a lot of pain. The doctor explained that she had already prescribed a painkiller, but did not think that it would help her wife. And seeing the lack of understanding on the man's face, she added that since she had been fasting for several days, even a weak poison could be fatal. But he couldn't understand how she could starve. The doctor suggested that she was ready to do anything to lose weight. Killian remembered her condition, which meant that she was so skinny that it was hard to look at. A sharp realization pierced his head. Why, knowing that her body was weakened and in terrible condition, she poisoned herself. Did she really do this to attract attention? What a calculating woman, she's definitely up to something. But are his guesses really correct? Before their marriage, she had a reputation for attracting male attention, and such shots are instantly forgotten by society. If you follow this reasoning, then the whole situation with the poison happened not in order to frame Lise, but in order to attract attention to how insidious it is. It's hard to believe that Killian can only sit and watch her efforts. He still could not understand why she took poison. Of course, the girl was sad. She thought that he would decide this was all on purpose. Seeing that the girl had woken up, he already wanted to bombard her with questions. But she just turned away and asked him to leave. It seemed that Edith had long ago stopped hoping for his kind attitude. But even now his words hurt. In the end, only Lisa stood up for her. She thought there was another reason for the poisoning. But there was a bottle of poison in her room. There was poison in the bottle and in the pie. Edith did not stop. Because if Edith really tried to set her up, why did she, as soon as she woke up, complain only of a slight malaise? Lise sincerely did not understand why they were all so sure that this girl wanted to harm her. She was the same age as her. The girl was looking forward to her arrival, and she is sure that they will become wonderful friends. How could they not succumb to Lisa's charm after her sensual performance? This is a living angel descended from heaven. Having recovered, Edith wanted to give her a gift, expressing gratitude, so she asked what things she liked. Mother said that the girl loves to embroider, so she chose something related to this activity. The girl decided to express her gratitude to Lisa with a gift decorated with gorgeous white paper and a silk bow. And now, an eternity later, after recovery, Edith can finally work. Her enjoyment of the moment was suddenly interrupted. It was the sound of doors brazenly opening without knocking, and a scream that made your heart shudder. Killian flew into the room, shouting what she had done. Approaching the bed, he asked if she would really deny everything now. The guy angrily explained that Lise lost consciousness while she was embroidering with donated threads. The girl fell unconscious. She was poisoned. Edith did not understand how this happened because the threads were packaged by the seller, and she immediately gave them to Liza, during which time no one could touch them. In the original novel, an attempt to poison the girl occurs during this time. Sophia applied the poison to the tip of an embroidery needle that was part of the gift. And the girl thought that she could change events if she changed the contents of the gift. Did all her efforts go down the drain? And ordinary threads were replaced with poisoned ones. Killian roughly grabbed the girl and began to push, asking what she had done. Edith tried to stop him, asking him to stop suspecting her even for a moment and think soberly. If the power of the original novel is so strong, then it could not change anything about the current situation. She asked the guy to think again about how she could do this. He pinched the bridge of his nose, saying he wished he could believe it, but this is not the first time this has happened. Does the girl really think that she can make everyone around her stop suspecting herself? Edith admitted that she did not want him to suspect her of everything. He even assigned a maid to her who monitors her every action. Dissatisfied, Sophia slammed the table. The mistress replied that she was innocent, so it was not that important. But she definitely needed a better maid. Killian didn't expect her to want this. She really thinks that he will go to the meeting in such conditions, but still the guy agreed and immediately called Anna. Killian immediately took action, ordering that Anna become the new maid, which Edith was very happy about. She turned around looking at her tormentor. After all, if he had delayed even a little, Sophia would have finished her off on the spot. How long did she still expect to mock her? Killian had solved the problem and was now asking for an explanation about Lise. The merchant is definitely being interrogated. He is quite famous, so he wouldn't expose his business like that. Then the girl asked if anyone had access to the threads after she gave them as a gift. But only a certain number of people have the right to enter the girl's room. This is only him, Cliff, the girl herself, the mother, and the maids. Although this will sound like an excuse, Edith still decided to say it. Someone is trying to make her a scapegoat. She is sure that they are trying to harm Lise with impunity. If she suffers greatly, they will punish her for it. This way, someone will kill two birds with one stone. For example, Earl Sinclair. There are rumors that her half-brother and sister tried to harm her more than once. This was the first time Killian had heard of such a thing, but he couldn't deny the possibility. In fact, among the many servants of this estate, at least one spy for the Earl of Sinclair can be found. But it is impossible to detect him. Riegelhoff's spies may also be involved in this. Edith told how she actually thought that his family was trying to set her up in order to discredit the Riegelhoff family. This made the guy terribly angry. How dare she say such vile things? After all, their family would never do this. But the girl convicted him that he himself unfairly suspected her. Although she was close to death, He still did not believe her. He was shocked by such words because he had suspected her only recently. Killian admitted that he didn't mean to criticize her and told her not to worry anymore. He didn't think that way anymore. The guesses were good, of course. It was unclear whether his father and brother would believe them, but this time, he at least pretended to believe them. Unlike that incident with the pie, Edith understood everything, to be honest. She didn't even want them to recognize her as innocent. The main thing was that Lise didn't suspect her of this. In fact, not only she, but the girl doesn't have to be honest. Until now, Lisa, who has seen all the justice due to the Riegelhoff family's past, has come to her defense, and she would be very disappointed if it turned out that the gift was a tool in a poisoning attempt. Then Killian asked if she didn't hate Lisa. The girl was shocked. How could he even think about such a thing? Why would she need it? And hearing the guy's version about how everyone praises Lise, but she is in the shadows, she just laughed. Leaning her palm on the bed, she moved closer. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked him not to be confused. She was Edith Ludwig. She would have envied the girl because of some kind of praise. She never thought that she would ever say such a thing in her life. Suddenly, the guy calmly took her, forcing her back to his eyes. She thought there was something wrong with her hair, but then her pupils dilated. He pressed her to him, finally deciding to kiss her. Edith did not expect this, but answered, deepening it. It seemed that the two of them were together in this castle, and in this world too. While she was thinking about what and why he was doing, Killian moved even closer. Then she wrapped her hands around his neck and hair. After a long kiss, they pulled away from each other and looked into their eyes. A moment later, he was no longer there. The guy stood up abruptly and looked at her, dumbfounded for the last time. And wiping his lips, he apologized many times, as if he had done something bad. After which, he ran away in a hurry, leaving Edith alone with her thoughts about what a strange person he is. A few days later, the probationary period ended. Anna said that this poison is too rare, so it is difficult to find out its origin. It was decided that the evidence is insufficient to draw definitive conclusions. This all seemed very strange to Edith. She thought that Lise would believe her, but the poison was too dangerous and she did not recover. This means that Cliff could not easily turn a blind eye to this. Hearing this news, the princess became angry, slamming her hand on the table. How is this probation period going to end in a few days? But no matter how crazy Langston is this really acceptable? Cliff himself was surprised. A father is a father, but the fact that Killian did this shocked him. Victory muttered through clenched teeth that since then no one had even tried to contact Lise. Everyone thought that everything was fine with her right away. She said that this was unacceptable, and she would have to deal with it herself, because even the Duchess, whom she trusted so much, said nothing about it. She would have visited Lise herself, only if her older brother had not ordered her to stay in the palace. Killian said that in any case, nothing could be changed, and too many people could sneak into Lisa's chambers while no one was there. Then Cliff objected why she then poisoned her own gift, because the poison was applied to something that the girl would definitely touch. The brothers began to argue that the poison was too strong, and Edith would not have been able to use it without catching anyone's eye. Were the guards on their estate really that incompetent? The father stopped them and said that Killian's theory was correct. Killian was about to start being indignant again, but the Duke stood up, adding that after the incident with the pie, the maid's belongings are regularly searched, and it would be difficult to prove whether it was Edith or the maid where they could get the poison. Details will be kept secret until the investigation moves forward. Then Cliff offered the princess an idea for when her father would visit the palace. Edith excitedly rode to the palace in a carriage, wondering how this could even happen. In the original novel, Edith not only wouldn't go with the Duke, she wouldn't even set foot in the palace. But a few hours earlier, she went into her mother's office to check on her, and noticed that the girl was almost recovered. This was all thanks to Anna, who again became her maid, and they dined together more and more often. As it turned out, Renan was interested in the health and well-being of the lady so that she could start working again. Mom also broke the news that the princess herself wanted to see Edith in the palace. And now the unfortunate girl was riding in a carriage with the Duke. Of course, the Duchess took this invitation positively, because the Emperor and Princess have been friends with the family for a long time and treat Lise very warmly, and now they decided to get to know her. Edith was upset and drove almost crying. She knew whatever the real reason was, it definitely had nothing to do with joy. Princess Catherine is known for not observing not only palace etiquette, but also general etiquette moreover. She always does what she wants. She was known for her tomboyish nature, wearing her hair short and refusing to wear dresses, and it was even said that the princess often broke wild horses. And only next to Lise the girl became sweet and soft. In the palace she was the only living soul not limited by the rules, and this is why the reader liked her. She's really cool, with a sassy personality, and as Edith rode and looked out the carriage window, she thought maybe she could get her to side with her. Although at the beginning, Catherine didn't really like Lise. After all, she was accompanied by Cliff, the princess's first love, and she felt extremely jealous of this girl who had captured his heart. But in the end, she too was fascinated by Lise's kindness and began to care for her even more than for Cliff. The Duke noticed Edith's growing excitement, and somewhere in his soul, he sympathized with her. The girl, of course, expected that she had bad intentions, but she got out of the carriage and immediately bowed her head. Directly in front of her, on something similar to a throne, sat the princess herself. The situation was really bad. She could only hold the hem of her dress and guess why she was invited. But Katrin slowly looked at her nails, and yet the girl cannot even open her mouth until she speaks to her first. After half an eternity, the princess finally looked up with her violet eyes, studying the same daughter of Regelhof. Then Edith gently corrected her, saying that she was Ludwig. Catherine agreed, noticing that she had not brought tea, but that was even better, because there were rumors that the lady was poisoning people. It dawned on the girl that the mood and topic of the meeting no longer boded well. She nervously looked down, looking at her hands, fiddling with her dress from nerves, which means Cliff told her everything. Pulling herself together, she calmly replied that she had never used poison, but her previous behavior was not the best. After all, she could not say anything except that the rumors she had heard were only the result of a misunderstanding. Then Katrin realized that she was aware of everything, which means she should know that her father's request for this marriage was the same misunderstanding. This marriage would only cause Killian suffering. Edith, without losing hope, answered with dignity that yes, it was her father's decision, but she was really sorry that everything turned out this way. The princess suddenly stood up and leaned her elbows on the table and said that now many people want her and her brother to die, so they value loyalty most of all. She was interested in whether she was trying to ingratiate herself with these sweet speeches, as Edith, the most colorful flower of high society, had done before. Whether for her this was all a game that she was trying to win. Edith denied everything, saying that she sincerely liked the princess. Towards the end of the novel, when Langston's coup had already been suppressed, there were several episodes where Lise and Catherine spent time together on the Rue Belle-Marie. The princess put on a wig to hide her identity and went shopping with Lise, wearing a dress for the first time in the entire novel, and then, with the help of a friend, had her own tea party. Over the course of the novel, she grew significantly as a character, becoming not only a leader, but also learning how to communicate with people. But the girl thinks that she just followed her own path, despite what others said. She loved that she was a princess who wanted to protect her own freedom. Edith continued, saying that she did not want to bring up the good words of all the nobles again, but she did trust wise judgment, but wanted to be understood too. The princess looked into her eyes and thought deeply. Maybe she was telling the truth. The girl returned from the palace, thinking only about how she had screwed up again. She should learn not to lose confidence just because she is different from the imperial families. Suddenly, she sped up, walking quickly down the corridor, thinking that she should stop thinking about it and just work in her office. But something suddenly stopped her. Someone grabbed the girl's hand, and with all his strength he turned it towards himself. Edith was very scared, because it was Sophia. Maybe now she would do something bad again. She seemed to enjoy hurting people. This tormentor liked to mock, and she gave Edith one last chance. Sophia ordered the papers to be stolen from the Duke's office, and if she betrays them again, she will kill her with his own hands. This vile servant still could not understand why they had not yet killed Edith, whether this illegitimate daughter and the other inhabitants of the house had been transmitted through the air. She thought that after the girl poisoned the threads of this bastard, everyone finally came to their senses, but Edith cunningly turned the situation in her favor. As she thought, the poisoning was not the work of Sophia. She only wanted to kill Edith as quickly as possible, because even the master had already given permission for this. The maid again swung at the poor girl, and in a moment she was already on the ground, coughing from lack of air. And if she is caught, then Sophia will finish her off, so that everyone will think that it was the work of the Ludwig family. Edith threatened to reveal all her crimes, but the girl only laughed, saying that she would have done this long ago if she could. And she added that she knows why she is still silent, because she is afraid that everyone will turn away. But little did she know that Edith was silent, only because of the limitations of the original novel. Once the family finds out that the girl was a spy for the Count, Killian Ludwig will be first in line to throw her out. She hadn't thought about it until now, but could she have told them the truth if not for the restriction? But this guy only recently believed her for the first time and took her side. Also, do not forget that he can leave her and go to Lisa at any moment. Sophia leaned closer to Edith and said that her father could squeeze something out of even useless things. But what terrible things would happen to her in that house? She took her chin and promised that if the papers were stolen, she would put in a good word with the master, because even such an idiot could cope with such a task. Angry, Edith decided to make a prediction. She said that no matter what Sophie did, the Riegelhoff family would still end. And even Shayna, whom she loved so much. The atmospheric office was striking in its coziness, an unfinished cup of coffee, the smell of books, and carelessly scattered tulips in a vase. Renan heard someone disturb his peace. It was Edith standing at the door, asking permission to enter. She apologized because she was probably too late. The girl justified her lateness by saying that she spent a long time choosing what to wear. Renan definitely heard about the incident with the threads, and he is probably also biased towards it. But the guy just calmly said to get to work, even though it would take time, since a lot of documents had accumulated, but she shouldn't rush. It's better to work at her own pace. The girl was surprised. She shouldn't have worried. He was a good person after all. She awkwardly walked inside and got to work. Sitting down, she immediately felt the familiar smell of papers, soothing the cool air. The sound of a pen writing and birds singing outside the window. Turning pages and just silence. How she wanted to get here again. She had not felt so comfortable for a long time. Despite the fact that she is at work, no one looks over her shoulder and tries to find fault. She didn't need to try to predict what others expected of her. This was the safest place she had ever been in her life, which is why she finished the job very quickly. Renan clearly did not expect her to finish everything so quickly. Therefore, I sincerely wondered how she worked so quickly, concentratedly, and skillfully. He seemed to be praising her, but she just shrugged it off, saying it was an easy job. He proudly stated that if everyone worked like this, he would not have to fire so many people, and thanked her for being a great help to him. Even if the task was simple, the documents she was working on were very carefully laid out, down to the smallest detail. Renan couldn't even find anything to complain about. Hearing that the girl was silent and only occasionally sniffled, he looked at her, and he discovered that the girl was so touched that she even shed a tear. She immediately began to apologize, but tears were already flowing. Edith immediately tried to cover herself, talking about how ashamed she was. She couldn't stop the tears no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, Renan stood up and stopped her by the hand. And he said that she didn't need to control her emotions, as if she would be punished for them. He reached into his pocket, feeling for the smooth fabric. Taking out a blue handkerchief from there, the guy began to wipe away her tears. If a lady hides her emotions, then someday they will definitely break out. Someone suddenly called the guy sharply, but finally he told the girl not to rush, since the work was not urgent. The same one who called seemed to be watching them, hiding behind the door. Edith returned along the corridor to her room, thinking that there was still a way out. Moreover, with characters who had little influence on the development of the plot, such as Renan, she feels less pressure. In the corridor, she came across a girl and a guy. Apparently, they were servants. After greeting them, she decided to say what a good job they had done today, and wished them a good day. Although they were shocked by her words, she continued to smile politely. She definitely needed to make friends with the nameless minor characters. After thanking her, they left in a hurry. Perhaps having done this, she will not be able to correct her situation with the help of the servants in the estate. But at least this way there is a chance that not everyone will turn on her, and she will get support from them and not from the useless main characters. She wondered if Killian went to see Lisa today. In the middle of the night, she found this guy on her bed. He began to talk about the fact that she was done with work, but decided not to show herself to anyone. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, or what he was even doing here. But he just sat closer and asked if she was really disappointed by their last meeting. He covered her hand with his and asked why she went to her room so quickly. He was very close, so she asked if she was supposed to come to his room after work. Then Killian objected. Doesn't she usually do this? She pretends to be innocent, but nevertheless tries to seduce. Of course, if we look at everything from this guy's point of view, then her behavior can be assessed that way. After all, she is a depraved girl who is trying to distract attention from her lies with temptation. He admitted that she almost succeeded because he acted like a fool. The girl indicated that she had not committed any crimes. And that day, I didn't intend to seduce him. Roughly speaking, he just misunderstood everything. But the guy objected again. She was in a vulgar dress and kissed him in the middle of the night. How could this be a misunderstanding? Killian asked her if she was disappointed that night. It seems that even if she tried to seduce him, she was not happy with the result. And so she moved on to other prey. It looks like he had been drinking, otherwise how to explain what is happening now, where she could even find prey. The guy said that she knew where, because she had always been a subject of discussion among young aristocrats, and despite the fact that he did not want to hear, rumors always reached his ears. Rumors about how she likes to seduce other men, After all, no one could resist such a beautiful and sexy girl. How many men became her victims? If not for the instructions of Count Riegelhoff, Edith probably would not have done this, but the rumors did their job. The guy came even closer, taking her by the fragile shoulder, and said that it was not difficult for her to seduce a man. She just had to beckon with her hand, and they would run to her feet as if they had lost their minds. He got angry because she is his. She is Edith Ludwig. It looks like he is really jealous. But Killian Ludwig knows absolutely nothing about this. This girl wasn't nearly as stupid as Killian thought she was. But she was not as insidious as the men thought she was. Quite unexpectedly, she turned out to be a connoisseur of art. It was easy to please her with the food prepared by the Duke's cooks. But in tense moments, she became cool and calm, finding an appropriate response to any rudeness, without losing her temper. No matter how hopeless the situation was, she always looked for a rational way out of the situation. She even guessed that they wanted to make her a scapegoat, and that the Sinclairs wanted to harm Lise, blaming everything on her. As a result, she was even able to influence her father, bringing reasonable arguments which no one expected. If you think like that, then everything fits. The only strange thing is that as soon as something happened, they immediately blamed everything on Edith. Since when did the sons of Duke Ludwig begin to conduct their investigations so poorly? This smart and proud girl pretended that this did not hurt her at all, although this was not the case. She never showed her weakness in front of Killian, and she never even asked for help. She never talked about her difficulties or asked for help. Is Renan really more to her liking? Or maybe it all became like this from the moment they were together, which means she didn't like it then. The guy didn't understand anything at all, so it was very easy for him to agree with his inner voice, saying that Edith was bad. Renan simply behaves like a worthy gentleman, and Edith simply takes advantage of this, like a cunning fox. Apparently she was going to seduce him, take advantage of men's weakness for women's tears. And thus Edith comes out bad. She is the only bad person here. But this thought abruptly stopped spinning in his head. It was now impossible to hide the fact that Killian Ludwig didn't know her at all. Such wounds cannot be received by accident. Judging by the color of the bruises, they were received not a day or two ago until now. None of the servants have reported anything like this. Killian asked her who did this to her. She turned her back to him with bruises, and was silent. The veins on the guy's neck swelled with anger, because their servants would not remain silent about this, which means everything is clear. The next day, the palace looked completely different. It simply shone. Edith sat awkwardly at the table in the morning, nervous, remembering tonight. Even Anna noticed that the girl did not sleep well. But last night, Killian apologized for losing his temper and got dressed to leave the room. Edith, covering herself with a blanket, admitted that it wasn't that she didn't like it. She didn't mind continuing because it was also important to fulfill the duties of a wife. The guy said that he is not the kind of animal to hug a person whose back is covered with bruises. She looked at him with joyful eyes, still remembering their kisses. But as soon as he left, she felt lonely. There was nothing to do, and after Killian left, she went to bed. As soon as she got up in the morning, she felt some kind of stickiness on her back. It looks like it was ointment, but the only people who know she has bruises on her back are Killian and Sophia. So while she was sleeping, the guy came and put some ointment on her back. She couldn't believe she had missed it just because she was sleeping too soundly. Immediately, someone knocked and entered the room. It was Killian, although it was early in the morning. Apparently, the matter was urgent. The girl carefully turned towards the entrance, not expecting to see what was happening. As soon as Sophia was thrown right into the girl's lap at the feet of the girl, she tried to justify herself, saying that the Count had specially sent her to look after her, and there was nothing to blame her for. Killian just laughed. In front of him stood a maid who couldn't fulfill her duties, which means she shouldn't be near Edith. She began to object that they had known each other since childhood, and that Sophia had been trained since childhood to become her maid. Then Killian said that the maid, who knows her duties, not only did not report the bruises received by her mistress, she did not even help to cure them. And when he thought about who could have inflicted such injuries on her, only Sophia came to mind. Edith, standing next to him, was in shock. He found out about everything just by looking at her yesterday. The maid tried to justify herself for not reporting such minor abrasions to her mistress. But Killian immediately interrupted her, gritting his teeth, and he offered to supply her with several of the same ones. It was clear from the maid's face that she was cursing everything around her in her thoughts, because she did not expect such an outcome of events. She and Edith are married, but knowing this, Sophia hoped that the clothes would cover the wounds, and thus decided to hide the traces. It's funny to even think about it. And since when did Count Riegelhoff hire servants, and now he asks to return the maid back in good condition? It was only early morning before he had time to find out everything. Suddenly, Killian announced that he didn't need her permission to kick Sophia out, and it seemed like he was being polite right now. The guy decided to leave Edith with Anna, while he made sure that this precious maid was sent back in their carriage. The girl still looked dumbfounded at what was happening, but she was still pleased. Anna suggested going into the room and examining the body, and the lady agreed. She took off her top and the chiffon dress fell to the floor, revealing what was painful for the maid to see. Edith asked what was wrong when she noticed the silence behind her. Anna only asked why she had been silent all this time. Seeing her face, the girl realized that she was blaming herself a little. After all, she did not notice anything at all, and did not even suspect such a thing. She immediately ran for the medicine. It was clear from her that she was worried, and this was not bad. The person received a notification warning that if the conditions of the second stage are not met that day, he will be punished. Sitting in complete darkness, she pressed the screen, continuing to analyze the situation. All this turned out very strange, because he never worried that he would not be able to fulfill the conditions of the stage. But if you think about it, everything was strange from the very beginning. Most Ediths are glad that they were reborn as a girl with a golden spoon in her mouth, and then from beginning to end they act in approximately the same way. First of all, they try not to follow the path of the villain and be kind, however. As soon as they move to the Duke's house, they fall in love with either Killian or Cliff. They try to win the love of characters who don't even want to look at them, trying to go with the flow of the original plot, until they realize that they can't change anything after the document leak incident. They usually start to panic and lose their composure, instead of calmly and clearly proving your innocence. But that's not all. She also gained the affections of minor characters whom he cannot control, as if he knows that characters who were rarely mentioned in the original are not so subject to its laws. But it cannot be said that she does this on purpose and is courteous to characters who may benefit her. Perhaps she really is like this, even when she noticed aristocrats walking through the market, as if not noticing ordinary villagers, and as soon as a person begins to think that he has won, she immediately changes tactics in order to fulfill the condition of the first stage. No matter how many conditions are met, the influence of the characters ceases to be so strong in the first stage. Only minor characters could influence the events. But why did the main character, Killian, do this? Out of despair, the man hit the table with all his might. He really didn't know what to do, but he reassured himself that everything was under control. On the contrary, everything is even for the better. It will only help highlight the main character even more. She has become an ingredient for the perfect scene. However, he found it funny that the ingredient was trying to resist its own fate. Then all that remained was to try and conduct experiments on the 13th Edith. He was interested in whether she could fulfill these conditions. Meanwhile, Cliff was arguing with Killian again. He was unhappy that his brother just let the maid go. It was necessary to capture her and conduct a thorough investigation, because she could be behind the attempted poisoning of Lise. But if they had investigated this without evidence, they would have been accused of illegally detaining Riegelhoff's maid, so the guy considered himself lucky to get rid of her. Then Cliff reminded him that it was he who initially gave her permission to stay and work on the estate. The Duke gave permission for this, and Lisa also agreed. Cliff turned to the girl, asking why she did this, but she sadly replied that she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Even if the Sinclairs or someone else are behind all this, all that remains is that someone really dislikes her, and it seems that if Lise finds out who it is, she will be hurt. Killian was very glad that she supported his words. If it were not for the fact that Edith was the Count's unloved daughter, this marriage between families with strained relations would have been in jeopardy. That's why Edith remained silent all this time. Killian continued to reason. But even so, if such a smart woman allowed herself to be beaten and did not say anything to anyone, then this is strange. How, it dawned on him. And he remembered how she tried to hint to him, saying that she did not want to be suspected of everything, and asked to assign a maid to keep an eye on her. He finally understood everything. After all, she did not remain silent. Instead, she simply used him. He was suddenly brought out of such long thoughts by his brother's voice. He asked if he was now accidentally ignoring Lise, who was ill, because he was thinking about Edith. Although the girl felt a little sad, she still asked Cliff not to say that. Killian returned to the present and looked at the girl. Then he apologized, saying that he was confused in his own thoughts. Smiling, Lisa said that, on the contrary, she was glad, because she was not sure that she could cope with such a lot of attention to herself. She also wanted to ask the guy to take care of Edith while she was recovering. She kept thinking how hard it was for her after the poisoning. After all, they visit Lise together, and Edith endured all the hardships alone. Therefore, she would like Killian to console Edith, who has been having such a hard time so far. Tugging at her little hands, she thought about what else to add, and she invited the guy to drink tea with Edith, take a walk, and talk. And in general, she asked him to be as kind to the girl as he was to her. That evening, a strong wind blew, blowing the curtains at the windows. A bored Edith lazily knocked on the table. She wondered if Killian had noticed the situation she was in. After all, she was beaten by her own maid. and Count Riegelhoff sent a carriage for Sophia to return her to his estate. This is difficult not to notice if you look beyond your nose. And yet, Killian sent Sophia back to the Count in a carriage, instead of throwing Edith out the door. And since no one condemns this decision, it means that Killian did not tell the Duke about it. Did the girl suddenly receive sympathy from the main male character? In fact, she knew that the probability of being thrown out the door was not so high, because, after all, she, as a character, is more important than Sophia, and according to the laws of the original, she could not be thrown out like that, since she still had to experience a lot of key events. The girl was more worried about the fact that there were events involving Sophia that never happened, what would happen instead, and how she should behave. Now she will have to be even more vigilant. Maybe Killian has taken notice of her situation, but she cannot completely rely on him, so she still must prove that she poses no threat. Now he sees her as a woman who tried to seduce him into helping her get out of a bad situation. And she will definitely make him think differently. The next day in the morning, Killian invited her to drink tea. The girl smiled nervously, looking a little ridiculous. But having politely thanked her, she still politely refused. The guy looked for the reason for the refusal, but thought that perhaps it was too sudden. And the next day, he waited for her on the corner, offering to have dinner this time with everyone, noticing that she had dinner every time in her chambers. But the girl would not want to spoil the family dinner, because she thinks that the Duke experiences some inconvenience when she is around. And thanking him again, she left the guy alone with his guesses. He thought that since the poisoning of Lise, his father really felt uncomfortable. And Edith most likely too. The next afternoon, he tried his luck again by asking her to go for a walk in the park. He pulled her away from reading a book and drinking tea, but still hoped that she would join. But Edith again politely refused, explaining that the sun was too hot and she would rather stay inside. The guy once again slammed the door of her room, remembering all the girl's refusals. He just stood silently and wondered why she didn't agree. Maybe she's just uncomfortable. Where did he make a mistake? And he understood perfectly well that he was doing this, not only because of Lisa's request. Killian was already thinking that this woman was a real snake, but perhaps not as bad as the rumors said. Just when he thought he had figured out her motives, the truth about such a complex situation was revealed. Therefore, the guy thought that it would be best to get to know her by being alone. But he didn't think it would be so difficult to do. So he began to think that he was doing something wrong or at the wrong time, and decided to invite her to lunch next time. When Edith came around the corner, she didn't expect to see him here, because she thought he was on a walk. Killian stammered for a very long time, searching in his head for an explanation for what he forgot here. Still unable to figure out what to say, he talked about the cakes he had recently brought from Peridot's pastry shop, and invited her to try it. Just thinking about food, the girl was already drooling. These were the same strawberry tarts from Peridot that she so wanted to try. But she had to refuse, allegedly because she was a little plump. Without allowing the guy to get a word in, she quickly thanked him and immediately ran away. Edith certainly won't fall for the food. No matter how much he tests her, the result will be the same. She will be a grateful, obedient, and sweet wife as long as he does not disturb her peace. 3 days later, when she was visiting Lise, the girl asked if she was disappointed in Killian. Edith was confused, not understanding where she got this from. After all, this is not at all true, and he never disappointed her for a moment. Although she exaggerated a little, she was sure that everyone around her understood everything perfectly. On the contrary, she is even grateful to him, because he takes care of her in his own way. Then Lise asked why she was avoiding Killian. Edith was even a little embarrassed by this question, since she did not understand where it came from. The maids must have spread the rumors pretty well. Then the girl asked not to misunderstand her, and she said that she was sorry for Killian, for the sake of the dukedom he had to give up his desires. Arranged marriages are common, but it is different when it is a marriage with a girl from a family he hates. So she replied that she didn't want Killian to spend time with her just because of obligations. Every day this guy comes with different offers, either to play sports or to ride a horse. And he even insistently offered to teach. And yesterday he even came to Renan's office and insistently watched her work. Edith was sure that he was doing all this in vain, but Lise asked her to open her heart to Killian. At one of these regular moments, he came to her and said that he knew that she had nothing to do that evening. But after work, Renan really only has plans to eat and sleep. Then the guy again invited her to go together, for example, to the opera. But to this, she only invited him to go with Lisa. It seemed to her that she was already feeling much better. She assured him it would be cool, after all. They are so close, and she doesn't care one bit. He fell silent for a moment, as if searching his head for something suitable to voice. Of course, Edith did not expect such a violent reaction. She was almost blown away by the wind and energy emanating from the offended guy. Leaning on the table and leaning as close to her as possible, he asked what she thought about him. Edith naively replied that he was her husband. What could she imagine about him? Then she thought, if this is also part of the test, she should not say that, and added that it was only on paper. Killian sat and listened to the girl with a face of sad, depressed consciousness. They're in a marriage of convenience, where the union exists only in documents. This is a duty that has suddenly fallen upon him as a member of the ducal family. The guy was put in shackles, which dashed his last hopes of marrying his loved one. Edith Riegelhoff zealously desires to receive love from a noble, like the devil himself, a snake. Killian's thoughts were confused. One part believed that Edith was a bad person, but the other wanted to believe that she was not. She doesn't know how to envy a sweet, fragile girl was sitting in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he thought that she didn't care about a person who was even unpleasant. And now he was making himself look jealous and annoying. So he said, since she doesn't want to spend time with him to that extent, she probably wants to spend it with someone else. He assumed that this person was Renan. It looks like the guy really wasn't pretending. She had to run after him and stop him. She touched her palm and turned his face in her direction. He had such an expression on his face, as if he had been offended. Then he began to reason further. Since Killian is only a husband on paper, that means he just needs to play the role of a thoroughbred stallion. He covered the girl's hand with his, showing that he understood everything. And apologizing for his slowness, he leaned over and pressed her to him. And then he pressed his lips to hers, as if they really loved each other, and this was not all pretense. The girl tried to stop him, and explain that this was a misunderstanding. But nothing worked out for her. Killian could not be stopped. He finally picked her up and carried her to his room. The conditions of the second stage have been met due to the occurrence of exceptional events. The influence of the author is reduced. The girl finally realized what had happened. Her luck in this world does not increase if she becomes intimate with Killian. The condition of refusing him 10 times is simply ridiculous. As she thought, who is behind all this is just playing with her. He knows how she feels about Killian and takes advantage of it. If the girl had not come to her senses in time, she would not have fulfilled this condition. Well, thanks to this, she is even closer to becoming the goddess of this world. Is this person really that stupid? The man in front of the screen was seething with anger. He did not expect this. He didn't understand how she managed it so quickly. How did it happen that she received invitations from the person she likes and refused him 10 times? For love, they would fulfill all of Lisa's wishes, no matter how absurd they were. They will give her gifts again and again, sparing nothing, because they only want to wrap her in their arms. How did she even think of saying that she didn't want Killian to spend time with her out of a sense of duty? Was he wrong? Did she really love him? Previously, no one had been able to fulfill the conditions of the second stage. Now, even over the main characters, his power has decreased. What will he do if she fulfills the conditions of the third stage? Then he will completely lose the power of the author. The influence of the original will fall. The plot of the novel will develop under the influence of the desires of the characters. And even when the original story comes to an end, time will not stop there. Sweet Lisa will grow older and eventually die. The time has come to establish the conditions of the third stage. Of course, this man did not want to lose the power of the author, so he tried and thought about what condition to set. But all the conditions that he tried to set were unacceptable. After all, the girl herself will never die. Then, how can he do this? Maybe with the wrong hands. The conditions of the third stage have been established. The morning sun entered the room, illuminating the tea table and a stack of books. Edith lay with her husband, bathed in a warm blanket. She liked to lie quietly together and touch Killian's muscles, but he said that there was nothing interesting about it. If you do physical activity, the muscles will naturally grow. He was much more interested in her body, which is why he pulled the girl closer to him. How did this guy learn to leave such gentle touches so quickly? Edith quietly admitted that she thought he would crush her when he loomed over her so suddenly. To this, he just silently kissed her forehead in an attempt to calm her down. Not that it made her forget that moment, but for a moment she actually became quiet. How the silence was interrupted by the guy's answering question. He wondered if she really didn't want him to be just a stud. She said no, of course, not understanding why he was even asking that. As if this guy actually cares what does she think about him. And this is definitely not pity. He would not have gone this far just because of her. Of course, knowing how powerful the original novel is, this is definitely not love. The only thing that remains is carnal desires or loneliness. The girl was well acquainted with Killian's story. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass his brother. After all, Cliff is the main male character who has everything, the heir to the title. All the parents' attention and their expectations were placed on him, and even the girl she loves sees only her older brother. Apparently, he finally understood that in such a world, Edith faces the same thing as him. Edith Ludwig can understand him like no one else. He really saw the good in her, looked at the other side. After all, she shares his pain better than anyone. She understands what it's like to be lonely and not receive any attention. But all this time it was not Edith Ludwig, but Choi Suna. But he will probably never know about it. The girl gently touched and ran her fingers over his face, and she asked what she needed to do for him to start believing. Sometime later, Killian took the girl to the theater. She was shocked by his beauty. The hall was so large, but the music was still clearly audible. She spoke as if it was her first time in the theater. In fact, it was really her first time here. The guy was surprised how she had never been to the largest opera house in the capital. It seems that she will again seem like a woman far from culture. But returning to Edith's memories, where her father and brother kept saying how ignorant she was, and that she didn't need to get involved in these entertainments, she realized that the girl knew about opera, but art, music, and even books were inaccessible to her, all because of her father, who was afraid that his daughter would know more than she needed. The tragedy was called Odilette. The story begins with Odilette, the daughter of a ruined viscount, going into the forest to pick raspberries. And there he finds Laszlo wounded in the forest. The compassionate girl helps him. Laszlo has lost his memory and decides to stay with Odilette until his wounds heal. However, in reality, he is a prince from a neighboring country who fled an internecine war. Soon the two fell in love with each other. But the viscount, after much deliberation, for the sake of the well-being of the family, forces his daughter to marry Hubert, a wealthy baron living next door. Laszlo persuades Odilette to run away with him for the sake of their love, but Baron Hubert, knowing that she loves another, decides to seduce the girl with his wealth. Edith felt the story so much that she could barely hold back her tears, wiping them with a handkerchief. The main character asked for an answer as to what is better, family or love. She asked Laszlo to forgive her, saying that her heart was forever his. At the moment when she admitted that she needed to leave him, Edith was already crying, filling everything with tears. The event ended and all the guests were forced to leave. Wiping away tears, the girl admitted that the opera was very interesting, and if she had known that it was so incredible, she would not have refused to attend it. Killian listened and studied her very carefully all this time. How did you decide to ask? If she were Odilette, who would she choose? The girl proudly stated that she would choose Hubert and would not commit suicide. Edith tried to prove to him that Laszlo was a bad person. He knew about the situation the girl was in, but hid his identity. It was more important for him to check whether her love was true. Everyone understands perfectly well that the survival of her family depended on who Odilette married. Killian was amazed by this profound realization. After all, in the opera, Hubert is portrayed as a bad person, but in fact he sincerely loved Odilette. He promised to give her everything she needed, and respectfully waited for her to make her choice. In fact, Edith does not quite believe the ending of the opera, although it was very emotional. When Odilette sees the prince marry the princess, her heart breaks and she commits suicide. However, this is a very stupid and unlikely act. If Edith had been in the heroine's place, in the finale, Odilette and Hubert would have lived happily ever after. Killian wondered how this would have happened, how she would have forgotten Laszlo. But we must never forget about time. Over time, even the heart can change its mind, and the wounds that seem to always bleed heal. After all, people are much stronger than everyone usually imagines. Is she really trying to fool the guy again with sweet speeches? It turned out that no, she was just strong. She cannot be broken, she cannot be broken, she is stronger than everyone else. Noticing Killian staring at her, the girl asked why he was looking that way. Instead of answering, he suggested taking a walk around the city together. During the walk, Edith constantly walked with her eyes downcast. It was clear from her that she was embarrassed, because they were all walking so smartly past the villagers, and he probably often walked like this with other girls. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by a small movement on the side of the path. This is a little girl in a headscarf. She was selling flowers to passers-by. But unfortunately, no one bought flowers from her, the upset girl continued to ask. Edith, with her big heart, stopped the guy. She came closer to the little girl and, putting hope in her fragile eyes, asked how much all the flowers would cost. At the same time, she smiled and looked so sweet, as if she were an angel descended from heaven. When Killian approached them, holding out a stack of bills, he asked if this was enough. The little girl was surprised, thanked the young master, and ran away. Looking at Edith, the guy grinned. It seems that she will be the only aristocrat in the empire who buys her own flowers. Handing over the bouquet, he said that there is no need to buy flowers yourself when there is a husband nearby. The girl looked at the flowers joyfully. She had never been given anything like this before. Killian suggested that this was the first time she had received such a limp bouquet, and she should have bought them in the morning. Then they would have been fresher. But Edith reassured him, saying that they were perfect, and she had never been given flowers before. He looked at her, not understanding how this could even happen, because she was beautiful, and crowds of suitors seemed to be running after her. In real life, the girl's parents were not the kind of people who spent money on useless bouquets, let alone the ex-boyfriend who cheated on her. The real Edith definitely had a lot of people sending her bouquets, but the flowers never reached Edith's hands. That's why she received flowers for the first time in her past and present lives. She didn't think that it would touch her soul so much. The guy watched in surprise as the girl enjoyed the delicate and pleasant smell of flowers. Edith suggested we go and see what else they were selling there. Taking the guy by the hand, the girl smiled and ran in the other direction, dragging him along with her. He, of course, had no choice but to follow the girl in her good mood. Killian didn't even quite understand where exactly they were going. He just held the girl in front by the hand, and he felt good. They often stopped when something caught the girl's eye. And this time, it was delicious strawberry ice cream on a stick. When suddenly a clown appeared out of nowhere, scaring Edith. He appeared and disappeared. The girl turned around but could not understand where he was. This creepy clown grabbed poor Edith, making her heart beat faster. It was at this point that Killian asked him to leave his wife alone. The girl felt complete trust and protection in Killian. He gently and confidently took her hand and finally pulled her out of the monster's embrace. Next to him, she finally heard her being called wife. In fact, all this was created only for one girl, the main character. These beautiful streets, squares, attractions, all this was invented only for the main characters of the novel. But now she and Killian are enjoying a walk here. Maybe it's because they managed to fulfill the conditions of the second stage. After all, the guy invited her to the opera right in bed without even doing a favor. He was completely serious in his intentions because he wanted to know more about her. If Killian's attitude towards her changed due to the fulfillment of the conditions of the second environment, will she and he be freed from the restrictions of the original novel if she fulfills the conditions of the third stage? Keeping close to him, she calmly walked down the street. But I wondered if they could just love each other. Sometimes sad, sometimes happy. Will they be able to find their happiness? Will they, like ordinary free people whose names are not even mentioned in the original novel, be able to simply live? That night, the full, sparkling moon illuminated the path for all who needed it. Late at night, Killian walked down the corridor, remembering the past day. No matter how much he thought about it, he still could not understand Edith. Because she was interested in art, he invited her to go to the opera. Although he was afraid that she would be bored, he thought that she had gone to the theater with other men countless times. But I couldn't even imagine that she would cry like a child after watching Odalette. And even more so, I could not think that Edith Riegelhoff had never received a bouquet of flowers as a gift in her life. She had already approached him several times and told him how wonderful today had been, and thanked him with a smile. She did quite a few things for the first time today. Killian seemed happy to hear that it was her first time. Was he going crazy? Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a voice echoed down the corridor. Looking around, the guy saw lonely Lise. Rubbing her sleeve, she said that it was very late now. Killian came up and asked what was wrong. She just denied it, saying that he was probably tired. Come to think of it, lately he had been spending all his time on Edith, not on Liza, so he asked her to tell him what was the matter. Hesitatingly, she admitted that she had heard that someone had seen Edith apply poison to embroidery threads. It was one of the maids. She suddenly packed her things and left the mansion. Cliff had been looking for her all day. But why didn't she tell him this earlier? Lise didn't know what to answer. After all, Cliff said that he would figure it out himself, but she thought that he should know about it too. The girl suddenly turned to the guy again. She tried her best to find in him the assurance that Edith would not do such a thing. Although he answered that, of course not, he himself thought that this was definitely the work of an insidious woman. Suddenly, Killian heard someone's voice again in the distance. He turned around but found no one. The guy was about to ask if the girl had said anything. But then he changed his mind and calmly told her not to worry, because this is definitely not Edith. After all, she has no reason to do something like that. If you think about it logically, even if Count Riegelhoff ordered Edith to commit murder, it makes no sense for him to kill Lisa, who has no power, instead of any other member of the Ludwig family. Although she has smaller reasons for being jealous of Lise, he does not think that Edith is jealous of him. On the contrary, instead of fighting for his attention, she pulled away from his proposals a bunch of times. He thought that someone had told the maid to say this. This means that the real culprit can easily get close to someone in the family. It is worth interrogating other maids working on the estate. For some reason, Lise didn't want this to develop into something serious. He asked her not to worry and gave her his jacket, throwing it over her shoulders, because at such a late time it was quite cool and she needed to dress warmer. Killian asked if Cliff ever thought about dealing with Edith on his own again. Would she tell him about it, just like she did now? He also asked not to talk about his request to Cliff, otherwise he would keep it a secret from everyone. He thanked the girl and said that it was already late, and it was time to return to his place. Perhaps Lise expected a completely different reaction, so she was disappointed. Lise stopped the guy to say something. He even turned around, not understanding what had happened. But she changed her mind and said that everything was fine and wished him good night. 3 days after visiting the opera, Killian had lunch with the girl every day without exception. Edith was sure that during the date, he found answers to his questions, then what he needed now. Then the girl asked if he didn't have work today. Killian didn't really understand why she was asking this. The guy said that she was late and he had already returned from work, calling her his wife. Edith didn't understand why he made such a face. Therefore, without joking, I asked why he suddenly began to behave like that. For the 3rd day in a row, they have had lunch and dinner together. But they are spouses, that's how it should be. Putting down the knife, he realized that perhaps he had been rude to her. And probably what he said that night was rude. The guy knew that it was too late to say this. But he made a lot of mistakes. He suggested, if she didn't mind, to really get to know the girl. After all, she is still the main suspect in all the incidents that have occurred, but he is beginning to increasingly think that someone else is to blame for this. Is it really because of the conditions of the 2nd stage? The man who was so reluctant to even touch her that he put a wedding ring on himself. And now he wants to really get to know her so that he can get rid of preconceptions. He also changed his mind to the point where he was able to tell her, hoping that it wasn't her after all. Eddie didn't even know how to react to this. Everything was not going according to the original plot. Then, hand on heart, the girl thanked the guy from the bottom of her heart. He did not at all expect that she would begin to thank him for this. Therefore, he replied that on the contrary, he should apologize to such a beautiful woman. It seems that Killian really would like to spend even more time with her than he does now. After all, in order to get to know someone, you need to spend as much time as possible with them. This guy wanted to know what she liked and what she didn't like. He wanted to know everything, even down to such trifles as habits. Killian didn't want to miss anything. It was a novel about 2 main male characters fighting for the love of the main character. But you don't have to act like a man possessed to get to know someone better. They began a period of study. The girl could not understand Killian's logic. She thought that this would all be very awkward. Not only was she much more comfortable than she thought, but it also happened very naturally. Together they went for walks, watched the place of morning training, and admired the roses. It was as if the wall between them had collapsed. Killian constantly looked after the girl, even asking her to take warm clothes when it was still summer. He was worried that she would catch a cold and would irritate him, but she reassured him that if she got sick, she would do it without him even noticing, to which he replied that if she once again hid her illnesses, he would definitely not let her go. Then he remembered that he himself said that she would irritate him as a joke and immediately apologized. So they argued nicely right at the tea table. They didn't care that their brother and Lise were watching them. Then she noticed how good they looked together. The surprised girl said that they really look like spouses. Looks like it's time for tea with Lise. Edith already wanted to object and say that she understood everything wrong. Because after these words, she felt strange. But suddenly she looked towards Killian. Her husband sat with a smug and proud expression on his face, as if he really was satisfied with everything. This means that nothing really bothered him. Lise said that she made Martinez's strawberry tea today and hoped that she would like it. The girl found the aroma very pleasant, and Killian assumed that she liked strawberries. He continued to do so even here. Edith laughed and admitted that the strawberries themselves were slightly sour. She liked the ones that were sweet and aromatic. Her husband remembered that her perfume smelled like roses, not strawberries. But she added that it was better to wear the scent of flowers on your body, not food. After he agreed, saying that these were not so bad, Edith understood everything. It looks like he's trying to make Lise jealous. So she decided to try a new tactic. And she unexpectedly objected since he says that they are not so bad, it means they are not very good after all. The guy was absolutely shocked by this statement. He didn't mean anything bad. They were stopped by Cliff, who noticed that his relationship with his wife had improved recently. And he confessed instead of Lise, hadn't he gone too far? This all seemed to her as strange as possible. Why Cliff, who in the original novel did not allow Killian to get close to Lisa, was now behaving this way. Lise shared that she recently received a letter from the boutique that her new shoes are ready. Cliff watched Edith's reaction very suspiciously. The girl remembered how Killian once suggested that she go there. She didn't want to buy something too expensive. But the guy said that he saw a suitable option there. Edith was lost in her thoughts, completely forgetting about the dialogue. She only came to her senses when everyone started calling her together. She explained, saying that she was just thinking. Killian asked if she felt cold because of the cool wind. She again had to prove that she was completely healthy and not bad, but the guy stood his ground. Lise looked away with annoyance, asking her to pretend that they had not heard anything, and saying that she was just going there with Cliff. Killian reassured her, saying that he would have free time. There were many shops on La Belle Marie Street, and he and Edith would definitely have a good time. To this Cliff objected, saying that it would be a little difficult. Since he, his father, and Edith had to visit the Imperial Palace, it was unlikely that she would be able to go. And this was also very strange. He did not interfere with the meeting between Lise and her brother. Cliff said that it's a shame, but it looks like the two of them will have to go to the boutique together. Apparently, he's doing everything he can to keep them alone. That day, the palace seemed somehow renewed. It seemed to shine with cleanliness. Edith walked through the park with her husband and wondered what she might have missed. Lise and Killian did pick out shoes for her together, but this episode had to happen before the guy was established as her main romantic interest. Therefore, if Cliff was jealous, he would, on the contrary, do everything to prevent Lisa from taking these shoes. It is also suspicious that she was summoned to the palace, but Killian also behaved strangely. Edith was about to ask what happened, but the guy's thoughts were occupied with something else, and he was generally turned in the other direction. The Duke and the younger Sinclair stood near the estate. What is he even doing here, and how did he get here? The guy with blue eyes greeted the couple, saying that he had not seen them for a long time, and called Edith Riegelhoff. Young woman. Understandably, she became nervous, squeezing the guy standing next to her tighter. He calmly told her to go inside without her, and he headed towards the men. I immediately corrected Count Sinclair, because the girl's name is Edith Ludwig. Over dinner in her room, Killian shared that Demian wants to take away the iron mining rights in the south. The girl was surprised, because the rights to mine iron belonged to Count Riegelhoff. This was the main reason for the marriage between Edith Riegelhoff and Killian Ludwig. If this reason does not exist, then perhaps the girl's position will lose significance. If Killian could talk to his father, he would know that everything had already been decided. He stood up, saying that today he had to leave earlier, and asked for understanding. The girl already wanted to start eating. She almost grabbed her fork. But suddenly the guy decided to return to her. He came close, bent down and took a strand of burgundy hair. After smelling her, he said that her perfume was not bad. And he added that he really likes the rose-scented perfume that she always wears. Today, Edith went to Darcy Street to run errands with Anna. Right in the cafe where she came to relax, she was asked such a difficult question whether she loved Mr. Killian. And even though she apologized, she didn't expect such questions from her maid, so she was surprised. And so she asked why she was interested in this. Anna replied that she heard that the gentleman had gone for a walk with Lise. Despite the various shops on Rue La Belle Marie, the street is primarily famous as a date spot. It seemed to her that Edith and her husband had become much closer lately, but if this is a walk like brother and sister, then everything is fine. While she was telling all this, Edith realized that this girl was really worried about her. Anna was the Duke's employee who was always calm no matter what happened, and it was she who began to put her well-being above Killian's opinion. For this, the lady thanked the brown-eyed girl, and she added that she was fine, and if every day was as wonderful as this one, she had nothing to regret. This morning she sold 3 of her dresses and most of her jewelry, saying that she did not want to wear dresses that could ruin the reputation of the ducal family. Despite the fact that lately many people have been wearing dresses that are even more revealing than these, and they would suit her very well. Count Riegelhoff carefully selected dresses for Edith in which she would be the center of attention. Such rich and elegant dresses suited her perfectly. Few people wear dresses with this silhouette, so no one could buy them at a high price. Emerald necklace, diamond earrings. She took out her jewelry box, which was part of her dowry, and sold almost all the jewelry that was more expensive than the rest. She needs money so that she can escape from this unstable situation at any time, even though she didn't earn much. No matter how kindly they treated her here, no matter how warm she felt here. She couldn't rely on all this. You can never rely on anyone. She realized this in real life in childhood when she had an illness. There was no money at home at all. And her brother was asked with all his might to be a donor for her, because she is, after all, his younger sister. He just got mad and screamed for her to just die. While the girl bitterly held back her tears, her brother was persuaded with a reward in the form of a laptop. If you hope for help, then it can turn into a debt, and complaints will attract attention, and she will be scolded for them. She sat and lost her gaze in a cup of tea, thinking that the only person you can rely on is yourself. When Anna suddenly interrupted the silence of thoughts, the maid was clearly nervous, but she definitely wanted to confess something. Anna worked as a maid for the Ludwig family for more than 10 years. She had all the qualities that a maid in a noble family's house should have, and she did not eavesdrop on the conversations of the head of the family. She didn't spy on what family members were doing. The girl worked quietly and unnoticeably, like a shadow, so that no one noticed her presence, as if she didn't have the mind to think about them or the heart to feel emotions. Maids exist only as doers of dirty work. Anna was ordered to be Edith Riegelhoff's servant, to keep an eye on her and report her if there was anything suspicious or if she offended her. This girl is rumored to have been involved in many unpleasant incidents. She definitely needs to be kept an eye on. Not to mention the relationship with her husband, with whom she is in an arranged marriage. But Anna was not one of those who took pity on the young master. She eavesdropped on the gossip of the other maids with contempt. When they discussed how terrible Edith was and how she caused nothing but trouble, the girl only remained silent. Anna remembered when Lisa first arrived at the estate. But she didn't feel anything special when she saw the smiling girl, despite the fact that she was wearing rags. Anna, who became a maid and worked such hard work from the age of 12, knew what grief was. But Lise no longer grieved, and the maid did not feel pity for her. However, when she saw the new girl at the estate, Killian's wife, for the first time, everything changed. She treated her completely differently. After all, Edith thought that since they came to the restaurant together, they should sit together. It would be strange if she sat alone. This girl did not draw a line in her interactions with the servants. She was always interested in Anna's opinion and listened to her answers. Edith always treated her like a human being, inviting her to have lunch and spend time together. And it all seemed so natural, not forced. Anna suddenly, looking straight into her mistress's eyes, admitted that she wanted her to be happy. She did not feel any feelings for her masters, but at one moment the mistress became just a person for her. Although Edith laughed and replied that what she had was enough for her, Anna wanted to make her even happier for such a kind attitude. The girls came back chatting like best friends about strawberry cake, when suddenly they were interrupted by someone's loud voice. He was addressing the lady. It was Killian. He was indignant that the girl sold all her dresses and jewelry. He still couldn't understand why she did it. A married aristocrat suddenly sells her things, and what might others think? It seems that she could completely discredit the Ludwig family. Now, looking from the other side, many times high society interpreted the most insignificant events in an unusual way. For example, pressure from the Ludwig family was seen as the reason behind the refusal of an invitation to a ball. No matter how hard she tried to be lower than the grass and quieter than water, she nevertheless became Edith Riegelhoff, the flower of high society, and the daughter-in-law of the Duke. Her every insignificant action will inevitably be noticed. The girl apologized. She didn't think about it at all, since she has no personal funds other than the dowry that she had. Killian didn't understand where she was spending her money, that a month's salary wasn't enough, and how much, in her opinion, is the Ludwig's reputation worth. It turns out that the girl has a monthly salary. An hour later, she was already moving in a carriage to the palace. The girl was very afraid, not understanding what to expect. Well, at least she's on time for the meeting, otherwise she could be late. Killian kept pestering her with questions about money, and she needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible in order to go to the palace. She even tried to send him to Lisa, but he didn't care about that now. The guy took her hand and pulled her in the other direction. She couldn't keep up, and she seemed to be in pain. Killian finally led her to some corridors further away. He turned and asked why she never told him anything. Of course, she has always been like this, because she is used to not trusting anyone and relying only on herself. Even when the maid sent by her father did terrible things. Even when she was starving after being poisoned. Did she really think that he couldn't protect her? He touched her cheek, gently stroking her with his hand. Edith suddenly remembered that he only needed a moment to leave her here. Just as her family was happier without her, Killian would be better off if he left her. She clung to his hand and said that there were some things she couldn't tell yet. Killian then said that he couldn't believe what she was saying. Removing his hand, she said that he would have to accept this. He replied that then he will have to buy it all back. But Edith insisted that she really didn't need these things at all. Then why take as a dowry things that are not needed? This is not a necessary waste of money. Killian asked Renan to immediately prepare paperwork for payment of his salary and apologized for such a misunderstanding. She will need to check all the documents when she returns from the palace. At least she is glad that he promised to give the money. But for now you should forget about these matters. She was riding in a carriage to the palace opposite the guy and understood that all this was not so important now. It was much more important to understand what Cliff wanted from her and what supported all his actions. The carriage with horses arrived at the long-awaited place. All this time, Edith watched the guy opposite with obvious contempt. Cliff stared back with a sly grin, as if he knew more than he needed to know. But then he couldn't stand it and admitted that when she looks with such suspicion, even he begins to get nervous. Was it really so noticeable from her that she was uncomfortable? She apologized. She just felt a little awkward. The guy said that although they are a family, they don't spend much time together, but she and Killian seem to have become much closer lately. With a polite smile, Edith replied that this had only been going on for a few days, and who knew what would happen in the future. After all, his interest can quickly disappear. After Cliff said that it was useless to even compare this with how much time Killian spent in Liza's company, the girl realized that it seemed like he wanted to start a quarrel. However, he hoped that the guy would continue to show interest in her. Cliff suggested that he and she had the same desires, although she didn't quite understand what he meant. His intentions were absolutely transparent. After all, Edith needs Killian and he needs Lise, everyone just like in the original novel. Both will benefit if they do not stare at each other. But the girl said that it seems he misunderstood her. Even though she is Killian's wife, she has no goal of chaining him to her. Cliff said that sounds pretty nice, but he doesn't believe her. When her husband behaves as before, will she be able to say these words again? Hearing silence, he wondered who she was, a man or a snake. Edith hesitated again. The girl did not quite understand these stupid hints. The brothers started talking again, but this time about how Killian liked to swim on the lake. As soon as it gets warmer, he begins to go out on the water, and his mother always says that summer begins when his sail begins to turn white on the lake. With the arrival of Lise into their family, they often spent time together on a yacht, which may be why he has not gone out on the water since his marriage. Also, Killian is very interested in art, and if she praises everything he does, then that might work too. Looking straight into her eyes, he justified his brother with a grin, having said that he has complexes because he is ahead of him every time. He laughed at her wary reaction, and at that time she was only thinking about when he would stop talking such nonsense. Was the relationship between them really that bad in the original novel? No matter how fierce the battle for the main character's heart was, she thought that because they were blood brothers, they at least loved each other a little, even if they weren't that close. The carriage finally arrived at the palace. Grabbing the handle to open the door, Cliff said that if she used his tips, he and Killian could benefit from it. He advised her to think carefully about his words and extended his hand. With invisible disgust inside, she nevertheless offered her hand to the guy to get out of the carriage. As soon as she got out, Cliff asked if she knew the maid Sabina. Edith had no idea who it was. The guy replied that she was a thin brunette with freckles, but then he turned away with a smile, saying that nothing could be done since she didn't know her. But it would be better if she didn't know her. The guy thanked her for the good conversation, and he hoped that the girl would usefully spend time with the princess. Before Edith had time to ask what his words meant, he left, and the maid called her to take her to Her Highness the Princess. Thus began their meeting in the palace. The clicking of heels was heard in the stables. Catherine stood near one of the horses with a menacing look. Finally, she waited for her guest. The girl greeted the princess, introducing herself as Edith Ludwig. She was a little late, due to the fact that as soon as she entered the palace, she was immediately ordered to change clothes, and she had to obey. She was at a loss, not understanding why all this was happening. Catherine noticed that the girl had never ridden a horse, and it was surprising that the trousers did not cause her discomfort. But for Edith, there was nothing wrong with this, because in her past life she wore them every day. The body felt comfortable, but the nerves not so much. Having opened the corral, the princess released the horse for a ride. Catherine ordered to follow her. Now she will be personally taught horse riding. The sun shone among the cherry blossoms and other trees. They tried to teach the girl, giving advice. She needed to straighten her shoulders, maintain her posture, confidently look straight ahead, and tightly clasp the horse with her knees. After all, a horse is an extension of the rider. If you're afraid, it will immediately throw you off. Edith remembered how she answered boldly and asked the princess to understand her. It seems that she decided to take revenge on her for that insolence at the last meeting. She decided to see what she could do and repay her for those words. But later, she admitted that Killian asked her about it. The eyes became brighter and the girl's pupils dilated sharply. Like Killian, it couldn't be him. And why does he need it? Catherine was also surprised when she heard this. But he would never joke like that. The princess, of course, did not understand how he wanted to do this in secret from the Duke and brother. But he really asked to give Edith riding lessons. At the same time, we are going to call her Edith Ludwig. After all, the place where he wants to move is not as busy as the capital, of course. The aristocrat's wife can ride in a carriage, but in the event of heavy snowfall, this will be extremely difficult. He, of course, wanted to teach her himself, but he said that he did not have the attentiveness necessary for teaching. Although the girl understood perfectly well that he did not teach her only because she refused him every time he offered. Killian considered Catherine the only person who could be trusted with this. But the princess still could not understand why he was doing this, although she was not interested in politics. Until now, not a single issue concerning the members of the Riegelhoff family had remained a secret from the Duke or brother. The princess asked if this marriage was not inevitable, since his family needed an alliance with Riegelhoff, and after all the problems regarding the unstable situation were resolved, he could immediately get rid of his temporary wife. Hearing such an insult, the guy instantly cooled down. Did his father allow himself such insolence, or did Cliff himself instill this in her? Or maybe this is what they talk about in high society. In any case, Catherine disappointed him. He thought she wasn't the type to listen to aristocrats' gossip and the like. Then the princess objected, because just a month ago this woman bore the surname Riegelhoff. Are all her crimes just rumors, or is she in no way connected with her father? It may be hard for the girl to believe, but Edith has nothing to do with what her family does. He did not want to go into details at all and did not ask to take his word for it. And even if Edith told him something like that, Katrin saw everything herself. The guy didn't need to convince her. This whole situation turned out to be a farce. Still, Killian was right about her. It was very funny to call into the palace what the high society considers a snake, and for no apparent reason put her on a horse. The girl sincerely apologized, saying that she thought she had fooled Killian around her little finger with her cowardly tricks, and that Lisa was having a hard time. She couldn't believe that she said such hurtful things based only on gossip. Even someone she respects pointed out this ugliness to her. After all, the princess, like no one else, should have spoken like that. She asked to accept her apology at the moment when she offered Edith her hand. Adding to what they said, Killian is a much softer person than everyone thinks, and that turned out to be true. Edith was already so moved that she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, on Date Street, Lise and Killian walked hand in hand. She kept showing him different places, and finally they found the same store. But unfortunately, it turned out to be closed. Lise really wanted to buy those shoes today. They, of course, came out later than planned, but they had to make it before closing. Edith tried to warn her husband, but he asked Renan to look again and said that there was still time. Killian said she should have told him ahead of time and asked if she wanted to buy anything special. Finding herself in the shadows again, Lise answered, "No," in my thoughts, remembering those same shoes. They were so wonderful that the guy asked her to sit down. She didn't expect it, but she actually offered to try them on. Killian took a shoe from the shelf and began to unfasten the strap. Sitting down on his knee, he handed over the shoe, which seemed tiny in his hands. The girl with blue eyes bent down, wanting to take it and quickly try it on herself. But he put the shoes on her himself, saying that in such beautiful shoes she could come to the most beautiful balls. He put on both shoes, looking straight at the surprised Lise. The girl remained just as sweet and wonderful, so he said it suited her. Killian has loved sword fighting since childhood, and on one of these days, his gaze was caught by some new movement in the trees. Lise was the most wonderful person he had ever met. That day, her hair got tangled in a tree branch, and she tried hard to pull it out, but nothing worked. She was a kind person with a big heart, and Killian couldn't ask for more than just one look and smile from her. Because it was the first time he felt something like this, he thought it was love. It seems like all his life he thought it was love. Only if Edith hadn't settled in his head. In his memories, she laughed and said that in time, even the heart can change its mind, and the wounds that seem to always bleed will heal. Satisfied with the work done, Killian stood up. And then he approached the seller, a master of his craft. The guy was wondering how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter boots. He would like the boots to be to his wife's taste, because anyway, it's 2 months. Lisa immediately became afraid of how and where Killian was going. He reported that sooner or later, when his brother inherits the title, he will need to leave the estate. Suddenly, the girl asked if he would leave with Edith. The guy didn't quite understand why such a question was asked at all, but Lisa just looked with her sad blue puppy eyes. She had absolutely nothing to answer. Killian waited for an answer but heard only silence. The girl asked to forget about it all, saying that it was just sudden, since Edith was one of her few friends. After all, Lise really doesn't have many friends her age. As a child, she was unable to make friends because of the Earl of Sinclair. Even after Lise was brought in, she was always under the protection of the knights, which is why she did not have many chances to meet her peers. The couple left the store with their shopping. They walked along the street, but Lise looked somehow embarrassed. Come to think of it, the atmosphere on Darcis Street where he and Edith were walking was completely different. This is a street with a seller of cheap sweets, a girl selling wildflowers, and a clown who performs tricks all day for just a few coins. But the main decoration of that street was Edith. She was in the company of common people without any disgust. And there was nothing left of everything she bought then. The guy was pulled out of his thoughts about his beloved by a touch. Lise pulled him closer to her, tightening her grip on his hand. Killian asked why she suddenly did this. The girl, lowering her bright eyes, admitted that she felt so strange when he said that he was going to leave. The guy noticed that she seemed upset, so he suggested that they go to another store and see what they were selling there. It was a jewelry store, and the salesperson was already advising Lise on how to wrap her hair and secure it with a hair clip, saying that this jewelry will not look so great on everyone. The girl asked to look at her. She really did look beautiful, with a pink flower clip adorning her blonde hair. Killian asked to give an invoice for everything she liked and send it to the address of Duke Ludwig's estate. Seeing the stunned reaction, he reassured the girl, because they don't go out like that often. Since they had looked at everything here, they decided to move on to the next store. Killian, with a hint of joy in his voice, talked about a place he liked. Just as quickly, he opened the door. As soon as Lisa entered the store, she became embarrassed. There seemed to be a completely different atmosphere here, unusual for a gentle and fragile girl. The guy agreed, saying that he wanted to buy a gift for Edith here. The girl's angelic eyes looked at him with visible disappointment. After all, he buys a gift so sincerely, but for someone else. Seeing the jewelry he was interested in, she asked if Edith didn't like things with more ornate stones and patterns. He also thought so before, but it turned out that it was not so. Looking at the simple chain, he said that he was mistaken because it was the richly decorated dresses that suited her. But now she prefers more modest jewelry, so he definitely can't go wrong if he chooses something elegant and sensual for her. He remembered how often he had seen that small ruby pendant on her. Lise understood that he was talking about that garnet brooch and said that it would be good as a modest decoration. He kept trying to choose something not pretentious and beautiful. He even asked if the satin ribbon was available in other colors. He was so obsessed with the gift, tormenting the girl who was watching all this. Candles burning in the darkness illuminated the path of the corridor at least a little, showing a satin carpet with golden patterns leading to the bedroom. Cliff calmly walked around the castle, heading towards Lise. When I saw light coming from the slightly open door, it was the door to Edith's bedroom. He couldn't help himself and decided to spy on the action inside. Killian gave the girl many gifts. She was so happy, and could not believe that he had such a trained eye. After all, from childhood he learned to recognize good things. The guy asked the girl to turn around and began to put on the jewelry. It was a satin ribbon with flowers and precious stones, and he wove it into Edith's hair. It looked so beautiful, not pretentious, but matching her gentle image. He couldn't take his eyes off her. And it wasn't just the decoration. He liked to please her. It brought him pleasure. Edith said that if she had chosen it herself, she would not have been able to find something so beautiful. And if he had known that she would like it so much, he would have bought more. Cliff grinned, pleased at their closeness. He entered the room and closed the door from the back. This was Lisa's bedroom. Now was his chance, so he headed straight to her bed. Cliff, with a predatory look, said that he heard they returned earlier because Lisa felt unwell. The guy suggested that Killian was trying to win her over today, too. But this was not the reason why Lise was upset, and he understood this perfectly well. The girl began to tell him that Killian was so loyal, and probably she was worrying him in vain. Cliff couldn't bear to see her so upset, so he walked over and threw all the gifts off the bed. They were the only barrier between them, and they flew down with a roar. He asked if it was all about Killian, but she only said upsetly that she was always worried about both Killian and him, although she could not do anything for them. Cliff came even closer and asked if he couldn't be the only one for her, because he completely trusts her and wants her to trust only him. And at the moment, Lise seems to be very disappointed in Killian. She didn't quite understand what it meant to be disappointed, and began to make excuses that she was fine, just tired, because they walked more than she expected. Out of nerves, she even began to squeeze the sleeve of her nightie. Lise suddenly asked what Cliff was doing today. She seemed to pretend that she was interested. She even said that while walking around the city, she thought only about him. At this, Cliff grinned and said that today in the wagon, he had a wonderful conversation with Killian's wife. He said he was going to go out on the water this summer. Why is the guy even talking about this? He leaned on the bed, thereby becoming closer to Lise. Taking the girl's head in his hands, he admitted that he lives only for her sake. He is ready to give her anything. He then took her hand by the wrist. He brought it to him and said that he would do whatever it was. After all, she is his goddess of spring. At first, the girl was a little embarrassed because he sounded too frank. His golden eyes sparkled brightly in the darkness. It seemed he was speaking sincerely. Plucking up courage, Lise suddenly spoke. Delighting Cliff, she said that she wanted him to look only at her. Does she really want him to look at her even more than now since he is obsessed with her? Then the situation will become a little more dangerous. A few days later, Edith and her husband were having a meal. The girl was deliciously eating strawberry cake when she suddenly decided to mention that she had not seen him swimming on the lake this summer. Even though it's the right weather to go out on the water, he didn't expect this from her. She's never been to the opera, but she likes boating. Edith said admiringly that on a nice day she likes to swim on the lake and have fun, and is there anyone who wouldn't like that? After several days of deliberation, she finally decided to mention the yacht in conversation. It was difficult to decide on this because of Cliff's words. But in her past life, she had never even ridden a catamaran, let alone a yacht. It reminded her of bouquets that no one had given her before, and she never thought she wanted something like that. As soon as it gets warmer, Killian starts going out on the water, but he hasn't done that once since he got married. These words stuck in Edith's head, so she thought she should try talking about it. It's dangerous to sail on a regular rowing boat. It can easily capsize, and this can lead to an accident, but Killian has a yacht, so there's no need to worry about that. Her husband invited her to swim with him if the weather was good tomorrow. The girl immediately agreed. thinking about what she would have done if Cliff hadn't told her. Killian immediately asked Anna to tell Samuel to prepare the yacht. Luckily, the weather was really sunny. Edith met Lise returning from her morning walk. She asked where she was going. Edith explained that today she and Killian agreed to swim on the lake. Lise also added how beautiful she is today. The girl said that he used to take her on a yacht every year and it was a lot of fun, and he also took her fishing. But the guy didn't say anything about fishing, then she advised me to definitely try it. It's very interesting. Is she really showing interest in a minor male character now? But Lise admitted that she was very happy for her, because she and Killian looked so good together. Edith was already getting ready to leave so as not to be late. Then her husband approached them, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Then she noticed Lise, although a little not understanding what she was doing here, but said hello. She explained that she'd gone out for some fresh air and met up with Edith. She waved and wished them a good time. Edith looked at her husband, and everything became different. Killian smiled and extended his hand to her, inviting her to finally go. The girl couldn't stop admiring the views. She couldn't even take her eyes off. They were really floating on the lake. There were so many boats, and how shiny the water is, the sun gets hotter during the day, so everyone goes out on the water early in the morning. The boatman, Samuel, could even be seen in the distance, waving his hand at them, sending them on their way. Edith constantly noticed something in the distance, attracting the guy's attention. She liked to look at and watch the changing picture. But at one of these moments, Killian warned her not to stretch out so much because you could pull the muscles that way. He threw his jacket over her, protecting her from the sun, and said he was glad she liked it. And in the moments when their gazes intersected, she liked the warmth emanating from his eyes. She loved the time they spent happily on the lake, how close they were in the wind. The guy didn't understand anything when Edith suddenly pulled out her lips and said not to spoil the moment, but just do it. After all, it's bad if a man doesn't know what to do, even when the girl has already closed her eyes and is reaching in his direction. It was another most beautiful kiss in their book life. She pulled away, but Killian continued to kiss her face, bringing a smile and a slight blush to her cheeks. This day was truly perfect, and she couldn't even imagine that something terrible would happen. Everything was so perfect for them. They thought together about what to wear. Any dress would do. The main thing is that she could move freely in it. The two of them discussed the trip. You shouldn't take an umbrella from the sun. It's better to put on a hat. They also wanted to prepare food to eat on the yacht. Everything was fine with the yacht. Yesterday, Samuel checked every inch of her. Everything is fine. Surely the yacht itself could not wait for this day and finally sail. They wished the two of them to have a nice time together, so they set sail. The girl was so sincerely happy about everything around her. Edith noticed beauty in everything. Many boats, Mr. Samuel. And Killian loved watching her admire the world. She suddenly felt so happy that she thought that this moment would last forever. But when you think like that, something is bound to go wrong. There was such a relaxing atmosphere on the yacht. Killian actually felt uneasy when he learned that she had already gone boating. After all, this is a very popular date option when you can be alone. But Edith only proudly replied that she had nothing like that. The problem was clearly him. He said that they would continue when they returned to the mansion. Then the girl offered to have a snack, and Killian agreed. The familiar yacht was sailing further and further from the shore of the lake. The girl had finally prepared everything and invited the guy to have a meal. He was already planning to anchor the yacht here and come to her. But suddenly silence filled the space. Only the murmur of water could be heard. Killian grabbed the rope to steady himself. For some reason, suddenly out of the blue, the sail began to tilt to the side. All his thoughts were occupied by his wife, because it was in her direction that the ship was tilting. He tried to hold the boat while looking in its direction. The guy tried to scream to warn, but it seems it was too late. All the furniture, dishes, food were already shaking around the yacht. Edith's hat fell off, and the girl herself was already falling into the water. Killian immediately rushed, wanting to grab her in time, but it was too late. The wet dress was too heavy. It quickly dragged the girl to the bottom, and the water sparkling under the sun turned out to be cold like ice. All she saw in front of her were hands and a moving boat. But she couldn't die here like that. The plot was predetermined. She had to die at the hands of Killian. The girl didn't even remember such a tragedy being mentioned in the novel, so she definitely can't die that easily. Suddenly, a sign appeared before her eyes. It said that Edith was dying in the status of a villain. The story would follow the original plot. There were 3 minutes left before death. Air bubbles came out of her mouth and she screamed in horror. That's impossible. Everything will now follow the original plot. So her relationship with Killian will be the same as in the original. Will he feel contempt when he sees that she died? Edith opened her eyes in bed. It looked like she was alive. She began to move her fingers, feeling for the silky blanket with floral patterns. The first thing she saw was Anna. The girl was sitting with her fists clenched, as if she was praying for her mistress's health. The maid raised her head and suddenly saw that she had woken up. Anna ran up to her happily. She wasn't dead after all. Within a few minutes, they were drinking tea together. But Edith's thoughts were clearly not here. She did not understand how she could accept all this. She knew from the very beginning that the author of the original was hostile. He put forward conditions that she would not fulfill, because that is how she would not be able to deviate from the original plot. However, the original plot became a more serious obstacle for her than its author. From the relationships of the surrounding characters to the events, her actions were always limited by the plot of the original novel. So would her life be threatened by an incident that was not in the original? She could not even imagine such a thing. But still, you can't beat yourself up like that. Based on the system messages she saw while she was unconscious, part of the original plot was disrupted due to excessive intervention by the author. This means that the author's control was weakened. At least the original plot and the author are not the same thing. The girl smiled, realizing that now restrictions apply to him too. Edith placed the cup and saucer directly on her lap. She had been sitting next to Anna for several minutes and was silent, only occasionally taking small sips. Then she remembered Killian and worriedly asked where he was. Anna was a little surprised by this reaction because the girl had just woken up, escaped from death, and was already looking for her lover. Looking down, she said that he was now interrogating Mr. Samuel. Edith clearly did not expect to hear such an answer. It seems that Mr. Samuel was the one who prepared the yacht. He seems to be the one in charge of all the family's vehicles. Was all this no coincidence? But Edith died in the status of a villain. The story followed the original plot, and it was not a minor character who was to blame. Anna was so moved that she began to cry, tears dripping and dripping onto her apron. She said apologetically that Mr. Samuel could not do such a thing. Edith didn't know how this author's idea would be implemented in the plot, even if Anna said so. The girl was definitely not going to tolerate innocent people suffering because of the whims of the original author, so she asked Anna to tell her husband that she was conscious and she really needed him. The moment she fell overboard, his heart seemed to stop. All the food and furniture scattered throughout the ship, and he could not change the situation, so he decided to give up trying to get the ship level. And he rushed in the other direction, jumping over the side. He immediately dived into the water after the girl. It was difficult to swim down, but he simply could not look at how Edith was plunging into the abyss before his eyes. He even forgot how he swam further down to save her. Killian pulled her all wet to the ground. He shouted loudly for her to wake up, but she did not wake up. The guy begged her to open her eyes because he couldn't let her go like that. He still had something to tell her. Her husband would really buy all the ribbons, all the jewelry that she likes, if he knew that she would like them so much. Edith was sincerely glad not to the ribbon, not to the decoration, but to the fact that he chose it, thinking about her. He had never experienced this before when he gave gifts to someone. He nervously swallowed the lump that had risen in his throat and said that they would definitely go there together again. While he was with Lise, Killian was always thinking only about her. He had already placed an order for winter shoes for moving. No matter what he looked at, no matter what he heard, he always thought whether his wife would like it or not. It wasn't during those moments when they quarreled, or when he always suspected her of everything, not when she had to constantly prove time after time that she was not involved, not when he thought nothing could hurt her and called her a snake. Now, being in the basement and not understanding whether his beloved would survive, he was disgusted with himself. He interrogated the poor worker, who worked in their house for 10 years and still never stumbled. Wasn't he proud of his work? Didn't he appreciate how Duke Ludwig trusted him? Killian angrily tried to find out who put him up to it. When there was a knock on the scary room, it turned out to be the servant and Anna. They came to report that the lady had woken up. A little frightened by his abruptness, the husband ran into the room. She was of course glad to see him. He immediately sent her into his arms, inhaling the familiar scent of roses emanating from her hair. The smell had not changed, and she had not changed. How glad he was to see her again. The girl hugged him even tighter in response. Their reunion was so heartwarming, because they thought they had lost each other. She felt so warm next to him, and it wasn't because of the weather or the warm blanket. They broke away from each other, and she suddenly noticed that he was somehow pale. But this is all because the guy thought she would die. It turns out that the sail of the yacht was not secured. The rope was not tied, and the yacht lost its balance. This would never happen to a yacht. So Killian will find out who persuaded the employee to do this, and very soon he will tell about the results. Edith stopped him by sharing that she didn't think Samuel was to blame. The girl didn't think he was capable of such a thing. Why would he do this if he is the very first suspect? This case is very similar to the one with the poisoned embroidery threads that she gave to Lisa. She concluded that since the author was punished for excessive interference, it was his doing. He tried to eliminate her with an event that was not in the original novel, but how he did it and who he used. Firstly, the less important a character is in the original novel, the less influenced he is by the original plot. Such characters are, for example, Anna and Renan. If the author could control them, she would have had a strained relationship with them. She would break if those she trusted let her down. But instead, the author took the difficult path and created new episodes in the plot. The original itself tied his hands. In this case, whoever could be behind the scenes of this event should already hate Edith, or this character, which naturally harms the villain Edith, one of the most important characters. And Mr. Samuel, who is not mentioned in any way in the original, does not fall under any of these conditions. But since she couldn't explain this to Killian, the girl shared her feelings that he had been set up. She sincerely asked him to believe him. The worker, meanwhile, sat in the basement, waiting to see what they would do to him. Samuel no longer hoped to survive. Killian ordered him to immediately release the worker. He already thought that they wanted to fire him, but since there is no evidence of his guilt, he will not be punished. He was even offered to take a break from work and take a day off. Samuel didn't quite understand what he had done to deserve such happiness, but the whole point was that Edith believed that he would not do something like that on purpose or because of bribery. That is why Killian decided to trust her. He hopes the employee will not betray her trust and will continue to work in their estate. Although they released Sam, the husband did not calm down. He still believed that he was responsible for the condition of the yacht, and after such an incident, it was impossible to go unpunished. But Edith objected, "Is it really worth punishing someone who is not guilty because of this instead of the real criminal?" Killian didn't understand why his wife was so calm. She was the one who almost died recently. The girl admitted that, of course, it was funny to compare the situation, but as punishment she was reprimanded in the Duke's office and locked in a room for a probationary period. And Samuel has been sitting in the basement for several hours and they are still interrogating him. Killian decided to agree and do as Edith wanted. For this, he received gratitude and went to investigate. But when he left her bedroom, slamming the doors, he again plunged into his thoughts. Her pale face was still standing before his eyes. Out of pent-up anger, he hit the table hard with his fist. The guy thought that he needed to pull himself together, and first of all, he needed to find the culprit. In boating accidents, women are the ones most at risk, so it made sense. Even a light dress will become heavy if a lady falls into the water, so it's worth thinking about. That this crime was directed against Edith. Is it possible that this is Riegelhoff's revenge for his expelled maid? If it is not him, it may be the work of members of the Earl of Sinclair's family who were suspects before. By the way, the person who committed the past crimes has not yet been found. Something was eluding him, and that something was important. Suddenly, Samuel was led into the office. He stood lowering his head, not even showing his eyes. Killian asked him to sit down, but he refused, afraid of staining the expensive furniture. Then the worker began to speak. He swore that he did not set up an accident with the yacht. Even when checked last evening, it was in perfect condition. However, if someone touched the yacht, then something comes to his mind. Sam told how at dawn, shortly before arrival, he took out the yacht and went away for a while. The fact is that then Mr. Cliff came up and said that he needed help in finding something of Mrs. Lee's. And so he went away to help the gentleman search his boat. It didn't take long, and if something happened while the man was away, it was his fault. Killian didn't understand why he said this only now. If he had not been released, he would definitely have been sitting in the basement for these words for another couple of days. But Sam asked if they shouldn't find and catch the culprit. And finally, taking off his hat, he added that the one who tried to harm the lady was still wandering around. Would it be right to keep his mouth shut? Just for the sake of his own salvation, he could not let such a kind and merciful lady down. Information that could not be extracted from him, even with the help of tough interrogations, came out only thanks to Edith's trust. He told this not because he was afraid of being punished, but by taking risks and cooperating with the investigation for the sake of the girl. The man lowered his head, expecting to be punished for his inattention, but Killian only asked him to raise his head. Edith would not have wanted him to be punished after hearing these details. She would not have changed her mind. On the contrary, she would thank you for your honesty, so he sent Sam home to rest. He had received enough punishment for his mistake today. The fire in the fireplace warmed, crackling and burning the wood to the ground. Killian sat and thought, watching the flames. It was quite strange that Cliff went all the way to the lake early in the morning to find Lisa's thing. And as soon as he approached Edith that day, he found Lise next to her. She was a little strange that day. According to her, she went out for some fresh air and met Edith, but then she was most likely waiting for Cliff. During that incident with the strings and the stolen documents, these two almost always appeared out of nowhere. Then, of course, he tried to conduct the investigation fairly and put everyone under suspicion. But Lise participated in all cases, even though he had all the evidence in his hands. He always took Lisa's words into account, so a fair consequence is just an illusion. Neither Cliff nor Lise were questioned properly, so you can't be sure of their innocence. First, you need to find out who was near the lake at dawn. After all, this is where we had to start. From the place where it all began, where the yacht was waiting for them that morning. And if there are no clues, then Killian will find a new way to investigate the actions. He will do everything to investigate the actions of the elder brother heir to the dukedom and his beloved. While Edith was recovering, she rarely ate on her own. It tasted so good to her. A blush appeared on her cheeks again as she ate deliciously. Even Killian noticed that she liked it. Apparently, her fall overboard seriously frightened Killian. The guy spoon-fed cannelé to his wife, although this is not at all in his character's style. He then told how Samuel had confessed to him the previous night that he had left the boat unattended for a while. He conveyed his apologies to the girl. Killian also added that he was able to obtain information from him regarding this incident only thanks to Edith. The girl thought, even the fact that he said that is strange in itself. But suddenly this sweet couple was torn away from the dialogue. Cliff and Lise came in with Anna. The brother brought flowers to Edith, allegedly worried that because of him she had suffered. Angry, Killian immediately removed his hand from his wife. But Cliff calmly replied that he was just being sensitive. After all, it was he who recommended Edith to go out into the water. Naturally, in order to provoke events that did not occur in the original, a main character is needed. The more important a character is in the original novel, the more strongly the original plot influences him. Killian ordered Anna to place the flowers in a vase. Cliff confirmed that he was at the lake early in the morning because he forgot something on the yacht. At that moment, Lise fearfully looked at the girl, as if feeling guilty for what had happened. If the influence of the original plot is equal to the influence of the original author, then only such characters as Lisa, Cliff, Duke Ludwig could provoke this event. Edith became nervous when she thought that it could be Killian. While he was asking his brother if he really went there in the morning to find this thing, suddenly someone sharply pulled her by the blanket. It was Lise, she was worried, because the girl looked too pale. Besides, Killian didn't allow them to visit her yesterday, and they were so worried. This was the first time Edith had heard about this, but the doctor advised her to remain calm. And she would not have been able to refuse visitors herself, so her husband arranged everything himself. Killian suddenly sharply stated that this conversation was enough and it would be better for her to rest. Then they left, wanting to quickly heal their wounds and get better. Killian followed them with his eyes all the way to the door. And suddenly he noticed the maid Anna. She also looked suspicious. But his wife stopped him from another suspicion. Edith said she was really fine. But Killian didn't understand how she could say that. How can she be okay when the culprit is still not found? She suddenly touched his cheek and asked if he slept today. Continuing to gently stroke, she noticed that he was somehow pale. She had been thinking about him since yesterday. And yet I decided to say that he shouldn't risk his life like that. Even if something like this happened again, you can't jump into the water like that to save someone. After all, this can be very dangerous. Killian was surprised and even a little offended by her words. Taking her hand away, he asked, "Is she really inviting him to just stand up and watch her drown?" The girl only quietly agreed. In this bright room, as bright as the soul of its owner, silence hung. She objected. Would he really want to go with her? That's why she said that he should take care of himself. But Killian, once again taking her hands in his like a little child, exclaimed that trouble almost happened to her. Sometime later, the palace came to life again, because Edith Ludwig had almost recovered. The mistress left the room with Anna, when she suddenly noticed that all the maids were interested in her health. And gardeners politely greet each other while they work. When another maid approached them and asked if the girl could already walk, Edith, unable to bear it, turned to Anna and asked what had suddenly happened to everyone. She only explained that it was because she was helping Samuel. Since he has been working in this estate for a long time and helps other workers a lot. Suddenly Anna mentioned the same Sabina that Cliff was talking about and said that she had disappeared. A few days before her disappearance, she said bad things about Edith. Because of this, terrible rumors arose. Many even said that the lady herself had done something to her. But due to the fact that the girl helped Sam, being on the verge of life and death, everyone's doubts were dispelled. However, this did not mean that this news was not discussed in high society. For example, at the table of some women, there was a heated discussion about the fact that Edith Riegelhoff almost drowned in the lake. The yacht tilted and she fell overboard. They say it may not have been an accident. One of the Sinclairs was also sitting at this table, and when she heard that the rope was not secured, she immediately thought that the Duke's family had decided to get rid of her, or Killian himself had decided to kill her. But then, the girl suddenly found out that this guy himself jumped into the lake after her and saved her. Her pupils suddenly shrank in horror. She expected anything but not this. While the rest of the girls laughed and were touched by the guy's action, by the fact that he jumped into the water without hesitation and then looked courageous. The blonde in a green dress sat and simply seethed with anger. She still couldn't understand why he did this. The blonde was very angry. hoping that he did not fall in love with this Riegelhof. Therefore, I asked if it was known who set up the incident. The girls shared that it is still unknown. The progress of the journey is not publicly announced, but they say that the boatman was not punished. She didn't quite understand what that meant. There was an incident on the yacht due to a problem, but the boatman was not punished. Does this even happen? Calming herself, the girl laughed, and she stated that it seems that the attitude towards Edith in the Duke's family still has not changed. The girls at the table agreed, because according to rumors, it turns out that way. The Duke's only bride almost drowned, and the culprit was not even punished. Then it is not surprising that there are rumors of hostility towards Edith reigning in the family. She didn't know who was trying to kill her, but it was obvious that the Duke's family had no plans to protect Edith's life, and at this rate, she would soon die. Sinclair couldn't wait for the chance to win Killian's heart. Coming out of the carriage after another riding lesson, Edith did not understand what kind of commotion was on the estate today. But Anna explained that Mr. Cliff invited people from the weaving workshop. The girl thought that Madame Royale was here, but here were people from Rob's workshop for life, whose services are used in the palace. They say they are taking measurements from Lise for a dress for the day of the founding of the empire. Her friend, so to speak, asked what dress she would wear, but she spent so much time in class that it completely slipped her mind. But the day of the founding of the empire is very soon. Just a week ago, Duke Ludwig was talking about this. Cliff noticed that Archduke Langston had been acting rather strangely lately, and he could use this holiday to demonstrate his power. Well, that would be a rather stupid act by a greedy person. They needed to make sure that the number of the Emperor's supporters did not decrease. For the Duke's family, this is less of a celebration and more of a political event. So Killian said that the Archduke might be trying to show his disrespect for the Emperor's authority. In the original, the Archduke appears at the founding of the Empire in the second half of the 4th volume, but Edith was on probation at the time, so she was unable to attend the celebration. Perhaps they were secretly up to something with Sophia. Since the plot of the original mainly concerns Lise, she did not remember what Edith's role was in this event. Anna brought her out of her reverie, and she, shocking the girl, replied that she would simply wear one of those dresses that she had, because Killian bought almost all the clothes that she was then trying to sell. There were rumors that Edith Riegelhof never wore the same dress twice, but for the girl, all these dresses were completely new. Anna wanted to stop the mistress, but Edith was already about to put on one of them. Edith entered the office and saw Renan and Killian. They were clearly busy. She changed her clothes in a hurry. She was wondering why her husband was calling her to the weaving workshop, because he was all about business, despite the fact that the girl refused and did not want to buy new clothes. The guy happily decided to go, because this would be their first public appearance together since the wedding. He thought they should choose matching outfits to quell rumors of differences. He already wanted to think that Edith didn't like paired clothes. She just didn't like feeling like a celebrity, but she told him that they wouldn't be allowed in without an appointment. But Killian admitted that he booked everything a few days ago, and said because he would have heard that it was just a waste of money. The young master left his friend alone in the office. Renan just looked after them, seeing them off with annoyance. As in childhood, he could only read books alone, and today his choice fell on a book about manipulation and control. The carriage took them to their destination. Edith was clearly nervous, so she frightenedly clung to Killian. They were immediately greeted at this golden boutique by Moffat Dahlia, who was honored to have them visit his humble boutique. The girl was even a little scared, thinking that the concept of obscenity was really so broad. With a chic, graceful gait, he ordered them to walk forward and not be shy. The two of them sat down on the sofa and began leafing through fashion catalogs. Seeing the outfits, the girl was stunned. "Does this guy really like this?" She asked if he really liked this style. Then he admitted that he thought she would like this boutique more than the Royal Weaving Workshop. When asked how he found out about this place, Killian remembered a dark story about how he stopped a random passer-by to find out where his outfit was from. This was a couple of months ago. But instead, he came up with the idea that he was simply informed. As far as he knew, this boutique was quite famous. So he decided to pick up clothes here and instantly made up his mind. He showed her what he thought would suit her perfectly. The girl just wanted to take a look and get a better look. When a stylist jumped out of nowhere, scaring her to death, the guy immediately prepared it for fitting. As soon as Edith changed her clothes, the owner of the boutique said that the dress had finally found its owner. He did not want to brag, but many could only dream of buying this dress. Then, without holding back, he joyfully exclaimed that no one had been worthy of him until that moment, and all he could do was advise other models. Does Killian really have such a trained eye? She looked so elegant and stately in it. The girl called Killian to share her opinion and impressions. She began to get a little nervous, but still admitted that it was a little pretentious. Edith, with the usual blush on her cheeks, asked how she looked. but hearing suspicious silence, the girl turned around upset. Killian couldn't drag her to the weaving workshop, only because of the rumors of disagreements between them. The eldest son and heir of the family could calmly negotiate with the workshop, whose services the imperial family uses. That's why the lovely main character chose him. Cliff was ready to do whatever she wanted for her. How could she not immediately understand that Killian simply wanted to escape from the stage on which a magnificent love story was unfolding? That was the real reason. Seeing Edith in a new image, the guy said that she was very beautiful. Smiling, he added that it suits her even better than he expected. But the girl was nervous, because she guessed the reason why they were here. Therefore, he should not smile at her as if he were free. Killian stood up and walked closer to the girl, and he began to style her hair, making her look even more beautiful. Edith abruptly changed the subject to choosing a costume. The guy wanted their suits to match and asked Dahlia for some advice. The stylist was delighted because it was so romantic. And he took them to look at the costumes, since they were looking for something similar to this dress. After some time, they had already chosen dresses and were walking along the streets among the shops. Killian kept thinking. Maybe he made a decision too quickly and needed to come up with a few more options. But Edith convinced him that the dress was just perfect, and he had a keen eye for it. The guy definitely felt pleased because his wife praises him so sincerely. He immediately began to make excuses he had been told before that he had sharp eyesight. Well, since they weren't tired yet, they went to pick out some shoes to go with their outfits. The shoe store smelled clean and looked bright and welcoming. Killian walked in arm with his wife, and the salesman immediately recognized them. He reminded him about the order, and Killian remembered that he had ordered 2 pairs of boots and shoes here. The girl began to worry whether she needed 2 pairs of boots, but her husband convinced her that it was much colder in Raisin than here, and that she would need warm and waterproof winter shoes. But now it seemed to him that his wife also needed winter shoes suitable for riding. Edith had already measured the size of her leg, tracing the outline with a pen. The man, the store owner, asked her to lift her leg. Sitting on the sofa, she thought about that place. It was cold and there was a lot of snow. She was wondering what the culture and economic situation was like there. Since this was not discussed in detail in the novel, she therefore knows little about him. Killian had been silent for several minutes, probably with a lot of thoughts in his head. Edith looked at him, analyzing and trying to understand what he was thinking. Still, she asked her husband why he was looking at her so intently, but Killian said he just thought about it and shrugged it off. He somehow suspiciously changed the topic to choosing a design for shoes. After a bunch of shopping, they finally decided to go for desserts. Edith was happy because she didn't think that in this body she could live to see such a wonderful day. She thought about Cliff's words in the carriage. His attention was short-lived in comparison. Killian is kind and courteous, so there is nothing to worry about. The husband explained that last time she liked black tea with strawberry flavor, so they came here. He asked if she liked it here. The girl rated the place well, even though it was a little noisy. The handsome man in front of her was happy to hear this. They were quietly drinking tea when they heard a discussion about the Ludwig family. Edith also heard someone discussing who Cliff was going to marry if he postponed the engagement. Even his younger brother had already got a wife. Some ladies at the table assumed that it was Sinclair's illegitimate daughter, because as soon as this cunning fox was accepted into the family, she immediately seduced 2 brothers. The girl was trying to cheer up the guy, and now they will have to listen to gossip and guesses that Lise will supplant her younger brother's wife. After several offensive guesses, Killian had already directed his cruel gaze towards their table. Trouble was coming. That is why Edith stood up decisively, scaring her husband a little, and she confidently headed towards this table of gossips. One of the ladies continued to discuss their family, not even knowing who was behind her. But her friends had horror written on their faces, as if there was a ghost standing behind them. But it would be better if there was a ghost standing there. The lady turned around and screamed because she saw Edith Riegelhoff. But the girl, looking straight into her eyes, calmly corrected her surname to Ludwig. And she asked me to call her that way. After all, just recently this woman was harassing her husband and the entire Duke's family, and now she's making simple mistakes. The girl, of course, rarely appears at balls, so she understands that high society could have been shaken during this time. The tea that Edith poured into the cup was already pouring over the edges, reaching the saucer. The girl said their elegant speech was so loud that she managed to hear what they were talking about, but she did not intend to endure it any longer. She asked if, in their opinion, she would live under the same roof with the one who sleeps with her husband. All the ladies unanimously began to deny. Edith continued to look them straight in the eyes, hoping that they would remember this look for a long time. At some point, she even began to laugh at their frightened faces and excuses. The tea had already been spilled all over the table and was dripping in small drops sticky with sugar onto her dress. She poured the entire kettle into one small cup, not without consequences, of course. and she warned them that they should not so thoughtlessly spread ridiculous rumors in future. She advised them to be more careful. Throwing her hair back, she turned on her toes and walked away. She loudly sat down next to her husband, her eyes still closed from anger. But suddenly I heard some giggles and opened my eyes. Killian could barely contain his laughter with his hand. And then he let it out and laughed out loud. Sending a piece of dessert into her mouth, Edith couldn't understand why he was laughing so much. The scene was really cool, but not funny. He laughed, even as they rode home in the carriage, as if he was remembering this moment, turning it over in his head like a record. Unable to bear it, she asked again the reason for his annoying laughter. Still, he managed to stop and fell silent for a moment. And then he admitted that the more he looks at her, the more she amazes him. She didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. Killian explained that instead of being angry at him, she was somehow angry at them. Edith only calmly answered, "There is no point in her being angry with her husband. She is simply angry that people speak without thinking about their words." The guy believed that he himself allowed this rumor to spread. But then he remembered that she didn't love him, and I decided that probably that's why it's not so important. He apologized and asked not to pay attention. Edith already wanted to explain to him that everything was completely different. On the contrary, she doesn't care about these rumors because she loves him very much. But after that, she decided to calm down, because this character was created for Lise. The girl herself understood what he wanted to say. As a result, they returned home with the same mood. By the way, for some reason the mansion was still restless, but the craftsman who came to take measurements from Lise should have left a long time ago. The couple decided to ask Anna and Renan about this. They did not expect to see them so quickly and apologized for not meeting them. Anne explained that the Duke and Duchess had recently retrieved Lorraine's radiance from the treasury. The radiance of Lorraine is the most ancient jewel of the Duchy of Ludwig. Lise will go out wearing this necklace, thereby announcing that she is part of the family, which is probably why the jewelry was taken from the treasury. But Killian flared up, grabbed the girl by the hand, and dragged her. Edith didn't even have time to ask why he reacted that way. It was impossible to stop him. The guy ran into his father's office with noise and screaming, asking why this decision was made. The Duke did not understand why he behaved so rudely in front of his mother. He stepped forward and looked into their eyes and said, if he misunderstood, he asks for forgiveness. But right from the doorstep, Killian heard extremely strange news. He was told that while he and Edith were choosing outfits for the founding of the Empire, the family had obtained Lorraine's radiance. He asked if they wanted Edith to wear it. But the girl herself was not really ready for this. This definitely won't happen. Everyone around knows that it is intended for Lise, and what does she have to do with it? The family replied that the Lorraine radiance is worn by daughters-in-law of the Ludwig family. According to tradition, it is worn on the first appearance after the wedding. The guy noticed that Edith had not attended any events yet, but now was the time. He was already thinking about what kind of earrings they would choose to go with this necklace. But the girl refused. And then, under pressure, she completely shouted out that she didn't want to wear it, because it wouldn't suit her. The whole family stood in shock, watching the couple's love affairs. Edith laughed and said that her dress simply had gold-colored details, and her hair color and red dress would not look good with a blue necklace. She apologized for the two, saying they were very tired, and pushed Killian out the door. The family still didn't really understand what the scene had just happened. Lisa immediately became worried and apologized, thinking that it was because of her. But her mother told her not to take it to heart, because it was their decision. Since the girl was tired after long fittings, she was sent to rest. Cliff tried to support Lise and calm her down as quickly as possible. Mother and the Duke were left alone. They didn't know Killian could get so angry. The Duchess suddenly wondered if she was getting old and looked at the decoration. After all, if Lise was the first to wear the necklace, it would put Edith in an awkward position. So why didn't she think about it? The couple continued to argue along the corridor as usual. The girl thought he decided to discuss everything calmly, but it was very rude towards the parents. Taking him by the hand, she asked why he suddenly got angry. Without even thinking about Lisa's feelings, she was there too. Edith turned around, wanting to hear the answer, but Killian looked somehow depressed. He again found himself in the shadows. The guy asked if it made her spill. After all, Lise, who does not even bear their last name, will go out with a family jewel that she has never had the chance to wear. He already imagined what people would say. She took his hand, trying to calm him down, but his hand was shaking violently. Then she tried to justify her parents. Maybe they didn't even think about it. But Killian was beside himself with anger and injustice. The guy already assumed that they would talk about his wife after the day the Empire was founded. But Edith, accustomed to being treated with prejudice, would not have been surprised by one more rumor. She has long been accustomed to the fact that she is Edith Riegelhoff, vile, vulgar, vain, dissolute, nasty. She is more of a snake than a person. But that's not what my husband was talking about at all. People will think that their relationship is so bad, it couldn't get any worse. And if they divorced, no one would be surprised. And she treated Lee so cruelly that even the servants hate her. Edith was surprised, but said, "Let them say what they want. She will simply grind them into powder, like those ladies in the cafe." The guy immediately laughed. Could she really start a showdown with them at the holiday? But the girl believed that if such things were already being said about her, then her reputation could only get worse. Killian just silently approached her and gently grabbed her face, stroking her cheek. When everyone around him told him that his future wife was a bitch, he thought his life would become terrible. But he never thought that thanks to Edith, his life would become so wonderful. Approaching, the guy said that it seems that now is the very atmosphere when she should close her eyes, and he should kiss her. It would be a lie to say that it doesn't bother her at all. People at the bottom of the empire will say unpleasant things about it. But the awareness of this pain, resentment for her, anger, everything was reflected in Killian. Concern for his wife, all the problems did not have any meaning for her when he was so kind to her. They merged in a kiss, and she didn't understand why she felt so good with him now. He walked towards the bed. She had no choice but to take steps back and give in. Suddenly, the guy stopped abruptly. A note of concern appeared on his face again. Killian asked how she was doing after the incident on the yacht. Edith insisted that she had already recovered, and writing had no effect on her that day, so she was still waiting for him to fulfill his promise to continue what he had started. Every time he was touched by her because she was kind, sensitive, understanding, and at the same moment sexy, daring, and could also stand up for herself. Early in the morning, Lise wandered through the forest in search of a friend. When she heard a familiar voice calling her, it was Catherine. She galloped up straight on her horse and was already waving her hand at full speed. The girl carefully got off the horse in her white boots, and heading towards the girl, she said that this time she decided to cover the clearing for a picnic. Lise immediately praised the princess's wonderful idea, and she responded by saying that she decided to satisfy her hunger this way after riding lessons with Edith. Recently, she has been teaching her how to stay in the saddle. Of course, she has no talent, but she works very hard. After lessons, they always have very interesting conversations, and she jokes funny. Edith said that the girl had finally recovered, and Catherine was so worried about her. The princess asked what she had been doing lately, but looking at her face, I was even more worried. It seems that she was jealous of Edith towards everyone, immediately towards Killian, and now towards her friend, but she told her that everything was fine. This answer did not suit Catherine, and she began to question her, slowly, just so that she would tell her everything as it is. Then the girl admitted that she still remembered the incident with the poisoned threads that Edith gave her. She was still worried that the criminal was never found. Catherine remembered that she herself had said that she wanted to stop the investigation. Breaking into tears, she admitted that she did not want to know who hated her so much that she decided to kill her, so she thought that everything would end if she stopped the investigation. But a maid appeared who hated Edith. She suddenly disappeared and was later found dead. What could have happened to her? Lise believed that it seemed that she should not have closed her eyes to the truth. Catherine began to calm the girl down because this was not her fault. The long-awaited day of the founding of the empire has arrived. Killian looked at the chain with the red stone. Will she really be happy with this? Edith decided to wear a ruby pendant, which she wears every day. Last night, lying in bed, Killian said that in addition to the Lorraine Radiance, there were many more ancient jewelry in the duchy, and he could talk to his mother and ask for any. But the girl believed that if she wore something else, she would look like a real envious person, and because of this, rumors would spread. But there is nothing like that in this pendant, because she always wears a piece of her husband's heart around her neck. What could be more valuable than this, because this is the first thing he gave her? The girl is almost ready for the holiday, and she asked me to help her put on the pendant. This was his first gesture of attention shown to her then. He placed the pendant around his wife's neck with visible pride. The pendant suited the girl very well, even though it was small. Killian joked, saying that no one knew that the girl was so generous. Then Edith asked if this was too stingy a compliment. After all, she is the owner of Killian Ludwig. The guy immediately became embarrassed by her words and hurried, because they might be late. All the attention of the guests at the evening, of course, was focused on the main character. No one expected to see that same necklace on a girl from the Sinclair family. She walked hand in hand with Cliff in a heavenly dress, and her chest was adorned with that same family heirloom. Everyone wondered if she would really become the future daughter-in-law of the Duke. Edith heard all the gossip, because this is the world from the novel. The whispers here sound much louder so that he is definitely heard, which means that the day promises to be spectacular. Suddenly, she heard someone choosing the couple who was dressed the most beautifully. She decisively turned her head in that direction, wanting to find out who it was. It's not Lise or Killian who look best at tonight's ball. And the Countess, her dress was in an unusual style, with various symmetrical and voluminous patterns. Edith didn't even expect that this dress would fit so well. After all the dresses ordered from the royal workshop were sent, the Duchess really liked the one that Lisi chose for her. What Edith chose for her, she never wore. The girl thought that she simply didn't fall into her style, but she would never have guessed that she was just saving it for a special occasion. All the ladies said how this dress suits her. She can be seen in it even from afar. It is very beautiful. Then my mother said that Edith had chosen this dress for her, and I decided to introduce the wife of my youngest son, Killian. It seems that there was no such scene in the original. She became very nervous because she didn't know how to behave, but Killian whispered in her ear that everything would be fine and invited her to come over. Edith Ludwig began to get to know everyone, the Marchioness and Cecile Edelman, the Viscountess and Larissa Krauss and others. Her husband only watched her in splendid isolation, clearly rejoicing at her success in society. Any event would not be complete without dancing. The music started playing, and everyone immediately began to look for a dance partner and start dancing. During the dance, Killian asked her how her first acquaintance with aristocrats was. To be honest, she had already forgotten everyone who was introduced to her, because she was not used to Western names. Her husband replied that it was not a pity. The main thing was to remember the dance movements. He seemed to be afraid that she would step on him, but he apparently forgot that he was dancing with Edith Ludwig. Although it's hard to remember the local names, the girl's body masters dance moves perfectly. It was enough for her to simply surrender to the music. While bending over, she asked if he was still worried about his legs. This brought a small blush to Killian's cheeks. He apologized for his rudeness and asked if she had mastered dancing skills with other men before him. The girl only replied that she was not attracted to men who were jealous of the past. Somewhere in the distance, clutching her fan with dissatisfaction, the youngest Sinclair was raging with anger. The brother asked Layla how it happened. Didn't Killian Ludwig try to kill Edith Riegelhoff? The girl was furious, and this girl, Lise, appeared with a family jewel on her neck. Was she really being matched with Cliff? The blonde didn't understand what was going on here. The guy agreed. Everything is really very strange. This woman Edith has become completely different. She was beautiful before, but somehow gloomy. But now, on the contrary, she shines brighter than anyone, and yet she married an enemy of the family out of convenience. Layla, biting her elbows, watched Edith merrily twirling in the dance. She didn't understand how this girl even dared to approach her Killian. She would never forgive her for this. After finishing the dance, the couple bowed politely to each other. The guy had red ears. It looked like Edith was dancing too fast for him. She invited him to rest aside. Suddenly, a silhouette caught her attention. Black and white patent leather shoes went right with them. The girl immediately bowed her head as if hiding behind her husband. A trembling ran through her whole body. She was very afraid of this man who had tormented her all her life. Killian immediately noticed the change in the girl's mood. So he decided to turn around and see who made his wife cower in fear. It was Count Riegelhoff. He allegedly approached them cordially. They had not seen each other since the wedding. He wanted to talk to his daughter for the first time in so long and asked Killian to leave them alone for a while. Edith didn't know what to do. Perhaps because she awakened Edith's memories for the dance, she can't even look into the Count's eyes. If the original restrictions are still in effect, can she refuse him? Everyone may think that he is an exemplary father, but only she knows what he really is. But suddenly the girl felt someone decisively take her hand. Killian didn't understand the need for him to leave, something he shouldn't hear about. The father immediately lost his temper, but in the end, he said that he just wanted to discuss a couple of issues with his beloved daughter, and how dare he even be rude to his father-in-law. The guy immediately reminded him of the situation with the maid, asking how she was doing. After all, she was sent to them as a gesture of goodwill. The Count immediately began to make excuses that there were terrible gossip about his daughter, and he sent Sophia to work on her daughter's behavior like a strict teacher. Edith looked at her husband to see if he had now taken her side, or he is still suspicious of her, and therefore tries to interfere with the conversation. Fortunately, the girl realized that she could speak. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine with her and he needn't worry. Killian looked at the man with a cold gaze. Perhaps even thoughts about killing him were in his head. Riegelhoff left imposingly, hinting that they would see each other again. And then he muttered under his breath, supposedly he laid down his life to raise her, and she is so ungrateful. Edith didn't understand why she was so nervous and whether she could answer anything to her husband now. The guy suddenly announced that the Emperor would come here soon, and the whole family would go and greet him. He called her to come and say hello. The girl agreed, but didn't quite understand why he didn't ask her anything. Everyone praised the Emperor, wishing for the glory of his reign. Edith was waiting for their turn to come. Maybe then that same scene would begin. It was clear from Catherine how bored and disgusted she was to participate in this. An incident at the ball is about to happen, which will shock everyone, because the friendship between the princess and Lise will be revealed for the first time. But then why did the princess look directly at Edith? In this scene, high society must recognize Lise, after everyone saw Lorraine's shine and then learned about her close relationship with the princess. But the princess looked straight at Edith, clearly making her nervous. The girl was already thinking about the worst, although she really believed that they had become close. All that pleased Catherine at this elaborate holiday was the opportunity to see all the people dear to her together. She already thought that she was an uninvited guest when the princess took turns calling the Duke and Duchess, and then her friend Lise. How then she addressed her as Edith Ludwig. And she appreciated the outfits they paired with Killian in high society. There is a lot of different gossip, but there are always good relations between members of the Ludwig family. And now that they have been seen like this, it is unlikely that anyone will continue to believe in these ridiculous rumors. Catherine admitted that she always separately invited Edith and Lise to spend time together, but next time it's worth inviting them both. Now everyone knew that the princess had been inviting these two to her place all this time. Lisa wanted to sink into the ground. She didn't like being singled out. Cliff asked if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine, and she was just nervous about the Emperor's greeting. Killian brought a glass of liquid for his wife, and he asked if everything was okay. She replied that her legs just hurt a little. In fact, Edith thought more, but understood less why the scene of the founding day of the Empire had changed. At this ball, Lise was supposed to be the only one in the center of everyone's attention, but she had to share the spotlight with the villain Edith. Why did Catherine voice their communication? She still doesn't know the conditions of the third stage. Maybe it has something to do with it. She twirled the empty glass in her hands and continued to think. When I heard a familiar voice, it was her father. He spoke with Archduke Langston and said that you can only trust people with good pedigree. But he was a member of the royal family, and the most loyal subject, he was probably very close to the late emperor. Although it is difficult to maintain good relations in the imperial family, Edith wondered why her father so openly sided with the Archduke, whether he had decided to make friends with him, or because things were not going as well as he had planned. In any case, everyone praised the times under the late emperor and were bored, because then peace and quiet reigned. By saying that life was better before, they emphasized that the reign of the current emperor is worse. However, not all aristocrats dare to voice this out loud under the current ruler. So Langston said that there was no point in talking about such things on this important day. Doesn't the emperor do everything possible for the well-being of his courtiers, even if he is too young for the throne? He always felt sorry for the emperor and the princess because he remembered them as children. There is always a place for them in his heart. Suddenly, perhaps hearing these words, the princess turned sharply and ran away. Killian saw her quickly move away. And asking permission to leave, giving a bunch of advice about the count, he left her. He told her to scream if her father came and bothered her again. Even if he got into trouble for it, he would take responsibility. Catherine really looked unwell. Edith became worried. How then she heard people whispering and gossiping about her. Someone said she was pretending her feet hurt and using a tired excuse. It was Layla Sinclair. Surrounded by her girlfriends, she was spreading rumors that it was a marriage of convenience, and she was like a hostage, and Count Riegelhoff had just turned against the Emperor. Hearing this, the girl realized that they knew better than her about the current situation. This was great news because now she didn't have to guess what the conditions of the third stage were. But still, the girl could not allow them to discredit the Ludwig family with pathetic gossip. So she approached these obnoxious girls. And she laughed and said that, be that as it may, it was she who became the wife of Killian Ludwig. They probably heard that in the event of a divorce, she was promised alimony and her own mansion in extreme cases. She would live comfortably, eating away the money. She will be rich. Her face and figure are beautiful. Then it would be nice to have lovers. And then, if she wants to get married. Layla, angry, called her a simple leech that had attached itself to the Ludwigs. And Edith asked, don't they themselves live like this? Before marriage, they sit on their father's neck, and after that, they will sit on their husband's neck. Then the blonde got a little too furious and asked if she really thought they were alike. Hand on heart, Ludwig answered that they were completely different. After all, she is not a lady who is choking with envy just because she did not marry Killian. The expressions on the girls' faces suddenly changed dramatically. Edith looked behind her and, finding her husband there, grinned. And then she asked him if she was really flirting with him. The guy was surprised where such questions came from. She explained that she was simply accused of this. Killian answered embarrassedly, if she knows how, then let her flirt, but only in front of him. Then she clung to him, saying that it couldn't be any other way. After all, no one can compare with her beloved husband. Layla could no longer look at these happy faces and ran out of the room. The longer she plays the role of a villain, the more she enjoys it. Killian suddenly carefully pulled away and decided to say something just in case. He suddenly announced that he had been friends with Catherine since childhood, and there was nothing else between them. The guy seemed to be justifying that since childhood he had not been close to any girl, but he treated the princess like a sister, even closer than Cliff. But Edith didn't even worry about it. On the contrary, she said that he was an honest and unshakable man. The girl could not even imagine that there would be such a relationship between her and Killian. How desperate she was when she learned about the special conditions. Until Edith Riegelhoff fulfilled the conditions of the third stage, she would not be able to open the hidden settings. Having forgotten all hopes, she was ready to run away. The girl could live anywhere alone. She just wanted a quiet life, as if she were dead to the rest of the world. Until now it had been very difficult for her, but now she moved on with unconditional warm faith. Together with humility and patience, she will strive for more. Here she made friends who opened their hearts to her. People who wish her happiness have extended their hands, so why shouldn't she stay with them? Can't she find her happiness with the one who planned to kill her? Killian asked why she was looking at him so long and intently. But just smiling, Edith offered to dance one more dance, and the guy agreed with pleasure. Broken paintings lay scattered on the floor. The shattered mirror no longer adorned the wall. There was a girl standing in the room, leaning on a table. It was Layla Sinclair. She was the one who did it all. Having cooled her ardor, shed her anger, she still could not understand how Killian could do this. The girl was thinking about how he could choose another. And then a letter was delivered to her. Some person wrote to her who saw how angry she was today with this leech that had attached itself to the Ludwig family. He wrote to her because he thought that he had found in her that very brave person with whom he could achieve more. This mysterious stranger invited her to join in order to get rid of Edith Riegelhoff together. There is a great way to get rid of this girl, but to implement it, you need Layla's help. He was waiting for her at the address indicated below in the letter. The girl had already arrived at the exact place, but there was no one there. Who could make an appointment for her in such a place? Her servant said that it was better not to go there. But the girl calmed him down and ordered him to wait on the spot when she suddenly got scared. The door suddenly opened and a silhouette in a cloak emerged. Layla was shocked. Such a familiar face. It had the family crest of the Ludwig family on it. As she thought, they were tired of this girl too. The servant tried to stop her one last time, but she decided to go, leaving him alone. Having ordered to lead her inside, she entered the room. Edith entered the office in high spirits. The girl greeted Renan, and he was quite glad that she had come. Coming closer, she suddenly noticed some kind of book. It seems that they looked at this last time with Killian. But after taking a closer look, she realized that there was no magic in this novel. When Renan flew up and slammed the book shut, she didn't even know he was so fast. Realizing what just happened was that they suddenly jumped away from each other. The guy had already begun to explain himself, saying that it was the gentleman who asked him. But the girl apologized, saying that she had embarrassed him with her curiosity. Renan heard that she rested all day yesterday because she was tired from the holiday. Then the girl remembered how Killian carried her in his arms, saying that it was time to answer her for how she seduced him during the dance at the celebration. As the maids whispered, he carried her to the bedroom, threatening that she would not be able to get out of bed the next day. Because of this, she had to rest the entire next day. She felt embarrassed because she missed work so often that she forgot what he looked like. But the guy reassured her, saying that she was still a lady of this kind, and this was not her responsibility. Starting today, she will have access to documents related to Raisin. This is where they will go soon, even if this place is far from the capital. But it has very great potential. Tax and production reports for the last 10 years have been collected here. And since she will govern this territory together with Mr. Killian, it will be useful to study these documents. Cliff will inherit the title of Duke, and Raisin will pass to Killian, after which, having received the title of Earl, he will leave the Duke's mansion and begin his life elsewhere. This guy lived his life in a constant feeling of loneliness, remaining a minor male character until the very end of the novel. But if they can overcome this episode, then she will be by his side. They will leave behind metropolitan life, where it was impossible to defeat Cliff. If they make joint efforts to develop this territory and try to understand the lives of those who live there, even if he doesn't love her sincerely. But can they really not live a happy life as Count and Countess Raisin? Edith worked at her moderate pace with the papers. Renan quietly watched the girl, as if he was deciding to approach. Finally, he approached the lady and began to speak. Out of awkwardness, leaning on a stack of books, he asked, "Is Lady Liz Sinclair bothering her or causing her any inconvenience?" Stopping writing and holding the pen in her hand, the girl began to think, maybe not. Of course, one cannot deny all the confusion that is happening, but there were no inconveniences. And the next day, the girl already regretted her words. Lise called Edith to Belle Marie Street because she was leaving with Killian soon, but that didn't mean they would be best friends. The founding day of the Empire has come to an end. It would be nice to buy gifts and just walk down the street. The girl, of course, wanted to answer her rudely so that she would go there with Cliff, but maintaining the standards of decency, she answered that lately she had a lot of work and no time. It would have been foolish for her to go out with the villainous Edith if this had been the original novel, but it's no wonder why she suggested doing it now. In the original novel, Lise was devilishly charming, but throughout the novel, she was unable to make friends with a girl her own age. The exception is Princess Catherine. She became the only female character to spend time with Lise on La Belle Marie Street. But at the bottom of the Empire's founding, it turned out that Edith seemed to have interfered with the friendship between them. After all, the princess publicly announced that she was spending time with the two of them. And perhaps the offer that Catherine was supposed to receive came to her by accident. What will happen if she refuses, wanting to preserve their friendship? Lise immediately began to apologize. She didn't think that she might be uncomfortable. It was all very similar to the scene in the original novel. In the end, she agreed and asked what would she like to buy on La Belle Marie Street, because she usually only walked on Darcis Street. Lise was immediately delighted and began to tell her that there were so many beautiful things there, you could look into the shops. This time Edith decided to help her. Upon hearing this news, Killian became terribly angry. He didn't understand why she should go there to shop and take a walk. The girl didn't even go there wearing it, but she said that he needed to go to the palace that day, and he wouldn't be able to come to such a crowded place in the middle of the day. The princess at the bottom of the empire said the same thing. She said that she would like to see the two of them spending time together. He was always concerned about his reputation. Why then did he react so sharply to this now? Maybe he was still afraid that Edith would harm Lise?